Chapter 19, 1944. Tuesday, March 14th. 1. I took out a notebook and pen. All right, Miss Helikius. Tell me why you think so.
Because she told me.
Nicole Bainbridge told you she killed Walter Wilkinson?
Why? You think people like her wouldn't do such a thing? And people like me, we have to be lying?
I don't think anything of the sort. Tell you what, let's start at the beginning. How do you know Miss Bainbridge?
I met her 4 years ago when I was working at a newspaper stand in the hub on Market Street with my cousin, Sal. Nikki's father, he used to buy papers from us. One day, Nikki was with him, and she ran back with a tip for us. She didn't realize it, but it was more money than Sal and me would make in a week. Anyway, she came back the next day alone. We got to talking. Or rather, she got to talking with Sal. A little while after that, she started coming over to Sal's place on Rincon Hill. The three of us, we spent a lot of time together.
Doing what?
Talking, mostly. Going for walks, things you do if you don't have any money. We drank homemade wine sometimes.
What would you talk about?
The revolution. All she ever wanted to talk about was the revolution.
This cousin Sal you mentioned, miss, what's his last name?
Ibarra.
I figured. Salvatore Ibarra was the known Red whom Nicole was involved with, the one I'd asked her about. He was all over Hoover's wiretap transcripts. Ileana wasn't. I'd never seen or heard her name before. Are you a communist, Miss Helikius? I asked.
I believe in decent wages so that working people don't starve. I believe in safe working conditions. Does that make me a communist?
Not in my book.
My father was a longshoreman. He can't work anymore because he hurt his back on the job during a speed-up. He doesn't have a doctor because we can't afford it. They don't give him anything. No pension, no compensation, nothing. I don't believe in violence of any kind. Too many people in my family have suffered from it. I just think people who worked hard their whole lives deserve something better.
I'm with you there, miss. She glanced at me sharply.
Are you just saying what you think I want to hear?
No, miss. What I say, I believe. You can take that to the bank. She looked like she wanted to trust me, but didn't. Not much of a surprise, given the way we cops have treated dock workers for the last, 75 years.
Anyway,
she went on.
Last week, Nikki invited us, Sal and me, to a lecture by one of her professors at Berkeley. The lecture was something about Marx and lost manuscripts from 100 years ago. To be honest, I couldn't understand a thing. I guess the students understood it because they got all hot and bothered and kept raising their hands to talk. I don't know if I should say this, but I think Sal and me were the only real workers there, and honestly, I don't think the students knew anything about work. To me, they sounded more like people acting in a play.
All right. Then what happened?
Someone in the audience brought up Walter Wilkinson and mentioned that he was going to be staying at the Claremont Hotel, and the students really got going because of how Wilkinson was such a rich capitalist and might be the next president. They started chanting, "WW, we say no, WW has to go." Nikki was standing up, shouting with the rest of them. I'd never seen her that way, raising her fist, yelling at the top of her lungs. After that, the three of us went outside and sat on the grass smoking. Sal was saying how much he hated Walter Wilkinson and how Wilkinson would probably be elected and then everything would go back to the way it was before the war, when the longshoremen weren't being paid enough to put bread on the table. That's when Nikki started talking about how she could kill Walter Wilkinson.
I'm sorry, miss. Why would Nicole Bainbridge want to kill Mr. Wilkinson?
She thought it would make her one of us, and she wanted to impress Sal. She's in love with Sal. She would do anything for him.
Did Sal ask her to kill Wilkinson?
No. Sal? He didn't want her to kill anybody. We thought she was just joking, or talking big for show like the other students. But then we started to worry. She was saying she would have the perfect opportunity because she was going to be at the Claremont on Friday having a drink with a policeman. She sounded crazy, too excited, like she wasn't thinking straight. She said no one would ever suspect someone like her, and the policeman would be her alibi. Sal tried to talk her out of it.
And after that?
I didn't see her again until last Saturday, the day after Wilkinson was killed. She came to Sal's place at 10 or 11 at night. She told us she did it.
Did what, Miss Helikius? I need you to be specific.
She said she shot him.
Okay. Anything about the body?
What do you mean?
Did she say she did anything to Wilkinson's body?
Not to me. Why? What did she do?
Can anybody back you up on this, Miss Helikius? She shook her head.
I knew you wouldn't believe me.
What I believe doesn't matter, miss. It's going to be your word against hers. Can anyone corroborate what you're saying?
Sal can. He won't want to tell you, but he knows.
2. I didn't know what to make of Eliana Helikius. She looked and sounded credible. I wondered if she knew that I was the policeman Nicole was having drinks with at the Claremont. If so, she'd been careful not to mention it. But I was still having trouble believing that Nicole could have gotten herself to the 6th floor when she left our table for the ladies' room, taken a shot at Wilkinson, and rushed back down to the hotel bar without anyone, including me, noticing anything. And nothing Eliana told me explained why Wilkinson would have concocted a story about a shabbily dressed Red with a Russian accent if the shooter had been Nicole Bainbridge. The whole thing didn't add up. Then again, maybe I just didn't want to believe it. Because if Nicole had been using me as her alibi, I was the chump in the story. I found Eliana's cousin Sal where she said I would, at the Kaiser shipyards in Richmond. I got his foreman to point him out to me. As soon as he saw me, a look halfway between hostility and panic came over him. But he followed me reluctantly off the line, wiping his armpits and his grease-smeared face with a dirty towel. He was a good-looking guy. Very. Not tall, but well-built. A mass of curly dark hair, deeply tanned skin. His eyes were more sensitive than I expected. I could easily imagine Nicole Bainbridge falling for him. Detective Al Sullivan, Berkeley PD, I said. I know who you are. You're the cop Eliana went to talk to. And I know who you are. You're Salvatore Barra, the guy who popped a Molotov cocktail into a patrol car 3 years ago and burned the face off a good cop. That wasn't me. Who then? Go fuck yourself. Easy, pal. You don't want to make me mad. I'm thinking about arresting you right now as accessory after the fact to murder 1. If you know who killed Walter Wilkinson and you're not telling, that's a felony. Eliana told you who did it. What do you need me for? Corroboration. Like you're going to put me on the stand? With my record? No fucking way. He had a point there. Even if he did corroborate, he'd be as useless a witness as Juanita. Tell me about Nicole Bainbridge, Sal, I said. What about her? She sweet on you? He nodded. Bullshit. What's that supposed to mean? A beautiful girl like that? Blonde? Rich? Smart? I baited him. She wouldn't go for a dirtbag greaseball like you if you were the last man standing. He stepped forward. What? I said. Are you going to take a swing at me? You don't have the balls. He spat onto the dock. You know what I think? I think you killed Wilkinson, and Eliana's trying to pin it on Nicole to save her cousin's sorry ass. Nicole Bainbridge a murderer? Give me a break. A girl like that isn't a criminal. From her family? She believes in the revolution? What a load of crap. I'm taking you in. For what? He looked alarmed again. I told you. For the Molotov cocktail you threw into that patrol car and accessory after the fact to murdering Walter Wilkinson. Let's go. Sal looked miserable, like he was pinned. But I wasn't sure what the trap was exactly. Okay, I was there. I was there with Ellie when Nikki spilled what she'd done. What did she say, Sal? You already know. Indulge me. I wanted to see if there would be discrepancies between Sal's account and Ileana's. There weren't. After he'd finished, Sal looked away, out onto the water. He seemed troubled. Like he either regretted saying what he already had, or wanted to say more. What is it, Sal? Nothing. Now's the time, Sal. You got something to say, you better say it. You don't say it now, no one will believe you later. The car bombing in 41? He said in a low voice. That was her too. Nikki. Bullshit. The dock police. They'd beaten the crap out of us that day. They put my uncle in the hospital, punctured his lung. What are you talking about? I'm telling you what happened that day. A bunch of us walked off the job that morning, and the cops beat us up. I told Nikki, and she was mad as hell. At you all. She said police are cowards and murderers. She said we couldn't just let them get away with it, but she said her family was the real enemy. Her family? She loves her family. I was just making things up at this point to keep him going. You don't know squat. She hates her family. Except for her sister and cousin. I never seen anything like the way she hates her family. Our people, we're not like that. Family's everything. Anyway, we all went walking to the port that night. Me, Ellie, and Nikki. We were down by the piers. This is before the war, so no barricades, no security. And we stopped at a corner a couple of blocks away from a police car. But Nikki kept going by herself. Sal shifted and wiped his face again. I had the impression he really didn't like telling me the story. But also that it was true. Then what? I said. That's it. And she threw it into the cop car, right through the window. Through what? The Molotov cocktail. You're saying Nicole was carrying a gasoline bottle bomb as she walked down that street? Just holding it in her hands for the whole world to see? No. In her purse, I could see the bottle sticking out, with a white rag just hanging from it. She passed a couple of cops, and I was sure they'd see it, but they just smiled and greeted her, thinking she was just some nice rich girl. When she passed their car, she lit the wick with a lighter and threw it in. She didn't mean to hurt nobody. The car was empty when she did it, but the cops, they saw their car on fire and came running back. Just when they got there, it blew. The whole car blew. I'd been a detective long enough to know when a lowlife was lying to me. Sal wasn't. 3. Back in my car, I got on the radio with the San Francisco PD and left instructions to find the cops who were on the scene at the car bombing in 41 and show them a photo of Nicole Bainbridge to see if by any chance anyone saw her in the vicinity that night. Just as I finished, a radio call came in from Tankersley. I'd asked him to go back to the Claremont and show Nicole's photo to the staff who worked in the basement. Found something, boss, said Tank. A kitchen guy says he saw her around 11:15 the night of the murder. On my way. 4. The hot industrial basement kitchens of the Claremont were in turmoil. The workers were up in arms about something. What's going on? I asked Tankersley. Seems the whole Chinese laundry crew went AWOL this morning. Just upped and disappeared. Now management's trying to get the kitchen hands to do the washing, and they're raising hell. Your man's still here, I hope. Tank introduced me to a slight 50-year-old man with a weather-beaten face and an immense white handlebar mustache, named Adrianakis. Thanks for helping us out, Mr. Adrianakis, I said. You work here? Dinner cook, he answered with a strong accent. Mostly peeling potatoes. Every night, peeling. I did some of that myself in the army. I showed him Nicole's photo again. You saw this woman the night Walter Wilkinson was murdered? Mm-hmm. I was on break. I went out back and smoked a cigarette. What time? I tell your man already. About 11:15. Where? In back, where the trucks park. The girls were coming from the other... Girls? There was more than one girl? Two. Coming from the big parking lot. They walked straight up to a back door. One of them, not your girl, the other one. She knocks. Just tap, tap, tap. Quiet as a mouse. And someone on the inside opens it. And they go in. Both of them. You could see all this at 11 p.m.? Wasn't it dark? The hotel has big lights outside at night. I could see them like it was day. I showed him another photo. This one of Cassie. Was she the other girl? That's her. The one who knocked. Let me ask you something, Mr. Adrianakis. My men were supposed to interview everyone at the Claremont after the murder. Did anyone talk to you? A policeman? Sure. But you didn't mention this to him. He shrugged. I thought they were hotel guests out for a walk. Two fancy girls like that? What are you going to think? 5. Booker. That order came from the district attorney, Diarmid Dugan. The DA and his staff worked out of the New Oakland courthouse on the shore of Lake Merritt, and Dugan had summoned me there, to his corner office on the top floor with a big water view. I had been there exactly once before, and Nicole Bainbridge was the topic then too. That was when Dugan told me about the FBI wiretaps on Nicole's communist friends, and when he asked me to take her out for a drink. The DA's digs made the Berkeley police station look like an outhouse. Everything was state-of-the-art. Pneumatic mail tubes, Underwood typewriters, and brand-new glossy black Western Electric rotary phones with the bell inside instead of in a separate ringer box. Dugan's underlings, all of them in suit and tie, were constantly running in to get a signature on one document or another. The office was like a Duesenberg straight eight pumping on all cylinders. A copy of my report on the Wilkinson case was lying on his desk, open, with sentences underlined and notes in the margins. There were 2 ways a cop could lawfully arrest someone. If you personally saw someone commit a crime, you had carte blanche. You could slap him in cuffs, throw him in the back of a paddy wagon, whatever you wanted. But otherwise, it was a whole different ballgame. If you didn't witness the guy committing a crime, you needed an arrest warrant, which you couldn't get without probable cause, signed off on by your commanding officer and then by a judge. I don't think I can arrest Nicole, sir, I said. Of course you can, said Dugan, who was about 45 and tall, with Clark Gable hair and a neatly trimmed mustache. We've got 2 friends of hers she confessed to. We've got a witness who places her sneaking back into the hotel through a back door a half hour before the murder, and we've got the fact that she invented an alibi, which is admissible evidence of guilt in itself. On top of that, she's a known associate of radical communists, and the communists hate Wilkinson. Wilkinson himself said the first shooter was a communist. Maybe that was a Confederate of hers, but he missed. So she had to go back later. Anyway, we've got more than enough for probable cause. The problem's not probable cause, I agreed. It's Chief Greening. Greening, said Dugan dismissively. If we had the murder weapon with Nicole's fingerprints on it, he wouldn't arrest her, because her last name is Bainbridge. Greening's a non-entity. He's retiring next month, and no one will remember his name by summer. Forget about him. We have our work cut out for us, taking down one of the high and mighty Bainbridges. Even though Dugan had gone to Harvard Law, he was a public school kid whose dad sold air conditioners. Rumor had it that years ago, as a young man, Dugan had been jilted the week before his wedding by a girl from an upper-crust family. I didn't know if the story was true, but one thing was clear. He had a massive chip on his shoulder. From being Irish, Catholic, and middle class, from not getting invited to high society dinner and cocktail parties, which gave him a healthy dose of motivating bitterness. I knew how he felt. He wanted to take down and stick it to everyone who'd ever slighted him, and he had a running list that went on for pages. It was a funny thing. I could relate to Dugan, understood him, even admired him. But I didn't want to be like him. I also wouldn't have wanted him for an enemy. He was smart, ruthless, dog-eat-dog driven, and at the same time, he had a high-wattage smile he could turn on at will. He was known to be a courtroom magician. Above all, he was ferociously ambitious. His predecessor as DA, Earl Warren, had ascended from the Alameda District Attorney's office to the governor's mansion, and Dugan was looking to follow him. Non-entity or not, I said, Greening's still my boss. He won't sign off on the warrant. You don't report to Greening anymore, Sullivan. Not on the Wilkinson case. You report to yourself. And me. He handed me 2 documents bearing the seal of the state of California. The first was signed by Governor Warren himself, creating a multi-county task force for the Wilkinson case under the direct authority of District Attorney Dugan. The second was signed by Dugan, appointing the head of this task force. Me. It wasn't unusual for an East Bay cop to be seconded to the district attorney's staff on a given case, but this arrangement was a way bigger deal. It gave Dugan and me statewide authority and put us on top of the local police departments. I like how you've handled this case, Sullivan, said Dugan. I like every step you've taken, but it's not in the bag yet. You understand that, right? This is a Bainbridge we're talking about, a Bainbridge girl. These people, they think they're better than the rest of the world, and everyone else thinks it right along with them, out of servility or maybe just habit. It's pathetic. Think of the men on the jury, he went on. Like every one of them's a little Greening. They'll want to believe in that pretty girl from a fine family. They'll want to be your champion. So we need more. Which is why the old lady is the key. Mrs. Bainbridge? I'm going to depose her myself. She won't give you her granddaughters. She'd take a sword for them. Exactly. That's her weakness. There's a way to break every person on this earth. You just have to find it. First, we'll put Nicole behind bars. No Bainbridge has ever been behind bars. Then I'll tell Mrs. Bainbridge that we have enough evidence to convict all 3 of her granddaughters as co-conspirators. They lied to us about the alibi, all 3 of them. I'll tell Mrs. Bainbridge that all 3 will face capital murder charges unless she gives me the goods on Nicole. This was a pressure tactic, not the law. Lying to the police to give somebody else an alibi makes you an accessory after the fact, not a conspirator. Accessory was good for maybe a 5-year sentence, tops, whereas a co-conspirator to murder could get death. I knew Dugan knew all that. He was just playing hardball, jacking up the pressure on Mrs. Bainbridge to get her to talk. I'll tell her she has a choice, said Dugan. She can save 2 of her granddaughters, or she can lose all 3. He handed me another document. It was an arrest warrant. You've done all the spade work on this case already, he said. Now you and I are going to bring it home. Booker. 6. Once more, I sat across from Nicole Bainbridge, but this time not under the soft crystal chandeliers of the Claremont. We were facing each other in a grim, bare interrogation room with one dim electric bulb hanging on a long wire from the ceiling. The change in her was almost painful to see. Gone was the defiance. Her eyes looked panicked, and the sinews in her neck stood out. Even though the room was cold, she was sweating. And even though she was sweating, she was shivering. Her hands and shoulders, no, her whole body was trembling. She didn't have any inner reserves, I suddenly realized. No deep wells of love or hate or anger or anything to draw on. How you holding up, miss? We had her in the sheriff's lockup in the Oakland courthouse basement. There was only one cell for all the women. Her fellow Jills would have been dragged in off the street in the last 24 hours, mostly for street crimes. Theft, drunkenness, prostitution.
I need to talk to my grandmother,
she said.
I'm not safe here. The other people here, the criminals, they want to hurt me. You need to move me.
So now that the rich girl actually had to spend time with the riffraff that she so desperately wanted to be part of, wanted to lead a revolution on behalf of, the scales had fallen from her eyes, and she wanted to pull all the strings of family and wealth to get away from them. Have you been assaulted, miss? This seemed to take her aback.
No,
She said.
but I can't stay here,
She repeated. I'm afraid it's not your choice, miss. In case you missed it, you've been arrested for murder. You're in big trouble, miss. And now would be a very good time to tell me what really happened last Friday.
I didn't do anything. I'm telling you the truth.
So you were nowhere near the Claremont at midnight. You were at your country house in Sonoma.
Yes, that's right.
Too bad a witness saw you entering the hotel through a back door at 11:15 p.m. Alarm filled her eyes.
Who? Who saw me? It's a mistake.
Why'd you lie to me, Nicole?
I want to speak with our lawyer. Mr. Burns, he represents our family.
As soon as he gets here. But I'm giving you a chance to cooperate, miss, which a judge will look favorably on. Let's start with 1941. I talked to your boyfriend, Sal Ibarra. He told me you were the one who bombed that police car at the port. The panic on her face changed to incredulity.
What? You're lying.
I'm afraid not, miss. Your friends, if you still want to call them that, they've given you up. That's why you're here.
No,
She said, her voice faltering.
that's not possible.
It's more than possible. It's a fact. Sal and Ileana Halikius, both of them, told us you killed Walter Wilkinson. They say you confessed to them about it afterwards, bragged about it, actually. I watched as the betrayal sank in. Then I turned up the screws. Ileana says you're in love with Sal, which he confirmed, and that you'd do anything to impress him. She was right about that. You really care for him, don't you? Her eyes had filled with tears, and she looked bewildered and terrified. She'd lost her posture and was limp as a ragdoll. Do you have anything to tell me, miss?
I need to speak with my grandmother.
She said again, pleading.
Or Cassie, or Isabella, please.
I decided the best way to keep the pressure on was to send her back to the pen and stood to leave. That's not how it works, miss. I'm sorry. 7. I meant to get home on the early side because I was still feeling crummy about being mean to Miriam at breakfast. I was even thinking I might take her to the pictures. Maybe The Curse of the Cat People with Simone Simon, which I knew she was dying to see. But in the end, I didn't get back till almost 10, and Miriam wasn't even there. Her knapsack was gone too. Instead, I found a note from her on the kitchen table.
Dear Al, Mom came home, so I'm staying with her. So don't worry about me. Okay? Love, Miriam.
Well, that was good news at least. Maybe Rosemary had finally grown a conscience and realized she couldn't just leave Miriam to her own devices. But I knew that was wishful thinking. More likely, she'd run out of dough, or whatever new boyfriend she was hanging out with had dumped her. Chapter 20, 1944. Wednesday, March 15th. 1. Anything? I asked Tankersley and Dickie Ogar. Nothing, Tank replied. We turned the place upside down, sir. We were in Nicole Bainbridge's Berkeley dorm room the morning after we'd arrested her. I'd chosen Tank to execute the search because he was the best cop on the Berkeley force. I picked Dickie because, with Tank there, he wouldn't do any harm, and I didn't want to leave him off the biggest case in Berkeley history. I'd also asked Chief Greening's permission. As the head of Dugan's task force, I didn't have to, but I thought it was important to show the chief some respect after Dugan had gone over his head to arrest Nicole. I didn't want Greening smarting. Never underestimate the wrath of little people with a little power. If we'd found the murder weapon in Nicole's room, that obviously would have iced the case. It would have been ball game over, and Nicole would be facing the hangman. But I didn't expect we'd find it. I still had real doubts that Nicole was Wilkinson's killer. The motive didn't square. Why would she have left Wilkinson's body the way we found it? Half stripped with his mouth stuffed full, including with a jade seal of the government of the Republic of China. What did that have to do with communism, or with Nicole impressing her boyfriend? And then, there was the doll in the closet. Iris's doll. The Wilkinson murder was connected to the Bainbridges in some complicated way, but I still didn't know how. And besides, if Nicole had pulled the trigger, there were 100 ways she could have gotten rid of the gun by now. Thrown it in the bay for one. Or put it back in the country house. That's when I remembered the satchel Nicole had been carrying when she and Cassie rushed up in their car to Isabella's house on Nob Hill. Nicole and Cassie had been frantic about something, and when they came out of the house a minute later, Nicole wasn't carrying that bag anymore. I have another idea, I said to Tank. You and I are going to take a little trip to the big city. 2. The same housekeeper I'd met a couple days earlier answered the door. It was my third time at the Stafford house in 3 days. This time I had Tank with me, in uniform. Normally Berkeley cops couldn't have executed a search in San Francisco, but those restrictions didn't apply to Dugan's statewide task force. Afternoon, ma'am. It's Mrs. Biddleston, right? Thanks for being so helpful the other day. I'm afraid we have a warrant to search one of the rooms upstairs.
A warrant? Goodness gracious, I knew it.
As a courtesy, I'd prefer to get the consent of one of the owners, if they're here.
No one's here but Mrs. Sadie.
May I speak with her?
Speak with her? Oh, I don't think you'd want to do that.
The housekeeper glanced around furtively, then got closer and whispered,
Mrs. Sadie, she thinks it's 1921 and she's 17 years old. That's what she thinks.
So, she doesn't leave the house anymore? The housekeeper's eyes filled with conspiratorial excitement.
My lips are sealed,
she said dramatically, making a zipper gesture across her lips.
I don't reveal the secrets of the house I work in.
I really respect that, Mrs. Biddleston. And also, what a help you are to law enforcement.
You won't hear from me that she goes out at all hours of the night.
No kidding. Where?
That's what I want to know,
she said in a hushed voice.
No one knows where she goes.
How about Mr. Stafford? Is he here?
Goodness, no. And thank heavens for that. You won't see that man back in this house, not as long as she's alive. I tell you, you've never seen hate like that.
I exchanged a glance with Tankersley. In that case, ma'am, we'll just get to it. A moment later, I was back in the little girl's room with the 2 canopied beds and flowered wallpaper. In broad daylight, it didn't feel eerie anymore. The whole house didn't, but just looked like an ordinary kid's room. The satchel was still on the bed. Empty, said Tankersley, shaking it out. Tank and I went at it. We looked under the beds, under the mattresses, and between the sheets. We rifled through all the little drawers, up and down the closet, in every nook and cranny. I moved the 2 small chests of drawers away from the wall to see if, by chance, something was hiding behind them. Nothing. I lifted the oval rug between the beds. Nothing. I shoved one of the beds aside. Nothing unusual there either. I shoved the other aside, and that's when I saw it. There was a separation in the floorboards. The crack between 2 of the boards was larger than it should have been. I knelt down, pried at it, and one of the floorboards came right up, easily. A hidden compartment lay below, small and rectangular. Inside lay another Deity doll from the same skin-cracked vintage as the one back in the evidence box at the station, except this one had blonde hair and a different patterned dress. Next to the doll was a pile of loose papers. I started riffling through them. Some were yellowed with age. Some had handwriting, There were odd sketches, too. Spirals and crosses and gnarly tree branches that looked like claws. Or maybe just were claws, executed in dark, angry pencil strokes. What was I looking at? The writing seemed to be verse fragments, sometimes filling a whole page, sometimes just a stray line, and they weren't cheerful nursery rhymes. One read, "Many are the dissemblers." Another one, "It oozes out of petals, like worms in the night." And a longer one, "We must be taught evil, taught what is bestial, taught how screams explode from our veins." It might not have been 100% by the book. Our search warrant only mentioned that we were looking for a gun. But if you find other potentially relevant evidence, you're allowed to seize it. So I gathered up all the loose sheets and took them with me. 3. I almost drove to the wrong office. I was halfway to the Berkeley Station House before I remembered I wasn't working there anymore. I was on loan to D.A. Dugan at the Alameda County Courthouse in Oakland. The courthouse is a dignified white concrete building with long vertical windows on the facade that gives it a columned effect. The building takes up a whole city block and overlooks Lake Merritt, which, despite being a deceptive, picturesque blue, is actually a saltwater slough so polluted with waste runoff that swimming has been banned for 50 years. That doesn't keep poor people from fishing out of it, though, because it's thick with bass. I was just getting out of my car and wondering if that filthwater fish is slow poison when I heard a voice calling out behind me.
"Detective Sullivan!"
I turned and saw Isabella running up to me. I didn't mention that I had a box of personal papers of hers in the back seat of my car.
"You have to help me, Detective,"
she said, out of breath.
"Please."
She was wearing a pale pink sweater top cinched at the waist with a thin black belt over a straight white skirt. The usual high heels. She looked good, and had to know it. "With what, miss?"
"Nicole didn't kill anyone. She's not capable of it, I promise you."
"That might have been worth more if everything you've said to me up to now hadn't been a crock of lies."
"I know. You're right, Detective. We got off on the wrong foot, and it's entirely my fault. I wasn't candid with you, and it was disrespectful. Can we start over, please? I can give you proof about Nicole. There are things you don't know."
She sounded different. Serious and not at all flirtatious. In fact, she dropped the whole Hedy Lamarr act. I figured it was all calculated, just a different act. But that didn't mean it wasn't impressive. "How about this, Miss Stafford? I ask you 3 questions. You answer them. If I don't like your answers, we're done." "All right." She nodded. "Let's start with an easy one. Is your mother an invalid? Bedridden, as you told me just 2 days ago? Yes or no?"
"Mostly, yes. But not entirely. She almost always stays in her room, that's the truth. But I did leave something out. Honestly, it's a long and sad story. Do you really want to hear it?"
"I'm listening, miss."
"Well, when I was 13, my father sent my mother to Boston to have an operation performed on her brain. From what I understand, they drove metal picks through her eye sockets into her skull. It sounds barbaric to me, and sometimes I think my father did it out of spite. I'm sure you know by now that Iris wasn't my father's child. When he lost her in the accident, and then discovered she wasn't even his, it broke him. He turned on all of us. After my mother came home, she was different. Better in some ways. She was calmer and nicer, but she was also confused. She didn't know what day or month it was, or who was alive and who was dead. Most days she spent in her bedroom, never changing out of her dressing gown. There were also times when she'd suddenly come downstairs, all dressed for horseback riding or a cocktail party or her debutante cotillion. But it's her nocturnal outings that are really worrisome. Every so often, she'll disappear in the middle of the night. Then hours later, she'll turn up in the most unpredictable places. Downtown or on the pier, miles away, all dressed up. It doesn't happen very often, but when it does, then no, she's not bedridden. Although the doctors believe she may be sleepwalking.
Isabella paused.
So, did I pass, Detective?
I thought about it. What she said not only rang true. If she'd invented it all, she was a better liar than I'd ever met. It also made sense of how I'd seen Sadie behave a few nights earlier. Yeah, you did, I said. I didn't really have 3 questions planned. There were more like 100 questions I wanted to ask her. But I picked one. You and your sister Iris, you each had a doll. Deity dolls, I think they're called. What became of them?
Our dolls?
For the first time, she looked genuinely startled.
Why are you asking about them?
I'm the one asking the questions, miss.
But what do they have to do with anything? I don't understand.
Was I imagining it? Or did she sound distressed? Almost afraid. When I didn't reply, she said,
I believe mine, Clarabelle was her name, is in my old bedroom, in a childhood hiding spot. Iris's doll, Eve, I think the last time I saw her was the day of the accident. My mother confiscated her when Iris made a fuss about something. Why do you want to know about our dolls?
She repeated. Like I said, miss, I'm the one asking questions.
Well, I told you where mine is, and I don't know where hers is. That's the truth.
Okay. Final question. Where were the 3 of you, you and Nicole and Cassie, the night Walter Wilkinson was killed? And don't give me that 3-way song and dance country house alibi again.
We did drive up to the Sonoma house, as I said, but not until about 1 a.m.
You didn't answer my question. What were you doing before that?
There's something I can't tell you. I wish I could. I truly want to tell you, but I'm sworn to secrecy. But it has nothing to do with Walter Wilkinson. I swear to you.
Something you can't tell me. I'm afraid that's not acceptable, miss.
I can help you in another way. I can give you some valuable information. Something you'll want to know, Detective.
I hesitated. It always felt like I was being led down the garden path with her, but I didn't see any downside in hearing her out. Go ahead, then.
Ileana's story is a complete fabrication. She's the one who kept trying to get Nicole to kill Wilkinson at the Claremont. But Nicole couldn't do it and never intended to. And now Ileana's framing Nicole. Any woman could see it. The problem is, it's men. The prosecutor, the judge, the jurors who will make the decision. And Ileana will just manipulate them with her feminine wiles.
Imagine that, I said. She didn't respond, so I continued. Why would Ileana want to frame your cousin, miss?
Here, talk to this man,
she said, handing me a slip of paper with a name and address on it.
He's the manager of the Scottish Rite Auditorium in San Francisco, corner of Sutter Street and Van Ness. Ask him what he knows about Sal and Ileana.
What's he going to tell me?
Just talk to him. Please. You won't regret it.
No promises. By the way, your housekeeper's going to tell you I was just at your place, executing a search warrant.
A search warrant? Whatever for?
A murder weapon.
Did you find one?
I didn't respond. Good afternoon, Miss Stafford. 4. When I told Dugan we hadn't found the murder weapon in the Stafford house, he was unperturbed. That's all right. We don't need it, he said. We got a big break this morning. Owing to you, actually. The San Francisco boys you put on this, they tracked down the cop who had his face burned off in that car bombing back in '41. Just before the explosion, he and his partner passed a well-dressed girl in the street. He never gave her a thought, but the minute he saw Nicole Bainbridge's photo, he identified her. When I put him on the stand, a cop injured in the line of duty, his face disfigured, with a family of 6 to support, and he points to Nicole and says, "She's the one who did this to me." We'll have the jury in our pocket. I also started Mrs. Bainbridge's deposition this morning, and I'm working her. She's cagey all right, but I have her number. She definitely knows more than she's letting on. I nodded. "Can we talk about the Chinese angle, sir?" I asked. Dugan looked like I had thrown cold water on a birthday cake, but he knew what I meant. All the pieces of evidence in the Wilkinson case that pointed to the Chinese, none of which squared with Ileana's account. Dugan checked his watch. "I've got 3 minutes, Sullivan. Lay it out for me. What do we have that says the Chinese were involved in killing Wilkinson?" "Well, we have Jane Chow, a.k.a. Shirley Wang, murdered by hatchet in Coronice's village. Jane may have been a Chinese communist spy, and she definitely used to work for Madame Chang, who may have been having an affair with Wilkinson. We've got a piece of jade found in Wilkinson's throat, engraved with the seal of the Chinese government, and we have a hotel witness, name of Jessup, who says he saw a good-looking young Chinese woman come out of Wilkinson's room at around 7:30, when the first shot was fired at him, who fits the description of Jane Chow." Dugan frowned. "Jessup said she was a prostitute, right?" "Yeah, but he could have been wrong. Or he could have been right. Wilkinson was a known philanderer, and Jessup didn't hear any shots fired, right? We have no proof she had any connection whatsoever to the murder. And the stuff in Wilkinson's mouth, why would Nicole have done that? To throw us off the scent, so that cops like you would be asking that very question. Look, here's the real problem with Jane Chow. Either it was a Chinatown Tong that had her killed, or else it was Madame Chang. If it was a Tong, that's San Francisco's problem, not ours. If it was Madame Chang, we can't touch her. Sovereign immunity. Either way, no one gives a damn about some no-name Oriental killed in public housing, and there's nothing in it for us." He started gathering up papers on his desk. "Thanks for filling me in, Sullivan. That'll be all." I got up to leave. "What about the doll from Wilkinson's closet? How does that fit in?" "The doll?" Dugan frowned. "What about the doll?" "We found marks on it corresponding to injuries on Iris Stafford." "Iris Stafford?" Dugan looked at me like I'd lost my mind. "The little girl who died in the accident 15 years ago?" "That's right. Nicole's cousin, Isabella's sister. I think the doll may have belonged to her." "I don't understand what you're saying, Sullivan. What would a doll belonging to Iris Stafford be doing in Wilkinson's hotel room closet?" "I don't know, sir." "Oh, for heaven's sake." Dugan stood up, shaking his head and smiling. "Next you'll be telling me you saw the little girl's ghost. Listen, Sullivan, I've got to get to court." He clapped me on the back, and his tone turned jovial as he ushered me out. "But like I said, you've done great work on this case. First rate, and I'll make sure everyone knows it. Now, let's keep our eye on the ball and focus on Nicole. Together, you and me, we'll bring down the House of Bainbridge." I nodded, but all the same, I decided to run down the tip Isabella had given me. 5. When I got back that night, it had taken me forever to get to the Scottish Rite Auditorium. Then an accident on the Bay Bridge hung me up for an hour. There was a wet dog smell outside my place, mixed with something moldy in the neighborhood. I couldn't wait to get out of there and into my new house. Just counting down the days. Inside, the place felt empty. I turned on the radio, and Jimmy Dorsey's Bésame Mucho came on for the 1,000th time. It was actually written by a Mexican woman, and in Spanish, it was perfect. But Dorsey's version was so syrupy, I couldn't stand it. I switched it off and went to the icebox. There, on the top shelf, I found a lumpy Miriam concoction along with a note that said, "This is for you, Al. Mashed potato and hot dog casserole." She must have come in sometime during the day and made it. I tasted it. There were pickles in it, too. A nice touch, I thought. Then polished off the whole thing. The presentation was lacking, but it tasted a lot better than it had any right to. This goddamned case, I thought. It felt like I couldn't believe anything anyone had told me from day one. The Bainbridge girls were about as trustworthy as Delilah, all of them. But why? What were they covering up? Isabella especially. With her, it was almost worse when what she said checked out because it was so obvious. She'd even said so herself, that she was leaving out more than she was revealing. Today had been more of the same. Maybe I needed to take a break from the Bainbridges. I thought about heading out to a bar. Then I had a better idea. Now that I had my place back to myself, I started calling the girl I'd bailed on the day before. I'd actually dialed half her number before I realized she wasn't the one I wanted to see. What was it with Isabella? Why couldn't I get her out of my head? In a way, it was a ridiculous question. She was blonde and beautiful, every man's dream girl. In my case, there was the extra icing that she was also the kind of establishment girl who'd never given me the time of day. So maybe it was the chase and the challenge. On the other hand, I hadn't liked her cousin Nicole at all, who shared all those same features. But Nicole was self-deluded and self-righteous, which for me is just about the least attractive combination there can be in a girl. Isabella seemed different, although I wasn't clear exactly how. It was something in her eyes. Maybe she was just playing me. Probably she was just playing me. But there was a longing and pain that kept pulling me back in. I poured myself a beer and stared at my work bag, which was sitting on my couch, staring back at me, carrying inside it Isabella's secrets. Or, at any rate, all the papers I'd taken from under the floor of her childhood bedroom. I started going through them, one page at a time. I tried to arrange them chronologically. I could see now that they were from two different time periods. The drawings were in a childish hand, but violent. Furious scrawls and gashes, stick figures with broken necks. And hooded figures, I noticed for the first time. A lot of them, of all shapes and sizes. Some were tall and sinister and clawed, others hunchbacked, still others looking almost childlike but frightening, with cavernous O's for mouths. The child who drew these things was definitely troubled, and scared of something. The verses, in a much more adult hand, were just as disturbing, filled with savagery, like, they took a knitting needle and poked it through my pupils. That was pretty gruesome. I guessed it was a reference to the lobotomy Isabella told me her mother had had. I am split in two, but only one of us can prevail. I need a scalpel to cut out the broken pieces of you in me. The broken pieces of evil. How was she split in two? Maybe something to do with her sister Iris. And broken pieces of evil? Had she done something? Why did she write so much about evil? I had trouble sleeping that night. I'd been having bad dreams for a few days now. Tonight, it was creepy hooded figures and dolls with gaping apertures for their mouths. Chapter 21, 1944. Thursday, March 16th. 1. The next morning, I headed over to the Longshoremen's Union Hall down on North Point Street in San Francisco, where the men would be getting hired out for the day. I was looking for Sal, but found Ileana with an apron on, behind a long counter, doling out scrambled eggs to dock workers and their families. I greeted her and asked if she knew where Salvatore was.
Sal? No. He got work this morning on the Navy docks out at Hunter's Point. But I thought you talked with him already.
Just trying to clear up a couple of things, miss. You told me you and Sal are cousins, right?
That's right.
By blood?
I guess so.
Really? That's funny. I heard one of your aunts married one of his uncles, which would mean not by blood.
Oh, that's not by blood?
No, miss, it's not. That makes you kissing cousins, because it would be fine for you to marry each other.
I see.
She nodded, giving nothing away. Miss Elikius, do you happen to remember being at a dance at the Scottish Rite Auditorium back in January 1941?
1941? That was 3 years ago.
It was a benefit for Greek war relief. You were there. You and Sal both.
Oh, sure. Everyone went.
Did you dance with Sal?
I may have. Everyone was dancing with each other. Why?
Is it possible, Ileana, that you danced with Sal all night? And only with him? And that at the end of the night it was just the two of you on the floor, in each other's arms?
Who said that?
You two were in love, weren't you? And then Nicole Bainbridge arrived on the scene, and Sal liked her.
We both liked her.
Oh, I don't think so, miss. I think you hate her.
That's ridiculous.
I think you're jealous of her. Ileana gave a short laugh.
Who put that idea in your head?
She said scornfully.
The cousin? The glamour girl?
That was quick. I didn't know how she guessed that Isabella had talked to me about her. Look, miss, you didn't turn in Nicole because you're a Girl Scout and it was your civic duty. You've got it in for Nicole Bainbridge. She makes your blood boil. Anybody can see that. The only question is whether you've got it in for her so you're lying about her, or whether you've got it in for her so you're telling the truth about her. Ileana looked me straight in the eye, saying nothing for almost 30 seconds. Then, in a calm voice, she said,
I'll be honest with you, Detective. I don't like Nicole Bainbridge. And not because I'm jealous. I don't like rich white girls who see themselves as saviors. But I wouldn't expect you to see that. She's your people, after all.
My people, I repeated. You make a lot of assumptions about me, miss. This got her attention. She looked me over for a second, scrutinizing my features, then said,
So who are your people, then?
My mom was from Nebraska. She's dead. But my father's from Mexico, deported back in '31. I left out that he'd done swell for himself since then in Acapulco.
Interesting,
Ileana said, wiping off the counter, then wiping her hands on her apron.
So you want to know my story, Detective? The real story? I'll tell you if you want, but it's a long one.
I'm all ears, miss. Ileana's stainless steel vat of scrambled eggs was nearly empty. There was one serving left and no more takers. She scooped it up in a ladle and raised it in my direction, asking me with her eyes if I wanted it. Sure, I said. She fixed me a plate, poured herself a watery cup of black coffee, and walked over to one of the long wooden tables. I followed her, and we sat down. She took a sip of her coffee.
My mother's dead, too. Her name was Penelope, and she loved people. She was different from me. Everyone said she was like a ray of sunshine. She and my father Dmitri came over in 1907, along with thousands of other penniless Greeks. My father became a plasterer by day and a longshoreman by night. My mother worked as a housekeeper for Mrs. Phyllis Newmark.
The Silver Baron's wife?
That's the one.
Ileana paused.
It's funny how whites in America don't see Greeks as white. Maybe that's why my father wants to go back. All he can talk about is Greece, Greece, Greece. But my mother was the opposite. She loved America.
My dad was the same, I said. He always said America was so much better than where he came from.
Right. Anyway, for 9 years, my mother worked in the Newmark mansion. When I was 10, she got pregnant again. But things went wrong. She was in horrible pain, and we couldn't afford the surgery the doctor said she needed. The whole time she kept working until she just couldn't take it anymore, and finally asked Mrs. Newmark for help. It would have been so easy for Mrs. Newmark to save her life. All she would have to do is call one of her fancy friends. But Mrs. Newmark couldn't be bothered. She just waved my mom away, giving her some time off and telling her to rest at home. I'm sure she thought she was being very generous. My father is a proud man, and he'd never asked anyone for a favor in his life. But seeing my mother bleeding and writhing in pain, he went to the Newmark house and rang the bell. He couldn't even get past the front door. In the end, my mother died senselessly and in agony.
Ileana looked away, taking another sip of coffee. I'm sorry, Miss Helikius. I really am. That shouldn't happen to anyone.
Well, that's my experience with rich white ladies like Nicole Bainbridge, Detective. They love making a big show of how much they care. But inside, you disgust them.
We sat in silence for a bit. The truth was, Ileana and I had a lot in common. I'd also lost a parent as a kid. And for a while after they took my dad away, I was angry at every white person I met. Which made no sense because my mom was white and most people thought I was white. But I never felt totally white. Of course, I wasn't really Mexican either. I didn't fit in anywhere. Those were the years when I was brawling all the time and trying out life from inside a jail cell. Then Volmer came along, pulled me up and straightened me out. No one could have been whiter than Volmer, and there was no one I admired more. He helped me go from Alejo Gutierrez to Al Sullivan, and life got a lot better. I don't know what that says about this country, or about me. Sometimes I feel guilty. Sometimes worse than guilty. But then I tell myself it's not me. It's America. Having something in common with Eliana didn't mean I believed her. There's still something I don't quite get, miss, I said. I know you're not shedding tears over Walter Wilkinson. If anything, you're happy somebody killed him. It's better for the unions. So why'd you turn in Nicole? Why turn in someone who just did your movement a big favor?
Because I refuse to be anybody's entertainment, that's why. You should have seen the look on her face the first time she saw Sal's place. She found it so quaint. She was so interested. She wanted so badly to be part of it. And to have some real-life poor friends that she could parade around to ease her conscience. It turns my stomach.
I know how that feels, miss. Ileana scoffed.
I doubt that very much. I don't think men are capable. Sal, for example. I still remember the first time Nicole came running over. He just stood there like a fool, dazzled. I don't think I've ever been so furious and humiliated.
I actually did know how she felt. In fact, it was uncanny. As if Eliana was describing the morning when Isabella came to my place. My reaction had been just like Ileana's. And Miriam had been just like Sal, dumbstruck and starry-eyed. So why'd you go along with it in the first place, Eliana? I used her first name by accident. You told me the three of you would go for walks and drink wine late into the night. Why, if you felt that way about her?
I was using her, Detective. Sal and I desperately needed money. Not just for ourselves. For our families, the dock workers, the widows, the families of dead and disabled workmen. Nicole had unlimited money. All we had to do was ask. But then I realized it wasn't free. The price was our dignity. It was fun for her, all of it. The protests, Sal and me, the car bombing. I think that's why she killed Wilkinson, too. The revolution is amusement for her. And when rich white people amuse themselves, other people pay for it. Well, not this time.
A lot of what Eliana said was obviously true. You don't make painful stuff like that up. And for the first time, I felt I understood her. Also for the first time, I felt I could understand why Nicole might really have committed murder. It could have been exciting for her. Fun, to use Ileana's words. And she'd have known that no one would ever suspect her. It was Isabella who'd pushed the idea that Eliana was lying about Nicole out of jealousy. But, come to think of it, Isabella liked to be entertained too. Playing a reporter, dabbling in international intrigue, seeing me in my natural habitat, It was probably amusing for Isabella to get me to run down leads she'd tipped me off to. I'll bet she thought she had me wrapped around her finger. It would probably be a hell of a laugh for her if she talked me into disbelieving Ileana.
Sal, he's like a brother to me,
said Ileana.
Always has been. You can imagine whatever you want, but it won't change anything. Nicole doesn't have anything I want.
She paused, then added with more than a little contempt.
You really think I could be jealous of someone like that?
I left Ileana and thought about that question. I decided, decidedly, yes. 2. Sal was the one I really wanted to talk to. I had evidence pointing to a romantic relationship between him and Ileana. They're dancing in each other's arms all night a couple years ago. I'd hit Ileana with that evidence, and it hadn't fazed her. But I wanted to hit Sal with it too, because he was, well, not as sharp. Even if Ileana was lying, I didn't think she'd ever crack. Sal was the weaker link. But I didn't find him at Hunter's Point, where Ileana said he'd be. He wasn't on any of the work crews there. He wasn't in the stevedore quarters either. I was beginning to wonder if Ileana might have deliberately sent me off in the wrong direction when I learned that a lot of men had been trucked over to the Bethlehem shipyard back in Alameda. I made a stop at the port hospital and then set off for the East Bay. I didn't get to Alameda. A call came on my radio. It was Tank, patched through. I could barely hear him. There was so much yelling and heckling in the background. "You better get over here, boss," he said. "I'm at the Claremont." "Why? Is there another dead body?" "No." "Then you can handle it, Tank, whatever it is. I got my hands full. If there's a problem, call Greening and tell him you need help." "I tried that, sir, but Greening said to call you. He said that you'd want to know because it's a goddamn mess and could destroy all our careers and reputations, and that's a direct quote." "Jesus, what's going on?" "You know the Chinese laundry workers I told you about, who all just picked up and disappeared the other day, all 8 of them? Well, they weren't Chinese. They were Japanese. Jap spies." "Jap spies? You can't be serious." "Greening says you, need to find them and catch them, or the press is going to blame us for the whole thing. And, Detective, what if there's another attack like Pearl Harbor? It'll be on us." I had no idea what he was talking about. "Where are you now?" "In the basement, laundry." "What's all that shouting? Are those reporters?" "Only about 50. "Stay put. I'll be right there." 3. Holding out my police badge, I pushed my way through the Claremont's industrial subterranean kitchens to the muggy, low-ceilinged laundry rooms, which were in chaos. A stocky guy with a triumphant smile and a leering paunch that squeezed out from his belt was yelling orders, but also holding forth to a throng of reporters armed with cameras and notebooks. "2 + 2, that's what I says to them," he regaled the newsmen. "All you got to do is add. I knew something was fishy. From the get-go I knew. 2 + 2, like rats. Chinese my bum leg." A reporter from the Chronicle recognized me. "Detective Sullivan," he called out. "When did you learn there was a Jap spy ring in Berkeley?" "Just hearing about it now, Joe." "So the Berkeley police didn't know?" "Detective, where are the Japs now?" another reporter called out. "Do you have any leads? Are they still in Berkeley? Is it true you stayed at the Claremont for 2 nights last week? So they were right under your nose the whole time and you didn't suspect? Are they planning an attack? Could the Nips have killed Walter Wilkinson?" "Give me a break, boys," I said, shooing them out. "I just got here. We'll have a statement for you later. Let me do my job, will you?" When the last one was gone, I extended my hand to the guy who'd been doing the talking. "Al Sullivan, Berkeley PD." "George Pulaski," he said, giving me a fleshy handshake. "Basement Services." "What's this all about, George?" "You didn't hear?" "I want it in your own words." "They flew the coop. The whole laundry crew. Toy, Choi, Lo Mein, Chop Suey, the lot of them. Pretending they were Chinese. I knew they was fishy. First of all, they work too hard. No honest man works that hard. At least not when the boss's back is turned. And the bitch girl, she was the worst of them. What girl? The rest were old men and women. But this one was younger, and she did all the heavy lifting work when I wasn't looking so I could never fire anybody. Didn't show me any sugar at all, the little bitch. Not even a smile, not once. They have no human feeling. Did you hear what they did in the Philippines? My sister's daughter, the boy she married? Blown to pieces in Guadalcanal. Left her with 2 kids and no daddy. I'm sorry to hear that, George. It wasn't pretty at the canal. I was there too. You were? Give me another handshake, buddy. You're a real American. With my hand in his, Pulaski put his mouth near my ear and whispered, "It's us or them. We should go into those camps, line them up, and use them for target practice. You know what I'm saying?" There are times I regret being a police officer. Let me ask you something, George. How'd you find out your laundry workers were Japanese? Because of the gent that came down here Monday night. He sees one of my laundry women, an old lady, and says, "I know her. What's she doing down here?" That's Mrs. Tanaka. She used to give my boy violin lessons. I knew it the whole time, but I'm smart. I don't let on. "Why, you must be mistaken, sir," I says. "That's not Mrs. Tanaka. That's Mrs. Chop Suey, a China woman." "No," he says. "That's Mrs. Tanaka, and she's a Jap." And you should have seen the look on Chop Suey's face. She saw the gent pointing at her, and she knew she'd been spotted. I could see it in those slanty eyes. Right away, she scurries over. You know how they walk, scurrying like rats, to the little bitch. And they start whispering until I broke it up. Did you report this? Did I? I went right upstairs to the front office, and I says, "We got Japs in the basement. We gotta call the cops." And the little grub night manager, he says he'll relay my concerns. That's what he says, relay my concerns. He didn't do Shinola. But I knew they were going to disappear because that bitch disappeared last week. She took sick. That's what they said, at least. Appendicitis, they said. 2 ladies came and picked her up. Appendicitis? That rang a bell. Someone in the hotel staff had come down with appendicitis the night Wilkinson died. Was this the same day Walter Wilkinson got killed? Sure was. Tell me about these 2 ladies who picked her up. I wasn't here, but one of the night shift guys said he saw them walk the Jap girl out to a car and drive her away. He says they were blonde and upscale, and I haven't even told you the kicker. What's that? Guess what we found when I had their lockers cleaned out? Jap books and magazines, and spy maps. I gave them to you colored already. That was a reference to Tankersley. I told Pulaski we'd get back to him, then collared Tank and asked him to show me what they'd found in the lockers. You got to see this map, Detective. It's scary. Why? Just look, he said, unfolding a large map of Berkeley. Up here, someone's drawn a circle in red. See it? Know what they circled? The red circle was high up in the Berkeley Hills. I could see instantly what it surrounded. The Lawrence Radiation Laboratory where, according to a lot of people, top-secret radioactive bombs were being researched. How many other people have you shown this to, Tank? Nobody, he said. Keep it that way. What if they're planning an attack on the lab? Call Lawrence Lab and tell them what we found. Don't embellish, Tank. Don't make more of it than it is. And help me out here. This is the Claremont, for Christ's sake. Don't they run background checks? How did the Claremont Hotel end up hiring 8 Japs? That's what we've been trying to figure out, sir. All right. After you call the lab, get back here so the reporters have someone to yell at. I'm paying a call on personnel. 4. The Claremont's personnel office was also in the basement, but in another wing, far from the low-ceilinged steam and heat of the laundry rooms and kitchen. A kindly woman named Breckenridge was in charge, and aghast that the hotel had been home to a Japanese spy ring. She told me they were mostly elderly. There was one girl, a tall, athletic girl, in her 20s, but the others were all older, in their 60s and maybe a few in their 70s. Elderly people in their 60s and 70s didn't sound much like spy material to me. When were they hired?
I'll have to check.
She went to a metal filing cabinet and kept talking as she flipped through its drawers.
I didn't hire any of them. I can assure you of that. I've only been working here for 8 months. Here they are. Let me see. 2 of them, the girl and one of the older men, I believe, were hired on the same day in April of 1942. The others at various times after that, either later in 1942 or last year.
I'll need their addresses, ma'am. She frowned, leafing through the files.
That's strange. I don't see a home address for any of them. Normally, we always have addresses.
Would the hotel have done any background screening when it hired them?
Absolutely. We only hire on the basis of sound references, no matter what the position. Well, isn't that strange too? The same person seems to have served as the reference for every one of them.
Who's that, ma'am?
A Miss Bainbridge. Miss Cassandra Bainbridge.
5. I ended up having to spend the whole goddamn day at the Claremont, and it was punishing. The reporters were swimming around the entire hotel like piranha, hungry for any facts hinting at the possibility of an imminent Japanese attack. It sounds crazy, but it was almost like they wanted a few thousand more people to die in a bombing because it would be such a great story. At the same time, the Claremont workers were suddenly remembering one suspicious incident after another. They'd seen the Japanese plotting with one another in whispers. The Japanese were stealing silver from the kitchen. They were seen sneaking up into the hills at night. They had sabotaged the hotel's laundry machines, which were out of service for 2 whole days. Why would they want to sabotage the washing machines? I asked.
I think I saw them planting some kind of device in them. You know, like a secret camera?
In the washing machines. I shook my head, but I had to take notes on it all. Besides the Lawrence Radiation Lab, we also had to alert the FBI and the National Guard. I put in a call to the governor's office. I even called Navy Command at the Presidio. I had to tell all of them that 8 supposed Japanese spies had been hiding in our midst for years, and all of them had just disappeared en masse as if they were about to spring into action. If there was another catastrophic attack on American soil, this time here in the Bay Area, the whole world was going to say that Berkeley PD missed the boat and let it happen. I had to call local hospitals and fire stations too, and make sure they were prepared for an emergency, just in case. And how the hell was Cassie Bainbridge involved? With a Japanese spy ring? What was it with the Bainbridges and the Claremont? If there was a crisis at the hotel, a Bainbridge always seemed to be in the middle of it. 6. It was evening when I finally left the Claremont and drizzling outside. Petrocelli was waiting for me near the hotel's front door under an umbrella. "She's gone, boss," he said. "On the lam, I think." I'd asked Petrocelli to find Cassie Bainbridge and bring her down to the station. "Where'd you look?" I asked him. "She wasn't at the Bainbridge's house in San Francisco, so I drove all the way up to their place in Sonoma. The staff there told me she left the house yesterday morning by herself in one of the family cars. Nobody's seen her since. I talked to her parents, too. They haven't seen her either. Nobody knows where she is." "All right. Put out a statewide lookout on her. I'll call in tonight for an update. Right now, there's something else I've got to do." 7. I banged on the door of Sal Ibarra's shed on Rincon Hill, but no one answered. The windows were dark, so I figured he was out. I went to the corner, put up the collars of my coat against the rain, and waited. It was almost 9 at night, and I was on my 5th cigarette when Sal came sauntering up the steep, unpaved alley toward his place. He was by himself. He'd obviously knocked down a few, more than a few, after work. I got up behind him just as he was letting himself in. "Hello, Sal," I said. He jerked around. The same trapped animal face came over him. He was wearing an old red jacket. Who wears a red jacket? Fraying at the elbows, too short in the cuffs and sleeves. His white shirt was fraying too, and stained. But his shoes, they were a different story. Newish. Two-toned brown leather Oxfords. Nicer than mine, that's for sure. And I know my shoes.
What do you want?
He asked. His eyes were large and changeable, shifting from confident to defensive, from angry to sensitive. But on the whole, I had to admit it was an honest face.
You taking me in?
Depends, I said, walking inside through the open door. There were dirty dishes on a table, cigarette butts on the floor, and empty fifths of rock gut lying on their sides all over the place. Let me ask you something, Sal. You're a good-looking guy. A lot of girls must fall for you. He shrugged. And I've just been thinking about how Eliana's always there whenever Nicole's there. I mean, according to what you two told me yourselves. Eliana was at the newsstand when you first met Nicole. Eliana was there when you would drink homemade wine here at your place. Eliana was there when Nicole bombed the police car. She's always there.
What about it?
She's in love with you, isn't she? He shrugged again.
You'd have to ask her.
I'm asking you.
What if she is?
That's the question, Sal. Let me ask you something else. No. I don't even need to ask. I know this one. It was your idea, Nicole's throwing that Molotov cocktail into the patrol car. You asked her to do it.
No, I didn't.
You made it yourself, didn't you? The cocktail. And you handed it to her.
No! You're trying to stick that on me again, but it won't stick because I didn't do it.
So you're saying Nicole Bainbridge, a girl from Nob Hill, knew how to make a bottle bomb all by herself? You expect anyone to believe that bullshit?
I didn't say she made it,
said Salvatore. That was a slip. I jumped on it. No, you didn't. But if Nicole didn't make it, and you didn't make it, who does that leave? That leaves Eliana, doesn't it? Sal didn't answer. His deer-in-the-headlights eyes had come back. Truth is, I said, having Nicole bomb the police car was Eliana's idea in the first place, wasn't it? She made the bomb, and she gave it to Nicole, and the two of you walked Nicole down to the port so Nicole could do what Eliana wanted her to do.
I don't remember.
You know, Sal, I dropped by the Union Hall this morning and had a nice chat with Eliana. She told me Nicole has been paying to feed and clothe the children of longshoremen who died or lost their jobs. Did you know that?
Sure, I knew. Why, is there something wrong with helping people now?
Then I went by the port hospital and asked if they'd treated any patients by the name of Ibarra. They said there was one they'd operated on a couple of times in 1941. Seems he fell from a ladder while unloading and then had his ribs broken by the police. He had to have 2 operations. That your dad?
My uncle.
Do you know who paid for his operations, Sal? He began to shift uneasily.
Nicky,
he said quietly. I couldn't hear that.
Nicky did.
That's right. She paid for all his operations. It made me wonder, how did your uncle keep bread on the table for his wife and kids when he couldn't work? Did you pay for that, Sal?
Nicky did.
What about their rent? Who took care of that?
Nicky.
How do you like that? That girl from a fine family who fell in love with you when she was just... How old when she first met you?
15.
15. That 15-year-old girl who fell in love with you, Sal, who believed in you and your cause, who would do anything for you. That's what Eliana told me. She took care of your uncle and his wife and kids when they needed help.
I guess.
And in return, you're sending her to the gas chamber. Shut up. You know where she is right now, Sal? In jail. Maybe she's having her hair pulled out right now, or being beaten up. The other inmates wouldn't take to her kind, I don't think. And you know what's going to happen to her later? She's going to be executed. You get that, right? He didn't answer. You're the only one who can save her. You know that. Shut up. Nicole never told you and Eliana she killed Walter Wilkinson, did she? Again, Sal was silent. Where'd you get those shoes, Sal? They don't really go with the rest of your outfit. Nicole bought them for you, didn't she?
He looked down.
Didn't she?
I asked again.
A shadow of shame passed over him.
Yeah.
She saved your family, Sal. She bought you the shoes on your goddamn feet. And you're going to send her to the gas chamber for a crime she didn't commit. Leave me alone! Did Nicole tell you and Eliana that she killed Wilkinson, or was that a lie? Sal didn't answer. Was it the truth or a lie? He replied at last, but inaudibly. I can't hear you, Sal. What was that?
A lie, he whispered.
Still didn't hear you, I said, cupping my ear. It was a lie! Shouted Salvatore. Chapter 22, 1944. Friday, March 17th. 1. At 4 in the morning, when it was still pitch black, I woke up in a hot sweat. I'd had another dream. This one didn't have menacing hooded figures, but it was just as disturbing in a different way. It was so disturbing I tried to make myself believe it wasn't what I thought it was. Which was futile, because it was exactly what I thought it was. In this dream, I'd been with a woman. The most beautiful woman I'd ever seen. Voluptuous golden hair, deep violet eyes. We were in a luxurious bedroom, everything in white, a soft, pampered hotel white. She was smiling and walking toward me, wearing a sheer white slip that showed her perfect shoulders and collarbone, and she smelled like paradise, like oleander and gardenias. She was everything I'd ever wanted, and I pulled her to me, and was about to kiss her when I felt another presence in the room, behind me. I turned, and there was the strange little dark-haired girl from my other dream, watching us, silent, holding her doll. That's when I woke up. What the hell was that? I didn't know which was more unnerving, that I was dreaming of Isabella or of Iris. I couldn't get back to sleep, so I got up and went for a long run. It's a good thing it was still dark and no one could see me. They'd have thought I was crazy. No one ran around for exercise. Most folks did calisthenics if they did anything. But we'd had to run 3 miles a day in Army basic training, and I'd picked up the habit. I ran up into the hills, toward the more redolent, fresher air. Hell is always described as a burning fire, but I bet it stinks. Come to think of it, brimstone, which hell is also supposed to be full of, is another word for sulfur. So, that's settled. Hell stinks. I did the usual Army 3 miles, then another 2. Then I went home and did 100 push-ups and 100 sit-ups. Sometimes you have to kill yourself just to keep sane. 2. When I got to the DA's around 8, Dugan was already there. He wasn't a slacker, that's for sure. He was where he was for a reason. And one of those reasons was he hated to lose. Which is why I wasn't looking forward to filling him in about Sal Ibarra. But I had no choice. I told him how Sal had admitted that Eliana fabricated the whole story about Nicole. His face went gray. You've got to be kidding me. He's got to be lying. I don't think so, sir. He has no reason to. Damn it. Why'd you go back to him a second time anyway? Listen, Sullivan, let's keep this under wraps for now. I need to think. For the next few hours, Dugan stood around. I could tell by the way his jaw twitched that every little distraction, an unanswered phone, a nasal voice in the hall, infuriated him internally. Then things got worse. At 11, Archibald Burns, the Bainbridge family's lawyer, marched into the office accompanied by Genevieve Bainbridge. It turned out Burns, also skeptical of Eliana's story, had sent a private investigator to talk to Sal, who'd spilled the beans to him too. With Burns at her side, Mrs. Bainbridge demanded her granddaughter's immediate release. Dugan didn't say yes or no, but afterward, he was in an even darker temper. This was looking to be a serious reputational hit for him. Arresting a Bainbridge only to have the case fall apart within 24 hours. And I could see him working it over in his head, searching for a way to regain the upper hand. So, do we let Nicole go? I asked him. Not yet, he said grimly. I'm thinking about prosecuting her for the car bombing in 41. She was 17 at the time, so I can charge her as an adult. Have some men bring in both Eliana and Sal. I'll get them to swear out affidavits pinning the car bombing on Nicole. And when they're done with that, I'll throw the book at them too. Thinking of Eliana, I felt a pang. With her luck, she and Sal would end up doing long, hard time, and Nicole, with her family's fancy lawyers behind her, would get off scot-free. The problem with prosecuting Nicole for the car bombing, Dugan went on, worrying about the same thing, is that our only hard evidence would be testimony from Salvatore and Eliana, who are now proven liars on top of being lowlifes. Not to mention that Sal has a criminal record a mile long. Burns will rip them to shreds on the stand. God damn it! I decided to change the subject. Did you see the report I left for you on the Jap business at the Claremont? I asked. Glanced at it, he said absently, clearly still thinking about Nicole. Espionage is federal. That's a case for the FBI. I have a statewide bulletin out on the Japs as well as on Cassie. I don't think it's a coincidence that... What did you say? Dugan interrupted. Cassie Bainbridge? He clearly hadn't read my report. That's right. I talked to Claremont personnel, and it turns out that Cassie was the one who got all those Japs hired. She was the sole reference for every single one of them. And my guess is she's helping them escape right now. She's missing, too. What's her connection to these Japs? Dugan asked. He was paying attention now. We don't know yet, but I think she and Nicole picked up one of them, a young woman who apparently had appendicitis the night Wilkinson was murdered. I think that's why they came to the hotel that night. I could see the gears turning in Dugan's head. Back up, Sullivan. Back way the hell up. Start at the beginning and walk me through this. I told him everything we knew. The more I said, the more interested he got. Let me make sure I understand, he said when I was done. On the night Walter Wilkinson died, sometime after midnight, Cassie and Nicole were seen taking this Japanese girl out through a back door and driving her away? That's right. Dugan had a gleam in his eye now, and I didn't have a good feeling about it. And as you keep reminding me, we have a witness who saw an Oriental woman coming out of Wilkinson's hotel room after the first attack on him. What was his name again? Jessup, out of Fresno. His description of her matches the body we found at Codornice's village. I think it was Jane Chow he saw. What if it wasn't? What if the woman he saw was Japanese? Jessup said Chinese, wearing a Chinese dress. Oh, come on. How could he tell the difference between Chinese or Japanese? No one can. And in fact, if this woman had been Japanese, she would have needed to disguise that fact. For example, by wearing a Chinese dress. Think about it, Sullivan. You just told me there was a Japanese spy ring at the Claremont Hotel. I didn't say spy, sir. There were 7 elderly people and 1 young woman. My guess is they were hiding to avoid the internment camps. The only evidence we have even suggesting they were spies is that map, the one with the circle around the radiation lab. And what about that? Asked Dugan. It's not exactly proof. Maybe it was the opposite, warning them to avoid the lab since that place has guards around it 24 hours a day. Or maybe it's exactly what it looks like. I repeat, think about it. Wilkinson was rabidly anti-Japanese. Didn't he give a speech at the Presidio saying the only good Jap is a dead Jap, and that we should blow Japan to hell? I knew just what Dugan was referring to. The day before Wilkinson was killed, the Chronicle had a story about him going on an anti-Japanese tirade at the Presidio, insisting that the internment hadn't gone nearly far enough. Supposedly, he had the place roaring with laughter when he said, "We ought to take those yellowtails right down to the edge of the Pacific and say to them, 'Okay, boys, Over there's Tokyo. Start walking. It was a good, meaty story. There was just one problem. It wasn't true. I knew that because Tank had been there. Wilkinson had a lot of black supporters. He'd been the first presidential candidate ever to address an NAACP convention. Anyway, Tank told me it was a county supervisor who'd said those things, not Wilkinson. In fact, Wilkinson had actually tried to calm the crowd down. Actually, he didn't, I said to Dugan. The Chronicle reported that, but they got it wrong. Who cares whether they got it wrong? All that matters is what the Jap spies thought. Everyone was talking about that speech. The Japs hear about it, and that gives us motive. You really think Japanese laundry workers killed Walter Wilkinson? Not laundry workers, Sullivan. Spies. The Japanese woman, dressed to look Chinese, takes her first shot at 7:30 when Jessup saw her, but she missed. So she or they go back up later and finish him off. The facts all fit. An Oriental woman is seen coming out of Wilkinson's room after the first shot. Nicole and Cassie Bainbridge sneak into the hotel at 11:15. One of them, we don't know which one yet, is seen outside Wilkinson's room with blood on her at midnight, and both Bainbridge girls are seen helping the Oriental woman out to their car in the rear of the hotel after the murder. They claim it was appendicitis, but come on. The Jap woman just happened to get appendicitis and has to be rushed out of the hotel the same night Wilkinson's killed? I don't believe it. I say she was the shooter, and she got hurt when she was up in his room. Maybe she took a bullet in the stomach. The appendicitis story was a cover. Why would two Bainbridge girls be helping Japanese spies? And why wouldn't Wilkinson have told us the first shooter was a Japanese woman instead of inventing the whole commie story? I don't see how we prove any of this beyond a reasonable doubt, sir. If I told a jury that Japs killed Santa Claus, I could prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. Everything changes, Sullivan, once you've got a different color defendant in the box. There isn't a jury in this state that wouldn't send a Jap to the gas chamber if they had a chance. I'm going to triple the number of patrols out there looking for Cassie and the Japs, and get me this Jessup. He's the key to the whole case. I don't care if he has to drive, fly, or swim here. Now, excuse me. I've got phone calls to make. A lot of them. I stood up to go, shaking my head but holding my tongue. The whole thing stank, and I had half a mind to quit on the spot. Then I thought, what good would that do? Besides, getting Jessup was the best move anyway, because his story wasn't going to fit Dugan's. Jessup had been very definite, and he claimed to know what he was talking about. He would tell Dugan the woman he saw was a Chinese call girl. 3. Early that afternoon, we arrested Cassie Bainbridge, a woman who owned a grocery store up in Heldsburg, not far from the Bainbridge country house, called the cops after seeing a suspicious-looking Oriental woman waiting in a car while Cassie was inside the store buying food and provisions. Apparently, the shop owner recognized Cassie and recalled having seen her with a Japanese woman on several occasions a couple of years ago, before the internment. She reported that they'd behaved disgustingly, unnaturally, and that every time she saw them giggling, flirting, looking at each other salaciously, possibly even holding hands once, she felt like throwing up. The deviance was vile enough, but for a young woman from such a distinguished family, and with an Oriental, and not just that, a Jap? State police responded to the call and pulled the two women over a half hour later. The Oriental woman turned out to be a Japanese woman by the name of Yuko Sasaki. They arrested her, too. 4. A few hours later, I had Jessup in my office, in another suit with jumbo shoulders, still smelling of aquavelva. I told him to stay put while I went down the hall to see Dugan. My advice to Dugan was to put together a lineup and see if Jessup could pick out Yuko Sasaki as the woman he saw outside Wilkinson's room. I was pretty confident he wouldn't be able to, since he described the woman to me as 5'1" with long shiny hair, whereas Yuko was about 5'6" with short cropped hair. We'd have to use Chinese women for the lineup since all the Japanese were in camps. Leave it to me, said Dugan. Bring Jessup to my office, and I'll handle the rest. 5. At 5 p.m., on the front steps of the Alameda County Courthouse, District Attorney Dugan gave a prepared statement to a crowd 40 or 50 strong, most of them reporters. I was standing a few steps to Dugan's right. Following a statewide manhunt, said Dugan, an individual has been apprehended and charged with the murder of Mr. Walter Wilkinson. That individual is a 25-year-old female of Japanese descent and a member of the Circle of Saboteurs who, as we recently learned, had successfully infiltrated the Claremont Hotel. As you know, Mr. Wilkinson was one of this nation's most outspoken champions of total war against our enemy in the Pacific, the nation responsible for the cowardly surprise attack at Pearl Harbor. Long before it was fashionable, Walter Wilkinson urged stern measures against the Japanese menace here inside our borders. Unfortunately, for this bravery, it seems he paid with his life. Nevertheless, I urge restraint. Revenge is not condoned by our Savior, and no one is judged in this country on the basis of their race. No one is guilty until they have been convicted upon evidence presented in open court. To that end, I invite all of you to tomorrow's arraignment, a public proceeding at which you'll be able to hear for the first time details of this tragic, heinous murder and evidence of the role played by the Japanese. D.A. Dugan, called out one of the reporters. Is it true that Cassie Bainbridge is in custody too? Is it true she was in the car with the Jap girl? Miss Bainbridge is in custody, boys, and I'd like to tell you more, but that wouldn't be fair. We'll present the facts at the arraignment tomorrow. D.A. Dugan, what's your response to people who say you're just targeting the Bainbridge family for your own personal advancement? Isn't it true that just 24 hours ago you were saying Nicole Bainbridge was the one who killed Walter Wilkinson? And that you arrested her on the basis of information that's now known to be false, and yet kept her in custody for 2 days? And now you're switching sisters with an entirely new theory? I could see Dugan cursing to himself. I'm sure he was thinking that the Bainbridges always had a few reporters in their pocket. I knew Dugan would come back hard. And he did. We have reason to believe Miss Nicole Bainbridge perpetrated a car bombing in 1941 that burned the face off a good policeman. Her role in the murder of Walter Wilkinson has not yet been determined. As to Cassie Bainbridge, the evidence will show that she was instrumental in placing the Japs at the Claremont and that she was, how shall I put it, intimately acquainted with the 25-year-old Japanese female who has been charged with the murder. The reporters clamored for more, but the district attorney had given them all the information he wanted. I saw a reporter double underlining his proposed headline. Japs spy ring at luxurious Claremont Hotel connected to Wilkinson case. Murderer arrested. 6. As the press crowd thinned out, it was clear that Dugan felt back on top and in control. The bad feeling I'd been having about the direction he was going had only gotten worse. That's when I spotted Isabella standing at the foot of the steps. Apparently, she'd attended the press conference too. She saw me at the same time and came up the stairs toward me. She was wearing an orange and white dotted dress with small buttons down the front and a low square neck. I remembered my dream and felt my face grow warm. But today, she looked drawn and anxious.
We have to stop this lunacy, she said, distressed. You can't possibly think Cassie and Yuko killed Walter Wilkinson.
I feel like we just had this conversation, miss, only about your other cousin.
People have been coming after my family with false allegations for as long as I can remember, Detective. Do you know that when Iris died, some people said I killed her? Pushed her to her death? I was 6. I understand why they hate us, but what's happening now is truly outrageous. That horrid district attorney is just race-baiting. Yuko's not a spy. I know her. Her father's worked for us for a decade, and she couldn't hurt a fly. She and Cassie have done absolutely nothing wrong.
I lit a cigarette. I'm afraid that's not true, miss. Those Japanese were violating the internment law.
A terrible, unjust law,
she interrupted. Maybe so. But the law is the law. And it looks like Cassie was helping the Japanese break it. My guess is the monks up at St. Andrews were helping too. We cleared a couple dozen from the Abbey back in '42. If that's what Cassie was involved with, Miss Stafford, you should tell me. It'll be a lot better for her. Trust me. Isabella had been staring at me in disbelief for the last few seconds.
You participated in rounding up the Japanese? That was a disgrace for this country. Those people are American citizens. How could you have played a part in such a contemptible act?
I was doing my job, miss. In case you haven't noticed, we're at war. I was also following the law, Executive Order 9066, which came down directly from President Roosevelt.
You should be ashamed of yourself,
she said.
We knew some of those people. They were our friends and neighbors and teachers and colleagues. They were mothers and fathers and children and grandparents.
Isabella looked at me in disgust, and I started getting hot. I couldn't believe this rich girl was judging me. You don't live in the real world, Miss Stafford. From your perch, there are so many choices, an infinite number of choices. You only have to do the right thing, that's all. Easy as pie, end of story. Well, I hate to tell you this, but most people don't have infinite options. They have to play the hand that's dealt them, make trade-offs, and smile at scum if the scum is higher on the pecking order. I happen to know some U.S. citizens who've been taken away too, miss. Like my father and brothers. They were Americans too, but they were Mexican. And this country pulled them right out of our house and rounded them up like cattle. I was 17, and my mother and I couldn't do a goddamn thing. That was 1931. Anyone in your family ever get rounded up and deported, Miss Stafford?
You think that makes it better? That something equally terrible was done to you? It just makes it worse. How could you have done that after what happened to you?
Because it's completely different, for Christ's sake. Mexicans didn't bomb the United States. Mexicans didn't kill 2,000 innocent Americans on our own soil. We weren't at war with Mexico. And we gave the Japanese a choice. They were free to leave the West Coast. They had weeks to go anywhere else in the country. The only people who were put in camps were the ones who didn't leave. How were we supposed to know which of those were good and which were bad? And what do you think Japan did to the Americans who were there when war broke out? They took all their money and locked them up in camps. That's what countries do when they're at war.
Why is your last name Sullivan, Detective?
What?
If your father's Mexican, why is your name Sullivan? Did you change it?
I didn't answer, but I was kicking myself inside. First, the grandmother pounces on me with that, and now I'd walked into the same trap with Isabella.
You did, didn't you? You changed your last name. Why? Are you ashamed of it?
You don't know what you're talking about, miss.
You know what I think, Detective? I think you're harboring so much guilt you can barely fend it off. I think deep down you knew it was wrong, what you did to those Japanese taking refuge at the Abbey. But you did it anyway. God knows why. And now you have to tell yourself a big story about how that was so different from what was done to your father. I think your whole life is a lie. And you have no idea who you are.
And you know what I think? I think it was you outside Walter Wilkinson's room after he was killed. That's why you're so sure Nicole and Cassie didn't do it.
You think I killed him?
Did you?
Why would I?
I don't know, miss. Why was your sister's doll in his closet? This time she didn't answer, and we just glared at each other for maybe 15 seconds. I broke the silence in the end. "All the same," I said, "I agree with you about Cassie and Yuko. I don't believe they killed anyone. Assuming you're not going to confess that you did it, do you have anything else that might clear them?" Isabella looked like she was debating whether even to keep talking to me. Then she said,
I can prove where Cassie and Yuko were when Mr. Wilkinson was killed. I wanted to ask you to communicate it to Mr. Dugan so that he would stop this farce.
"Tell me what you've got." She did. The story took a few minutes. "Well, Miss Stafford, if any of that's true, I advise you not to go to D.A. Dugan with it. You should go to Burns and have him use it at the arraignment."
But then it will be public. That's just what we don't want.
"I get that. But you don't know the DA. He's not going to be a friend to your family under any circumstances. Burns is your best shot. You better hurry, though. He's going to have a lot of work to do between now and tomorrow morning." 7. I took the stairs up to my office, all 8 flights of them, not the elevator. I didn't know which had me more riled, Dugan's race baiting, or Isabella's thinking she knew me better than I knew myself. "You have no idea who you are," that's what she said. "Because I changed my fucking name? What bullshit. Who says who we are? And why does who I am have to depend on who my father was? How about some other measure, like whether you wanted to make something of yourself, and how much blood and sweat you're willing to spill for it? Worse, I just helped my prime suspect, going behind the back of my boss." I was breathing hard when I got to the DA's floor, where a San Francisco cop in uniform immediately called out to me. Sal Ibarra, in handcuffs, was by his side, and the cop was pushing Sal in my direction. "Hey, are you Sullivan?" asked the cop. "That's me." "What am I supposed to do with this piece of garbage?" I took Sal off his hands and led him down the hall to the interrogation room, explaining to him that the DA wanted him to swear out an affidavit saying that Nicole bombed the patrol car in 41. "So why am I handcuffed?" he asked nervously. I didn't respond. The door of the interrogation room was shut, which meant it was already in use, so I looked through the little window on the door, and there sat Ileana Halikias by herself. She was also cuffed, which was a good thing because she looked ready to kill someone. The situation gave me an idea. I brought Sal into the interrogation room, sat him down in a corner, and cuffed him to the wall. Then I did the same to Ileana, on the opposite side of the room. She looked daggers at me, but she wouldn't even glance at Sal. The only thing she said was,
"Get him out of here. I don't want to be anywhere near him."
But I left them both there and went to the room next door, the observation room. The setup was a Dugan innovation. The interrogation room had a big long mirror on one of its walls, or rather, what looked like a mirror from inside, but which you could see through if you were standing on the other side of it in the observation room, where you could also hear what people were saying. I waited, figuring I might learn something if the two of them got into it. Ileana had turned her back on Sal, which wasn't easy, given the way I'd cuffed her. The metal must have been digging into her wrists.
"Please, Ellie,"
said Sal.
"Please, look at me."
She only turned farther away from him.
"I'm sorry, Ellie. I made a mistake. I don't know what happened."
Suddenly, she spun around with fire in her eyes.
"I'll tell you what happened,"
she said.
"You betrayed me because you're weak. You just couldn't resist the idea of being worshipped. You don't even realize you're nothing to her. Men are such idiots. You'll fall for fucking anything. Teach me how to use a saw,"
Ileana mimicked.
"Maybe she really wanted to learn how to use it,"
Sal said.
"No one in her family knows how to do anything like that." "I can't believe you're defending her." "I'm not defending her. I just..." "Oh, really? Say you hate her." "You know I hate her. I told you over and over." "See, you can't even say it." "I hate her. all right? I hate her. But they would have sent her to the chair, Ellie. I just couldn't do it. I'm sorry. She bought you, you idiot, Ileana hissed. Look at you. Still wearing those shoes she gave you? You love the way you look in them strutting around. Do you know how stupid you look? Look at your grubby shirt and grubby pants. You think those shiny shoes fit? You don't think you look ridiculous? Can't we just go back to the way it was? Before we met her? I never want to see you again, she said. But, Ellie, I love you. Oh, you love me. Let's celebrate. Shall we go to the Fairmont? Who cares, Sal? Who cares who you love or how you feel? You're weak. You're right, Ellie. I'm not strong like you. I just want to die. Die then. No one will notice. That's our destiny, people like us. You make me sick.
Hell, could women be cruel, I thought. Men were no match for them. Then Ileana spat, but not at Sal. She spat toward the one-way mirror, and she looked straight at it. Straight in my direction.
And you make me sick too, she said, her voice dripping with disdain. I know you're there. I pity you. I told you. They're your people.
I decided to let someone else take their statements. 8. Instead, I headed to Dugan's office and knocked at his door. I didn't feel too hopeful, but I thought I'd give it another try. Sorry, sir, I know I'm repeating myself, but don't you think we're a little short on proof that Cassie and Yuko killed Wilkinson? All we have to do at the arraignment tomorrow, Sullivan, is show probable cause, and I've got plenty enough for that. Keep this under your hat, but by the time we get to trial, I think we'll have a confession from Miss Sasaki. The Army's got men who specialize in questioning enemy aliens, using what they call intensified interrogation techniques. I'm going to have them work on her. With all respect, sir, I don't think we can do that. She's a U.S. citizen. Of course we can do it. If the Japs are about to attack the radiation lab, we need to know about it. Do you have any idea how lethal that could be? We need to know everything that Jap woman knows. The interrogation techniques just speed up the process, that's all. If she's innocent, she won't confess. But if she does confess, we'll have killed 2 birds with 1 stone, solved a murder, and stopped another Pearl Harbor. But the interrogation's going to have to wait until after the arraignment. I don't want any marks on her. I stared at Dugan's back as he strode unperturbed down the hall, wondering how someone could be constructed that way. He was talking about torture, and he'd said it like he was ordering a hamburger. Sure, we were at war, and the Japs were torturing the hell out of our boys, but this was bullshit. We had nothing on Yuko, and even Dugan had to know that any confession we beat out of her would be a crock. I was on the side of the law, but if this was the law, I didn't want any part of it. Chapter 23, 1944. Saturday, March 18th. 1. I'd never seen an arraignment like this one. For one thing, it was a Saturday. Invoking wartime necessity, Dugan had pulled off an emergency hearing, making us the only news worth covering in all of Alameda County that day. The courtroom was packed with reporters. If there had been rafters, they would have been hanging from them. Normally, that would have made no sense. The probable cause determination at an arraignment is usually a non-event. It's a rubber stamp. There's no jury. I'd seen probable cause determinations done without the defendant even being present. But that's up to the district attorney. And Dugan clearly intended to put on a show. As soon as the case was called, Dugan had Yuko Sasaki led into the courtroom in prison garb, her hands manacled, an armed marshal on either side of her. Looking scared out of her wits, To me, at any rate. I saw one of the newspaper artists scrawling a picture of her that made her look like a dangerous rat with fangs. She took a seat at the defendant's table. Cassie was already sitting at that table, also a defendant, but she was in civilian clothes. When she saw Yuko marched in, her eyes flooded with pain. In the front row, just behind Burns, I spotted Mrs. Genevieve Bainbridge, and next to her, someone I guessed was Nicole and Cassie's father. If they had a mom, I didn't see her. I didn't see Isabella either. Jessup was Dugan's first witness, and God damn it if he didn't swear on the Bible that Yuko was the woman he saw outside Wilkinson's hotel room. I didn't know if Jessup was lying through his teeth or if he'd talked himself into it, but anyone could see he was enjoying the limelight. He was the state's star witness. He'd been on at least 3 radio shows already. Next, Dugan put in evidence my report of a witness having seen one of the 3 Bainbridge granddaughters coming out of Wilkinson's room around midnight with blood on her skirt. Then came the store owner from Sonoma who'd helped the police capture Cassie and Yuko. She identified Yuko as the daughter of a Japanese man who used to work for the Bainbridges, adding the 2 women used to frequent her store before the war, behaving disgustingly. Dugan tried to question her further, but Judge Lewis Moss cut him off. Adrianakis followed, testifying that he'd seen Cassie and Nicole enter the Claremont Hotel through a back door at 11:15 p.m. on the night of the murder. After that came Pulaski, who said that Cassie and Nicole had been seen walking Yuko out of the hotel through the same back door a little after midnight, with the Jap looking like she'd been shot in the stomach. This was hearsay, but that was allowed at an arraignment. Finally, Dugan called a witness I wasn't expecting, a Colonel Carl Benditson of the United States Army. Benditson was a Stanford grad. He was in charge of the whole Japanese internment program. In fact, he designed it. Dugan began by asking him whether there was anything to fear at the relocation centers where Japanese from the West Coast had been offered accommodation for the duration of the war. "Only if you're afraid of summer camp," said Benditson. "How would you like to be housed, fed, and taken care of at taxpayer expense? We give them tennis courts, ping-pong tables, baseball, soccer. They can farm if they want, work and make money if they want. There are schools for the kids and classes and lectures for the adults. One camp has a swimming pool. They get to see the latest movies. They have libraries and Boy Scout troops. I took my kids for a visit, and by the time we left, darn it if my boys weren't begging me to let them stay there this summer." The courtroom audience laughed appreciatively. "So, Colonel," said Dugan, "in your expert opinion, is it plausible that innocent, law-abiding individuals would prefer hard labor as hotel laundry workers over the amenities and freedoms they would enjoy at a relocation center?" "That's nonsense." "Thank you, Colonel. But there's something I still don't understand. Why were all persons of Japanese ancestry required to be relocated? Surely some Japanese pose no threat?" "Every one of them has to be regarded as a potential enemy, Mr. Dugan. That's what our generals and Governor Earl Warren determined. The reason is simple. You can't penetrate Oriental thinking, so you can never tell which ones are loyal and which ones are not." "But surely, Colonel," asked Dugan, feigning surprise, "older Japanese and women can't be a serious threat to us." I'd seen prosecutors pull this trick before. They pretend to be dubious about something their own witness said, conveying fake shock at the notion that anyone, i.e., the defendant, could be capable of such depravity, and then letting their witness educate them. Great trial lawyers are always great actors. Usually you'd never see this kind of stunt at an arraignment because there's no jury and it's all business. But Dugan was playing for the press. "I'm afraid they can," Benditson replied. "It's a key part of the Japanese playbook for clandestine enemy activity. The prototype is a nest of spies between 6 and 12 in number, hiding who they really are, lying in wait somewhere, maybe even for years, with elderly people often supplying the cover, taking advantage of the average American's natural guileless kindness. But one younger individual will be planted among them who's ready to engage in criminal activity when the time comes. That younger individual can easily be female. But not an American citizen, surely, Colonel, Dugan fake protested. If a Japanese is born in the United States, clothed by our noble laws in the generous mantle of American citizenship, surely he or she would never dream of siding with their ancestral nation over our country. I wish that were true, said Benditson. But the Japanese child is raised to revere Japan, to consider it an honor to give his life for the emperor. Loyalty to their race runs in Japanese blood, you might say. Just look at the Philippines. There have been Japanese in the Philippines since the 1600s. That's over 300 years. They had a Japantown there just as we did in San Francisco. The Filipinos naively trusted their 20,000 Japanese neighbors just as we did. But as soon as Japan invaded, the local Japanese immediately sided with their homeland, helping Japan's army conquer the country, defeat American troops, and perpetrate unspeakable atrocities. Atrocities? Replied a deeply shocked Dugan. What atrocities? Objection, Your Honor, said Burns. Irrelevant, immaterial, and highly prejudicial. Mr. Burns, answered Judge Moss, as you know very well, this is only an arraignment, not a trial, so the usual restrictions on evidence don't apply. Answer the question, Colonel. Well, you can begin with the Bataan Death March, said Benditson, where the Japanese beat our men to death, starved them, bayoneted them for sport. These were prisoners of war, I'm talking about, Mr. Dugan, entitled to respect and to humane treatment. The Japanese killed thousands of POWs, perhaps tens of thousands, without mercy. Yes, the crimes of Bataan are known to us all, said Dugan, his voice suddenly quiet. He knew how to change things up and had dropped the whole fake protest act. Now, Colonel Benditson, tell us what the Japanese do to civilians. They rape girls and murder babies, said Benditson. The entire audience in the courtroom gasped. There's a nice hotel in Manila called the Bayview, Benditson continued. The Japanese turned it into a rape center. They seized the most beautiful girls from all over the Philippines and took them to the Bayview. I'm talking about 12-year-olds, 14-year-olds. The soldiers raped them over and over. One girl cried too much, so they sliced her breasts off. A Japanese soldier held her breasts up to his own chest, and they all laughed. Pregnant Filipino women were killed by having their bellies ripped open. Japanese soldiers would tear babies from the hands of screaming mothers and bayonet them, then gouge their eyes out and wipe the eyeballs on the walls. The courtroom's collective gasp had given way to a collective silence. You could hear people trying to breathe. I knew Benditson wasn't making this up, but I also understood what Dugan was doing. Benditson's testimony would be published in every newspaper in the country. Dugan was trying to win his case right here, right now, even though he had only the barest shreds of real evidence. The law wouldn't matter. The facts wouldn't matter. Before they even got to court, jurors would be ready to send Yuko to the gas chamber for the crime of being Japanese. And maybe they'd send Cassie there too, as her accomplice. Judge Moss finally called a halt to Benditson's testimony. Well, Mr. Burns, said the judge, I must tell you that in the court's opinion, the state has more than amply satisfied its burden of showing probable cause. To save everyone's time, I'm going to terminate the hearing at this time. Bailiff, please. With all due respect, Your Honor, Burns interrupted, the defense will exercise its right to put on evidence. Moss frowned. The defense almost never called witnesses at an arraignment. Mr. Burns, said the judge, what is the point of your putting on evidence when I've already found probable cause? To change Your Honor's mind, said Burns. If you mean you believe you can raise reasonable doubt, Mr. Burns, I don't need to tell you that's the standard of proof at trial, not at arraignment. Reasonable doubt does not defeat probable cause. I'm well aware of the standard at arraignment, Your Honor, said Burns. But the defense has a right to put on evidence. Very well, counsel. It's a waste of time, but I'll allow it. You have a witness to call? Witnesses, Your Honor. For heaven's sake, said Moss. Go ahead, then. Burns cleared his throat uncomfortably and glanced over his shoulder toward the courtroom door, as if hoping someone might appear there. But no one did. Thank you, Your Honor, he said. But, due to the rushed nature of these proceedings and the fact that it's a weekend, the defense is not quite ready at this moment. We ask for a recess. A recess? In the middle of an arraignment? For how long? 2 hours, Your Honor. Dugan stood up. The state objects, Your Honor. The court has already found probable cause. Mr. Burns can put on his witnesses, if he actually has any, at the trial. Judge Moss looked extremely irritated. I'll give you 10 minutes, Mr. Burns. If you're not ready at that time, this proceeding is over. 2. I didn't want to hang around the courtroom during the recess, so I went up to my office. In the stack of messages on my desk was one from the Berkeley station house saying that the principal at Delmar had called for me yesterday. Delmar was Miriam's school. Why would her school principal be calling? And why call me? I tried the number on the message, but today was Saturday, and no one answered. There was no way to reach Rosemary because she had no phone at her place. I couldn't think of what else to do, so I headed back to the courtroom. 3. When I got there, Judge Moss was just calling the court to order. Isabella was now sitting beside her grandmother in the front row, wearing a white skirt suit like the one Ingrid Bergman wore in Casablanca. The courtroom fell silent. Is the defense ready to put on its evidence? Moss asked Burns. We are, Your Honor. Burns made a signal, and someone at the back opened the courtroom door. In strode, one after the other, 9 naval officers in full-dress white uniforms. The reporters cleared a path for them, and they took seats in the crowded gallery. What is this? Asked Dugan. The defense calls Lieutenant Toby Dutch Voorwald, declared Burns. I'd heard of Dutch Voorwald. He was famous from the Battle of Guadalcanal. With a pronounced limp, he took the stand. Lieutenant Voorwald, said Burns. You're a fighter pilot for the United States Navy, correct? Yes, sir. Except I've been fighting the doctors more than the Japs lately. And I understand that you personally brought down 26 Japanese enemy aircraft at Guadalcanal? Yes, sir. 26. That qualifies you as a flying ace, doesn't it? 5 made him an ace, shouted one of the other officers from the benches. 26 made him a legend. Order, said Judge Moss. There will be no more interruptions. Lieutenant Voorwald, Burns continued, do you know Dr. Margaret Chung of San Francisco? Yes, sir. I know Mom Chung very well. I'm her son. We're all her sons. Every one of the boys here today. Objection, Your Honor, said Prosecutor Dugan. I have the utmost respect for our servicemen, but what is the relevance of this testimony? Your Honor, said Burns, I intend to call Dr. Margaret Chung to provide critical testimony. I am fully entitled to have a character witness testify on her behalf. Continue, but get to the point, Mr. Burns. My patience is wearing thin. Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant Voorwald, please explain what you meant just now when you said you and the other naval officers in court today are all sons of Dr. Margaret Chung. Well, back in the late 30s, there were a lot of us, naval reservists, out-of-work pilots, living in San Francisco. We didn't have enough money even to pay for food. Dr. Chung, she took us in, made us dinner, cooked for us herself, She kind of adopted us, and we kind of adopted her. We all call her Mom Chung now. It was 7 of us at the start. Now she makes dinner for 70 or 80 at a time. This little jade Buddha I wear around my neck, when I see another fellow with one of these out in the field, we know we're sons of Mom Chung. And how many of Mom Chung's sons are there at this time, Lieutenant? Hundreds. You would have heard of some of them. Admiral Nimitz is one. And what is Dr. Chung's reputation for truthfulness, Lieutenant Vorwald, among you servicemen? Any one of us would take incoming for that woman. We'd trust her with our lives. And we'd put our lives behind anything she said. Thank you, Lieutenant. That's all. Cross-examination, Mr. Dugan? Asked Judge Moss. No questions, Your Honor, said Dugan curtly. You may step down, Lieutenant, said the judge. Call your next witness, Mr. Burns. The defense calls Dr. Margaret Chung. The courtroom door opened once again, and a Chinese woman in her mid-50s walked in. She was 5 feet tall at most, and professionally dressed with a kindly expression. She walked briskly to the witness stand and was sworn in. Meanwhile, Dugan sent an assistant scurrying out of the courtroom. Dr. Chung, said Burns, you are a surgeon in San Francisco?
I am chief surgeon at the Chinese hospital, which I helped found.
And you were the first Chinese woman to become a physician in this country?
Yes, I was.
Do you treat only Chinese patients, Dr. Chung?
Oh, no. We treat anyone in need. Many of my patients are Caucasian.
Anyone we might have heard of, Doctor?
Well, I've treated Tallulah Bankhead. I removed her tonsils, actually. And Helen Hayes. Ronald Reagan told me he had headaches, but all he needed was some aspirin.
Thank you, Doctor. Now, I direct your attention to the night of March 10th, the night Walter Wilkinson was murdered. Could you please tell us where you were at approximately 11:20 that night?
I was at home, listening to the radio.
Did something interrupt you?
Yes, a phone call, an urgent phone call, from Cassandra Bainbridge. A friend of hers, Yuko Sasaki, was gravely ill, showing all the symptoms of a burst appendix.
Were Miss Bainbridge and Miss Sasaki known to you?
Yes, we have mutual friends.
And why would Miss Bainbridge call you about her friend's appendicitis?
Why? Because I'm a surgeon, and without surgery, a burst appendix can quickly cause death.
But why call you, Dr. Chung, rather than take Miss Sasaki to the nearest hospital in Berkeley?
Because hospitals are under an obligation to report to the authorities when they treat an Oriental. My clinic is in Chinatown, and no one expects us to report. If I reported every Oriental I treated, I would be on the telephone every minute of the day.
What did you say to Cassie?
I told her to rush Yuko to my clinic, and when they arrived, I performed the appendectomy myself. I was helped by 2 of my fine assistants.
What time did the operation begin, Dr. Chung?
I have it in our log, which I brought with me. May I consult the log?
By all means.
The patient arrived at 11:55. The operation commenced 20 minutes later.
So, at midnight on the night of March 10th, Miss Sasaki was in your clinic in San Francisco with a case of acute appendicitis.
That is correct.
And the defendant, Cassie Bainbridge, was there as well?
The entire time, yes.
And was anyone else there, accompanying Cassie Bainbridge?
Yes, Nicole Bainbridge, Cassie's sister.
Thank you, Dr. Chung. Was it successful, by the way, the operation?
Largely. But the patient had a bleeding episode 2 days later and required further attention. After that, however, Yuko recovered nicely.
One other thing. Were you aware, Doctor, that Yuko Sasaki is a Japanese American?
Of course.
And were you aware that by treating her and failing to report her, you have subjected yourself to having your medical license revoked?
Yes.
Why would you do such a thing?
I'm a doctor, Mr. Burns. We doctors take an oath to save lives when we can, and above all, to do no harm. We don't look at the race of the person we're treating.
Did you have any reason to believe that Miss Sasaki might be a dangerous spy for Japan?
Don't be silly. Yuko's an English literature major. She's as American as you or me or anyone in this courtroom. She was born in America. She doesn't even speak Japanese.
Thank you, Dr. Chung. Nothing further. Your witness, Mr. Dugan, said the judge. Dugan's assistant had just returned to the prosecution's table. The two of them conferred in hushed tones. Are you sure? Dugan whispered. The assistant nodded. Dr. Chung, said Dugan, approaching the witness. You seem to know Cassandra Bainbridge and Yuko Sasaki quite well. How is it you are so intimately acquainted with them?
As I mentioned, we have mutual friends.
Mutual friends. I see. Do you frequent the same establishments as they do?
I'm not sure what you mean by establishments.
I think the term is well understood, Doctor. Nightclubs, bars, restaurants. Have you ever met the defendants at Mona's 440 Club on Broadway in San Francisco?
I may have.
No need to equivocate, Dr. Chung. You have, on at least one occasion, met the defendants at Mona's 440 Club, have you not?
Yes.
Are you married, Dr. Chung? Objection, Your Honor, said Burns. Overruled.
No, I'm not married.
Tell us, Dr. Chung, isn't Mona's 440 what is known as a bohemian nightclub? Objection! Overruled, said Judge Moss. Again, this is an arraignment. The rules of evidence are not in force here. I will not warn you a third time, Mr. Burns. Answer the question, Dr. Chung.
I don't know what bohemian means in this context, said Dr. Chung.
Well, isn't it true, Doctor, that the patrons of Mona's 440 are almost exclusively women, with most of them wearing men's clothes?
Yes.
And isn't it true, Dr. Chung, that you yourself used to wear male clothing and used to call yourself by a male name? Mike, specifically? Your Honor, Burns objected. Mr. Burns, said the judge. Sit down. Answer the question, Dr. Chung.
I'm happy to,
she said.
When I was a medical student, I was not only the only Oriental in my classes, but the only woman. Because I didn't want my fellow students or my teachers to see me or treat me any differently from anyone else, I chose for a time to wear a man's suit and use a man's name. I have said as much in public lectures.
Thank you, Doctor, said Dugan. Your Honor, I move to strike all of Dr. Chung's testimony. On what ground? Sexual deviance, Your Honor. A sexual deviant cannot give credible testimony. Your Honor! Cried Burns. The gallery burst into shouting and hooting. Judge Moss banged his gavel until there was silence. Mr. Dugan, said the judge, I have allowed you unfettered discretion to question the witness because the ordinary rules of evidence do not apply at an arraignment. But the rules of law do. Your motion to strike is out of order. Your Honor, protested Dugan, sexual deviance is a crime and disqualifies her as a witness. Not in my courtroom, Mr. Dugan, said the judge, and not in the state of California. While you're correct, of course, that homosexuality is a crime, the California Supreme Court held in 1910 that evidence of immorality is not proper on cross-examination for the sole purpose of discrediting a witness. In re Gerd, 108 Pacific Reporter 499. That's not my understanding of the law, Your Honor. You're free to appeal, Mr. Dugan. Judge Moss turned to Burns. Counsel, your witness, Dr. Margaret Chung, has testified that on the night of March 10th, the same night Walter Wilkinson was murdered in Berkeley, Cassie and Nicole Bainbridge brought Yuko Sasaki to Dr. Chung's clinic in San Francisco, and that along with two assistants, she performed an emergency appendectomy on Miss Sasaki just after midnight, which is also approximately the time that Mr. Wilkinson was shot dead across the bay. Are those assistants available to testify?
They are here in court, Your Honor, said Burns, gesturing at two people in the gallery who rose from their seats. One was wearing a hospital coat. Both were Caucasian. They will confirm Dr. Chung's testimony in every detail.
Mr. Dugan, said the judge, do I need to have these witnesses testify?
Dugan cleared his throat.
No, Your Honor. Duplicative. Yes, I'm sure it would be, said the judge. The state's motion to strike Dr. Chung's testimony is denied. The court finds that there is no probable cause to believe that defendant Cassandra Bainbridge or Yuko Sasaki were connected in any way to the murder of Walter Wilkinson. In addition, the court reverses its prior finding of probable cause to believe that Nicole Bainbridge was connected to the murder. The charges are dismissed and the court is adjourned.
Moss brought his gavel down, and the courtroom exploded into a cacophony. 4. So now I knew what I'd seen in the basement of the barn in Sonoma the day Cassie ditched me. Yuko had obviously been hiding there, recovering from her appendectomy, and the blood I saw was probably from her bleeding episode 2 days after the surgery. When Cassie took off, she had Yuko with her, not wanting me, a cop, to find her. She may have even had Mom Chung with her, too. I also had a guess about why Cassie, Nicole, and Isabella drove off in a mad rush the night I knocked on the door of the Stafford house just after I'd spoken to Madame Chang. It was the same night someone in the Claremont had recognized one of the Japanese women working in the laundry, blowing their cover. The Bainbridge girls were probably racing off to help the Japanese flee the hotel. I was on my way to Dugan's office and not looking forward to it. But when I nearly banged into him rounding a corner, I was surprised. The spectacular courtroom debacle he'd just suffered hadn't made the slightest dent in his armor. He still looked calm and confident. He had a sheaf of legal documents in his hand, and it turned out he was looking for me. "Just the man I was coming to see," said Dugan. "I know you're thinking what I'm thinking." "What's that, sir?" "Oh, come on, Sullivan, think about it. We know who did it now." "Isabella?" "It has to be," said Dugan. "Your maid at the Claremont saw one of the 3 Bainbridge granddaughters coming out of Wilkinson's room right after he was killed, with blood on her. 2 of those granddaughters, Cassie and Nicole, are now accounted for. They were at the Chinese clinic. Isabella's the only one left. She has to be the killer. Or at least the one Juanita saw come out of Wilkinson's room," I corrected. "Which means she's the killer," Dugan persisted. "What we don't have is motive. Why would Isabella want Walter Wilkinson dead? There's some connection between Wilkinson and the Bainbridges." I didn't bother reminding him that I'd been saying so all along. Dugan was waving a stack of papers. "These are applications for search warrants. We're going to tear up every place Isabella Stafford has ever lived. Nob Hill, Berkeley, Sonoma, I don't care how many goddamn houses they have. They think they just kicked our asses, but they have no idea what's coming. We've already got Nicole for the car bombing and Cassie for aiding the Japs. Now I'm going to put them all away." I nodded, inwardly marveling at how naturally it came to Dugan to convince himself he'd done everything right. 90% of success is confidence. That's why it's the people with the least self-doubt who rule the world, which is pretty scary if you think about it. "How long before the warrants come through?" I asked. "Hopefully by tomorrow." I thought it over. "How about I have a go at Roger Stafford, and maybe talk with Sadie if that's possible? Nobody's questioned either of them." "Good," Dugan said. "Wilkinson ate up good-looking women everywhere he went, and Isabella certainly fits the bill. Maybe after he met her at that Christmas party, they struck up an affair that went south. See if her parents know anything." 5. I couldn't find a residence or phone listing for Roger Stafford, but I knew he worked for Julia Morgan, so I paid a call at her offices.
Julia Morgan was one of the most famous architects in the country, and like me, she'd gone to Berkeley back in the 1890s, coming to school every day in a horse-drawn carriage. I'd never even heard of her, or thought about architecture for that matter, until I happened into the Berkeley Women's City Club one day, and my jaw dropped. I didn't know the words at the time, but it was Gothic and Romanesque and Moorish all at once. I went back every chance I could, just to stare at the optical illusion swimming pool, with its immense arches that the water's reflection turned into full circles, so you felt like you were staring down a long, ornate tunnel. Morgan was supposed to be one of the best engineers of any architect alive. Her campanile at Mills was so perfectly designed it survived the quake, and was practically the only building there that did, which turned out to be her big break, because everyone in the rebuild wanted the architect who beat the quake. That's also why Hearst put her in charge of his castle. She was doing something like 15 buildings a year, when other architects were lucky to do one. She was also the first licensed woman architect in the history of California, which reminded me of Mom Chung being the first Chinese woman doctor. Actually, Morgan and Dr. Chung had something else in common. I'd never met her, but people said Julia Morgan dressed like a man as well, in a shirt and tie. I wondered about that. Maybe they'd both had to be taken seriously. Or maybe there was something more to it. The receptionist at Morgan's offices told me that Roger Stafford was working at something called the Chapel of the Chimes in Oakland. I took down the address and went there. The Chapel of the Chimes turned out to be a fantastical Gothic complex abutting a cemetery. I found Roger Stafford in the columbarium, which was exquisitely carved, but also one of the most macabre places I've ever been in. It looked like a library, except that the books on the shelves were actually receptacles containing the ashes of the wealthy dead. Roger was taking measurements of those receptacles and recording the measurements on a clipboard. I was taken aback by his appearance. He couldn't have been older than 45, but looked 60. His eyes were cold and joyless, his cheeks hollow. I hadn't expected him to be friendly, given his brawl with a policeman trying to interview him back in 1930, but I was still unprepared for the depth of his hostility. He refused to answer most of my questions and would barely look at me. I tried to ask him about Iris, but he cut me off and told me he had nothing to say about her. He had him back in 1930, and he didn't now. Then I asked him about Sadie, but he just laughed caustically and would only shake his head. "What about Walter Wilkinson?" I asked. "What about him?" "Did you know him?" "Why would I have?" That wasn't an answer, Mr. Stafford. "Yes, it was. Wilkinson placed a call to your house on Nob Hill the evening he was killed. Do you know of any reason he would be trying to contact you or anyone else in your family? Your daughter, Isabella, for example." At this, he turned his gaunt, cynical gaze on me. "So you've met Isabella," he said, with a short, bitter laugh. "That's what you're really here for. I should have known. You like her, don't you? Despite yourself, your better judgment." "I'm sorry, sir." "You find her intriguing, more vulnerable than you expected, perhaps?" Roger's voice dripped with mockery. "Challenging and tantalizing, ravishing, of course. And those long-lashed violet eyes brimming with what, detective? That's the question you need to ask yourself. With what? It's a cunning, devious bloodline she comes from. A line of sirens, witches. Maybe you misjudged her, you find yourself saying. She's had such a hard time of it. Such a hard life, after all." I didn't answer. He sounded like he was talking more to himself than to me. He wasn't even looking at me as he spoke. But then he turned his eyes back on me, now strangely pitying. "Don't pretend you don't know what I'm talking about, detective," he said. "Have you dreamt of her yet? If so, I despair for you." it may be too late. I didn't get any more out of Roger Stafford. I only knew one thing. I'd never talked to a father who so loathed and feared his own child. 6. Isabella answered the door at the Stafford house, and as soon as she saw me, her face lit up.
Detective Sullivan! Thank you so much for your help, and what a relief about Cassie and Yuko. My entire family's so grateful. Oh, wasn't Mom Chung marvelous?
I wouldn't thank me yet, miss, I said. Is your mother here?
My mother? Why?
I'm here to speak with her. Mind if I come in? I said, stepping inside the house. Isabella moved aside reluctantly, and I walked past her into the foyer.
I told you, she said. My mother isn't well.
No? Is there some reason you don't want me to talk to her, Miss Stafford?
Yes. Is there some reason, Isabella?
Asked a voice above our heads.
So that you can keep this handsome young man all to yourself.
Isabella spun around, and we both looked up to the top of the stairs, where Sadie Stafford was descending the curved staircase. She was wearing a low-neck red evening dress and matching high heels even though it was mid-afternoon. She wore red lipstick, too, and rouge. Unlike the last time I saw her, her hair was stylishly coiffed. She was still attractive, but the overall effect was unsettling. "Morning, ma'am," I said. "Sorry to bother you on a weekend. I'm Detective Al Sullivan, Berkeley PD.
Oh, don't be silly, she said. I know who you are. We've met. On the rooftop, don't you remember? As a matter of fact, you've been at this house many times in the last few days, haven't you?
A sly look came over her.
Sometimes, when no one else is here and you think no one can see you.
I'm going to need to ask you a few questions, Mrs. Stafford.
You don't have to talk to him, Mother,
said Isabella.
I'm delighted to talk to him, Isabella.
Turning to me, she said conspiratorially.
She's always pretending to be concerned about me. Come, Detective. Let's go to the parlor, just the two of us, where we won't be disturbed.
Sadie took my arm and led me to the room with the painting of Isabella and Iris, doll dangling from the latter's hand.
Voila! My daughters,
she said, gesturing theatrically at the little girls in the painting.
Irresistible, aren't they?
This seemed oddly light-hearted, given that one of them was dead.
Mother,
said Isabella, who had followed us.
Isabella, this is a private conversation,
Sadie said sharply. She swung closed the parlor doors, shutting Isabella out, and sank into a leather armchair, crossing her legs.
So, how can I help you?
She said.
Would you care for a cocktail?
I'm fine, thanks. Mrs. Stafford, I assume you've heard about the murder of Walter Wilkinson at the Claremont last Friday?
Well, aren't you a sharp one?
She said playfully. Do you happen to know, ma'am, if your daughter Isabella was acquainted with Mr. Wilkinson?
Isabella? Oh, I'm sure of it.
She tossed off. I paused. A different possibility occurred to me. Mrs. Stafford, did you know Mr. Wilkinson?
Of course I knew him. He nearly became President of the United States.
Did you ever meet him, ma'am?
Oh, thousands and thousands of times. If he'd become president, I might have been his first lady.
So Sadie Stafford was at least partly delusional, but maybe only partly. And maybe she was feigning the whole thing. When was the last time you saw Mr. Wilkinson, ma'am?
The last time?
A new expression had come over her, as if she were bemused. Yes, ma'am.
I'm afraid I have no idea, she said, eyes twinkling. My memory's not what it used to be.
Just roughly will do. Was it years ago or more recently?
I honestly don't know.
She replied, covering her mouth like someone trying not to show their amusement. Is something funny, ma'am?
No, of course not. Forgive me. Please, continue. Are you interested in having some lunch?
She added pleasantly, even though it was long past lunchtime. Mrs. Stafford, I'm sorry to have to ask you this, but where were you last Friday around midnight? Were you by any chance at the Claremont Hotel? At this, Sadie looked like she was barely able to contain herself. Then she began to laugh. It was such a pleasing, mirthful laugh. It was hard not to smile along with her. But she just kept laughing. Wouldn't stop laughing. She was laughing so hard, she was rocking back and forth and her eyes were watering. I wasn't sure what I was witnessing. She seemed truly in stitches.
You have everything wrong. Everything.
She finally managed to say between uncontrollable peals of laughter.
You are so stupid.
She barely got out, then exploded again in peals, doubling over. That's when she fell out of her chair, landing with a crack on the floor and knocking over a crystal vase, which shattered to pieces. She gave a sharp cry. Shards of glass surrounded her. Mrs. Stafford, I called out, jumping up to help her.
Mother!
Isabella had come running in at the sound of the crash.
Oh my goodness, let me help you up. No! Don't touch me! Get away from me!
Sadie screamed. Pushing her daughter away with such force, Isabella recoiled.
Please,
Sadie begged me, her fingers digging into my arm.
You have to help me. You don't know the things she's done. Don't let her hurt me.
She seized a piece of glass, and before I could stop her, hurled it at Isabella, missing her by a good 2 feet. Then immediately howled in pain because she'd cut her own hand. As Sadie's wails grew more hysterical, more animal-like, I looked over to Isabella for guidance. But she was standing perfectly still. She seemed to be looking right at me, or through me, but not seeing me. It was as if she were somewhere else. Then I decided I must have imagined it because she said in a normal voice,
We need to get her upstairs. When she gets like this, she doesn't know what she's saying. The only thing that helps is sleep. She's lying! Don't listen to her!
Sadie yelled. She was still sitting on the floor, leaning unsteadily on one arm, knees side saddle, surrounded by shards. One of her high heels had fallen off.
Can you help me lift her up?
Isabella asked me. I nodded. Isabella and I got on opposite sides of her, and together we lifted her to her feet.
Why are you ignoring me and doing what she wants?
Sadie protested helplessly.
You think I'm crazy, but she's the crazy one.
I won't let anything happen to you, ma'am. I promise, I said. Let's just get you out of this broken glass. Sadie's body suddenly relaxed, and she became compliant. We managed to walk her up the stairs to her bedroom, which was huge, more like a private suite. Incongruously, it looked like the bedroom of an active socialite. Dresses and gowns were strewn on the backs of chairs. A large mirrored vanity crammed with cosmetics and wigs filled up half a wall. We deposited her on her bed. Isabella found some gauze, and Sadie, curled up on her side, allowed Isabella to bandage the cut on her hand. By the time Isabella was done, Sadie's eyes were closed. It looked like she'd already fallen asleep. Isabella took off the one shoe her mother still had on and covered her with a blanket.
Thank you,
Isabella said to me quietly. One of her sleeves had slipped down, revealing a bare shoulder. As she hooked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, she looked, as Roger had put it, ravishingly beautiful. I forced myself to look away. I'll come back another time, miss.
I think that's best. I'll show you out.
I was following Isabella out the door when, behind me, Sadie said in an oddly clear voice.
She's bewitched you.
I turned around. Sadie was wide awake again, sitting upright.
That's why you can't see the obvious,
she went on.
That look in your eyes. You have no idea how many other men I've seen with that same look. She's the one you should be questioning about that night, not me. Why don't you ask her, Detective?
Ask her what, ma'am?
Where she was that night, and why she didn't come home until 1:30 in the morning. She doesn't know what she's saying,
Isabella said.
And why don't you ask her how I got this way? So damaged,
Sadie continued bitterly.
Look at me. Ugly. Useless. Brainless. They say it was Roger, but it wasn't. She's the one who made sure I had the operation, by manipulating her father and all the doctors, by flirting with them and playing the helpless ingenue. She's the one who ruined me. I might as well be dead. I wish I were dead. Get out. Get out!
We left, Isabella shutting the door behind us.
It's not true, any of it,
she said to me, her eyes brimming with tears.
I don't know why she hates me so much.
We walked downstairs to the front door in silence. I didn't mention that her father had just given me basically the same warning about her. Halfway out the door, I stopped. I'm giving you one last chance to tell me the truth, miss, I said to Isabella. Where were you the night Wilkinson was killed? She didn't answer my question. Instead, she said,
I didn't kill him.
Did you know him? She looked at me for a long time. Then she said,
No.
I shook my head. Anything else you want to tell me? There was another long silence.
No,
she said. 7. I didn't know who was more unnerving, Roger or Sadie Stafford. As for their ominous warnings about Isabella, well, I was on notice. But I wasn't sure what to make of either of the Stafford parents. They were both obviously damaged, but also self-absorbed and self-pitying in different ways. And in Sadie's case, I didn't know what her brain procedure might have done to her. One thing had come out of my talking to them, though. Neither had given me any real facts, but I'd come away with a definite hunch. It was a long shot, but I thought of one person who might be able to confirm it. 8. I found Pounds, the old elevator man at the Claremont, in his usual car, dressed as always in a spotless baggy blue uniform with polished brass buttons that looked like it had been issued during the Great War. Hello, Pounds. Where to today, Detective? He asked as he drew shut the elevator's iron lattice inner door. 4th floor? Actually, I was looking for you, hoping to ask you a couple of questions. He threw me a glance, cranked a lever that started us upward, then stopped the car between floors. Ask away. Pounds had a memory like a steel trap. He never forgot a name. He never forgot a face. He also knew more about what happened at the Claremont than just about anyone. All the staff talked to him, and he heard a ton taking guests up and down in his elevator. But he never volunteered a thing. With me, he'd answer questions, but if I didn't ask for exactly the right information, I'd be out of luck. Once I asked him if 3 guys had taken a ride with him on a particular night, and I described them, and he said no. And later it turned out that 2 of them had been in his car. I asked him why he hadn't told me, and he said, because you asked if 3 had taken a ride with me. I'd had Tank and Poke interview him the day after the murder, but they might not have known what to ask. How long have you been working here, Pounds? I asked him. As long as there's been a here. I've been operating these elevators since the day the hotel opened in 1915. 29 years. So you were here the day the little Bainbridge girl died, back in 1930. The little girl's name wasn't Bainbridge. It was Miss Iris Stafford, born to the former Miss Sadie Bainbridge after she married Mr. Roger Stafford in 1921. You're right. I keep forgetting that. But you were working here the day she died. Yes, sir. Worst day in this hotel's history. According to the police report, a doctor by the name of Von Urban was also staying in the hotel that day. The register says he was in room 422, the same room I worked out of. Do you know this Dr. Von Urban? Yes, I do. He's the husband of the woman Mrs. Sadie used to play tennis with. After the little girl's body was found, no one could locate Sadie for hours. But according to the report, she went up to this Von Urban's room at some point. There's a suspicion that they were carrying on. Is that right, Pounce? Were they carrying on? No, sir. No, they weren't carrying on? That's right. They weren't. I didn't think so. And you know that because it was the same drill every time Mrs. Sadie came to play tennis. What drill? They would book a room in Dr. Von Urban's name, but he wouldn't show up. Somebody else would stay there instead. Same somebody that Mrs. Sadie would meet every time she played tennis. Do you mean Mrs. Tilly Von Urban? No, sir. Someone else. And that someone else was... Pounds hesitated. I already know, Pounds. I just need confirmation. He still didn't answer. This isn't gossip, I said. This is a murder investigation. He nodded. It was Mr. Walter Wilkinson. We looked at each other for a few seconds. Son of a bitch, I said. 9. Son of a bitch, said Dugan. It was past 7 in the evening, but I found him working late in the office. So Wilkinson was having an affair with Sadie Bainbridge. Not just that, I said. He was with her at the Claremont the day her daughter Iris died. And I'll tell you something else, sir. I think he was Iris's father. She didn't look anything like the other Bainbridge girls. She had dark hair and dark eyes, like Wilkinson. And the doll we found in his closet, I don't know why he had it, but I'm certain it was Iris's doll. I reminded Dugan about how the abrasions on the dead little girl's body matched up with the incisions someone had made on the doll. That's it then, said Dugan, eyes gleaming. That gives us motive. Isabella must have found out about Wilkinson and her mother and blamed him. Blamed him for her sister's death? For mistreating her mother? For destroying her family? I don't know exactly, but the search warrants will come through tomorrow, and something's going to turn up. This is perfect. Juries eat this kind of thing up. Infidelity, betrayal, revenge. It's red meat. This is going to make your career, Sullivan. Mark my words, he added, and I knew he was thinking of his own. Speaking of red meat, how about some dinner? On me. I couldn't say no, so we went out for a steak, something I hadn't had for over a year. There was no small talk with Dugan. He spent the whole dinner strategizing. By the time we left, he had the entire trial mapped out, and I knew he could practically taste the victory, which he couldn't wait to throw back in the face of the Bainbridges. Chapter 24, 1944. Sunday, March 19th. 1. Sunday morning, the first thing I did was put in another call to Gladys Mulcairns, the principal at Delmar, Miriam School. I didn't expect her to answer since it was a weekend, but she did. Mrs. Mulcairns? Yes, who's this? Detective Al Sullivan, returning your call. Who? Oh, yes, sorry. You caught me off guard. We have your number on file as a relation of Miriam Millsap, is that right? Yes, ma'am, I'm her uncle. Is there a problem? There certainly is. She's been missing classes for months now. She often leaves school before dismissal. In fact, she has attended math only 5 times all semester and is on the verge of failing. And now she's been completely truant for a week. She hasn't come in at all. I couldn't believe my ears. There must be some mistake, ma'am. I dropped her off at school myself last Monday.
Would you like me to show you her attendance record? It's not a pretty sight. Your niece is delinquent, and evidently deceitful. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, Detective Sullivan, but I have a great deal of experience with her kind. When they are truant at this age, gross immorality is just around the corner, and they are not in the main reformable.
I despised this woman and was about to blow a fuse. I wanted to ask her what kind she'd had so much experience with, but I knew that anything I did for my own satisfaction now would only be taken out on Miriam later. Little people with a little power, as I always say.
We've also been unable to reach Miriam's mother, Mrs. Millsap, if that's still her name, she went on. It seems her phone has been disconnected.
I could hear the disapproval dripping from her voice, but I still held my tongue. I'll go over myself, ma'am, and tell Miriam's mom what's going on. We'll get things straightened out. I promise you.
I do hope so, she answered. I'd hate to have to call social services.
Sure, she'd hate it. It would be her painful duty to take Miriam away from her family. I rang off, grabbed my coat and hat, and drove straight to Rosemary's. 2. Rosemary lived in the Albany lowlands, in a duplex sandwiched between a bowling alley and a strip club. The street outside was littered and filthy, probably from people living it up last night. I banged on the door, but no one answered. I tried to think where they might have gone. Not to church, that was for sure, although Rosemary had been knocked up once by a minister. I really hoped Rosemary wasn't back on the bottle. I walked around to the side of the house and peeked in through a window. And there, sitting by herself at a small rickety wood table on a turned-over crate, was Miriam, eating a bowl of dried Cheerios. I banged on the window. "Hey, open the door. Didn't you hear me knocking?"
"Oh, hi, Al,"
she said sheepishly.
"I didn't know it was you."
"Well, open up." When she opened the front door for me, I couldn't keep my temper. I don't think I'd ever yelled at her before. "What the hell's going on, Miriam? You're cutting school and lying to me about it? Where's Rosemary?" "Oh, shit," I said, forgetting my usual rule of not cursing in front of her. "That was a lie, too. She didn't really come back, did she?"
"I didn't mean to make you mad, Al."
"Well, you failed there. Start talking, now."
I just wanted to get out of your hair. You're right. You're not my dad. You're an eligible bachelor, and I can take care of myself."
"What about school, Miriam? You stopped going?" Miriam squirmed and frowned.
"There's some stuff going on with Mom.
"Where is she?"
She's staying up in Sacramento now. She has a new boyfriend."
"Sacramento? She left you?"
"Al,
"What?"
can you just take a deep breath and listen to me for a sec?"
"I'm listening."
You don't have to worry about me, Al. I have everything under control. I've been taking some extra shifts at work is all. To make extra money."
"You don't need extra money. You need to be in school. You're 11, for heaven's sake, Miriam."
I do need the extra money."
I looked at her and realized there was something else she wasn't telling me. I need the truth, Miriam. All of it.
"Okay."
Miriam took a deep breath.
"Remember Jack?"
"Unfortunately, I do. Jack O'Brien was one of Rosemary's guys a few guys ago."
You know how he liked to bet on greyhounds? And got Mom kinda hooked on it too? Well, they hit a bad streak. And Mom ended up losing some money.
"How much?"
A lot, Al.
100? Miriam shook her head. "More than that?" A slow, sick feeling was coming over me. "You're talking a lot? How much?"
She kept borrowing more to try to win it back. I didn't know, or I would have come to you, honest. But yeah, she lost a lot. 500. Don't be mad at her, okay, Al, please? Ma's had it hard.
I couldn't believe it. You could buy a house with $500. I was furious. I forced myself to calm down. So what happened?
They were going to mess her up if she didn't pay it back. It was a bad crowd she got mixed up with. Real bad. So, well, I borrowed some money and paid it back.
You borrowed the money? Who would loan an 11-year-old kid $500?
Mickey.
Oh, shit, I said, forgetting my rule for the second time.
Yeah. He's helping me out, Al. We have an arrangement.
Mickey's a greedy dirtbag, Miriam.
It's nothing, Al. Just a couple more months, and I'm done.
Mickey was the owner of the Five and Dime, and a first-class, grade-A sleazebag. With the war on, child labor had skyrocketed all over the country. Millions of kids were working and missing school because of it. They were paid next to nothing, even though a lot of them worked as long and as hard as adults. Mickey was just the type to be doing that to Miriam. Worse, I'd heard rumors that Mickey worked for Tony Lima, San Francisco's mafia boss who owned Fisherman's Wharf. Come with me, I said to Miriam, practically dragging her by the ear. We're going to pay Mickey a little visit. 3. I found Mickey behind the counter, eating French fries and wiping ketchup from his mouth. I'd known him since high school and never trusted him. I kicked myself for ever letting Miriam work for him in the first place. Want to tell me what's going on here, Mickey? What do you mean? He asked innocently. Come on, Mickey. You've got to be kidding me. You've got an 11-year-old working every day when she should be in school and weekends? Plus, you just told me she was here last night unloading something. Mickey shrugged. Big shipment of paper goods came in. I'm helping the kid out, that's all. She needed cash, and I lent it to her. I was doing her a favor, Sullivan. I saved her mom's life. If not for me, she never would have found anyone to lend her the money. Now she's got to work it off. Listen, Mickey, I'm going to pay you the $500 she owes you, okay? I'll get it to you tomorrow. 500? Mickey scoffed. She told you 500. What about interest? What about the risk I took? I had 3 other people I could have lent that money to at 20% a month. I only gave her a break because she's related to you, and you and I go way back. Just tell me how much she owes you total. It says it right here, he said, handing me a piece of paper. What is this? It's a contract. She signed it. You can't enforce a contract against a minor, Mickey. You know that. You can this one. For the first time, he looked a little guilty, but pleased, too. Sorry, buddy. I need the labor. You can't get good help anymore. Forget good help. Any help. Not since the war started. I looked at the contract with a sinking feeling. If the rumors were true about Mickey working with Tony Lima, the mafia boss, this was not going to be good. Lima was famous for his lawyered-up loan sharking scams. Sure enough, the contract was structured in a way that trapped Miriam. It didn't say anything about a loan. It said she'd shoplifted goods worth in excess of $500, and that if she didn't work for 3 years on Mickey's terms, he'd bring charges. You lying bastard, I said to Mickey. She never stole a penny. It says there she did, Mickey answered, shrugging. Miriam, did you shoplift? No. You know I'd never do that, Al, but I made a mistake. She looked like she was about to burst into tears. I signed it. I should have read it more carefully, but I didn't. It was the only way to get the money from Mom. I didn't realize how much I'd have to work. I could just imagine what happened. Mickey probably started her with a couple of extra days every now and then. Then he probably jacked it up, adding nights and weekends, threatening her with the shoplifting business. "How do we solve this, Mickey?" I asked. "How much is it going to cost to make this go away?" "Read the contract. Right at the end." The last paragraph of the contract said that Miriam could be free and clear if she paid Mickey $3,000. $3,000? I said. "Are you out of your mind? Off a $500 loan to a kid that you shouldn't have made in the first place? How is she ever supposed to get that kind of money?" "That's why I'm letting her work it off. I'm telling you, I'm the good guy here. We're only talking 3 years.
3 years? I asked. It really isn't a long time, Al, said Miriam. Maybe this is the best way. You're gonna be an indentured servant? To this cretin? I asked her. How about school? How about getting into college like we talked about? I've been meaning to talk to you about that, Al. There's nothing to talk about. I cut her off. I was about to explode, but all I did was throw a tenner onto the counter. That's for this week, Mickey. You and I will talk later. Let's get out of here, Miriam. 4. The Berkeley search warrant came through late that afternoon. Surprising to get it on a Sunday, but Dugan had pulled strings, before the others. I brought Miriam with me because I wasn't going to let her out of my sight. Look at these houses, said Miriam, whistling, as we drove down Avalon Avenue. It was as if she'd already forgotten about Mickey and the five and dime, and was her usual self again. You want to live in a house like this someday? Do your schoolwork. I got 2 chances of that, Al. Slim and none. And Slim left town. She wasn't wrong about the houses. Avalon had some of the finest in Berkeley, and no finer pair than Madame Chang's fortress-like iron-barred mansion near the end of the street, on the low side, and Mrs. Genevieve Bainbridge's house directly opposite, on the high side. A crew of Chinese gardeners was pulling weeds from Madame Chang's steep yard. Mrs. Bainbridge was doing some gardening of her own in her lawn. I greeted her and handed her my warrant. She stood up stiffly from her spade work, the way older people do, and then she stiffened more when she read it. But she made no objection. She wasn't the kind of person who wasted energy on futile protests. Instead, she asked, looking curiously at Miriam, "Is this your daughter?" "No, ma'am," I said, trying to sound professional, even though I knew how irregular it was to have a child sidekick with me. "This is my niece, Miriam." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Miriam," she said, leading us into the house. "I have a batch of freshly baked cookies in the kitchen. Would you like to try one and then help me with my gardening while your detective uncle does his work? The apricot trees are in full bloom." Miriam glanced at me, then shook her head furtively when Mrs. Bainbridge wasn't looking. I could tell she would have much preferred watching me conduct a search, but I said, "That's nice of you, Mrs. Bainbridge, thanks. I shouldn't be too long. The warrant's just for one room. Isabella's bedroom. Would you mind showing me the way?" I could feel Mrs. Bainbridge's reproach piercing through me, although all she said was, "Left at the top of the stairs, and left again at the end of the hall. But you're wasting your time, I assure you." As I mounted the stairs, I marveled at the difference between searching a rich man's house and a poor man's. In the neighborhood where I grew up, when cops wanted to search a house, they just barged in and shoved to the floor anybody who got in their way, while the rest of the family cowered in the kitchen. If the cops had a warrant, it sure as heck wouldn't have been a single-room warrant. As far as I know, there's never been a single-room search warrant in history in a working man's part of town. But the cops wouldn't have had a warrant at all. No cop ever got a warrant to search a poor man's house. The Constitution said if you searched a house in violation of the Fourth Amendment, which requires a warrant, you couldn't use the evidence you found in court. They call that the exclusionary rule. What people don't understand is that the Fourth Amendment doesn't apply to us state cops. It only applies to the feds. In other words, if the FBI searches a house illegally, they can't use the evidence,
But if a city or state cop does the same thing, no problem. A few justices on the Supreme Court wanted to change that, but so far, a majority hadn't gone along. A couple years back, everyone was worried that the California Supreme Court was going to announce the same rule for us under the state constitution. But the court said no. So no California cops gave a damn about warrants. Unless it was a rich man's house. You'd better not barge in there without a warrant. You'd better dot your I's and cross your T's, because otherwise, the rich man and his lawyers would call your boss and get your ass fired the next day. Or maybe they'd call the governor and get your boss fired. Bottom line, it was like a lot of things. One rule for the poor, another for the rich. I found Isabella's room where Mrs. Bainbridge said I would. I thought it might be a little girl's bedroom, because I figured Isabella hadn't spent many nights there since she was a kid. I was wrong. The bed was a grown-up's bed. The closet was full of women's clothing. The bookcase full of real books. It's one kind of search when you know what you're looking for, but it's a whole other kind when you don't. And I didn't. Sure, a murder weapon would be nice, and so would a yellow silk skirt or dress. But if Isabella was the killer, she was way too smart to have kept either of those around. The question was whether something less obvious, something she might have kept, might implicate her. And for that kind of search, you can't leave any stone unturned. With every piece of clothing, you go through pockets, hems, linings. You look inside every item in every drawer, after which you pull the whole drawer out to make sure nothing's taped to the side or bottom. Obviously, you look under the mattress and pillows. Then, you have to take the pictures off the walls and the backs off their frames. When there's a bookcase, you remove every book and leaf through its pages to see if anything's hidden there, which is how I eventually found it. In a book of poetry by somebody I'd never heard of. I was flipping through it like I'd done with dozens of others when a card slipped out and fell to the floor. It was a substantial card of heavy stock. Centered at the top, the name Walter Wilkinson was embossed in navy block letters. Below that, in a man's handwriting, was the following message. Dear Isabella, meet me on the 10th at midnight. I'm at the Claremont, room 602. Please come. I beg of you. It was signed, W.W. 5. With the card in my jacket pocket, I found Mrs. Bainbridge outside in the rear garden, picking apricots with Miriam, and asked if I could use her phone. She said of course, and told me it was in the pantry off the kitchen. I called Dugan and told him what I'd found. Bingo, he said. Bingo, bingo, bingo! I knew it. Now get over to the Stafford house on Nob Hill right away. I don't want another Bainbridge girl on the run. See if you can get her to tell you where the murder weapon is. Tell her cooperating is her only chance of avoiding the chair, and whether she gives it up or not, bring her in. Got it, sir. Detective Sullivan? This was Mrs. Bainbridge. She was standing at the kitchen door. I didn't know how much she'd overheard. Are you arresting Isabella? I'm sorry, Mrs. Bainbridge. I can't discuss the case with you. Good day, ma'am. Thank you for looking after Miriam. Please, detective, don't leave yet. I have something for you. Sorry, ma'am. I don't have time. You do. For this. I promise you. Assuming, that is, you want to know who really killed Walter Wilkinson. She walked away. And with that bait dangled in front of me, I had to stick around. I heard her climb the stairs. A minute later, she returned with a thin, reddish-brown folder tied up with string. This is a document Mr. Dugan asked me to prepare using quite unscrupulous tactics, I must say. Read it, and you'll understand why I haven't given it to him. You'll also know the truth. The unvarnished truth. When I got to my car, I put Miriam in the back seat next to a pile of her school books that I'd made her bring, and told her to get to work even though I didn't know what I was talking about. In the front seat, I untied Mrs. Bainbridge's folder. Inside was a long testimonial, apparently meant to be an attachment to her deposition. While Miriam did her schoolwork, I read Mrs. Bainbridge's story. From the first page of that testimonial to the last, I don't think I moved. The early installments had plenty of fireworks in their own right. But the last was a 6-alarm fire.
Chapter 25. Mrs. Bainbridge's testimonial, prepared for District Attorney Dugan in connection with her deposition taken on the 15th of March, 1944.
I come now, at last, to the murder of Walter Wilkinson, about which, Mr. Dugan, you told me, with unappealing relish, I must say, that if I did not disclose to you which of my granddaughters did the deed, all three would face the hangman. I'm an old lady who hasn't accomplished anything extraordinary in life, but I do have the gift of perceptivity, and I can tell you with absolute conviction that you are not a person of good character. I don't know when it will happen, but mark my words, you are in for a fall from grace. Your careerism is too blatant. There's no genius to it. Your total lack of empathy will be your downfall. In the interest of saving everyone time, I will start with a simple but untoward disclosure. My eldest granddaughter, poor Iris, who died in the tragic accident, was not my son-in-law Roger Stafford's child. She was the product of an affair my daughter Sadie had with another man she met before Roger. That man was Walter Wilkinson. At the time, Mr. Wilkinson was an unknown, a modestly successful businessman from the Midwest who made periodic working trips to San Francisco, where, because of charm and nice looks, he quickly found himself mingling with San Francisco society. He was often invited, almost always by women infatuated with him, to the most exclusive parties and events. That's how Sadie met him. Through me, in fact. She accompanied me to the opening of the new Museum of the Legion of Honor, and shortly after that, possibly that very night, she commenced an affair with him, which led to her becoming pregnant at the age of 17. Unfortunately, Mr. Wilkinson had just become engaged to another woman back east, a fact that he conveniently omitted, as men of his kind are wont to do, when disclosure would get in the way of something delectable and satisfying. So, Sadie had to find someone else to marry her in the shortest possible order, and the person most head over heels for her at the time, as well as the most gullible, was Roger Stafford. But, unfortunately for Roger, the affair was not over. Far from it. Even as a newlywed, Sadie was still pining away for Wilkinson. She always most craved the things she couldn't have, which persisted right through her pregnancy and then the birth of Iris. With the poor child just a few days old, Sadie fell into a terrible despondency and couldn't nurse. This was diagnosed incorrectly as postpartum melancholy, when in fact it was just a desperate hankering, physical and emotional, for Mr. Wilkinson. You'll recall that shortly after Isabella was born, Sadie began seeing the psychiatrist, Dr. von Urban, a man of no morals at all, whom you, Mr. Dugan, would get along with capitally, and that I once attributed Sadie's miraculous recovery from her melancholy to a love affair she was having with the despicable doctor himself. In this, I was mistaken. It turns out that Dr. von Urban recommended as a cure, can you imagine, that Sadie recommence her affair with Wilkinson, who, as it happens, still made regular business trips to the Bay Area. She wrote him, or perhaps telegraphed, I don't know the mechanics, and what a surprise, he obliged. Thus began years of secret rendezvous facilitated by the doctor and his equally loathsome wife, who I can only assume thrives on intrigue and duplicity, not to mention the prurient titillation she no doubt took from the whole sordid arrangement. In any event, Sadie and Wilkinson carried on this way for years, meeting every 3 or 6 or however many months, always at the Claremont, always under the pretense of Sadie playing tennis with Tilly. I knew nothing of the subterfuge. Neither did Roger. Unexpectedly, and this was the cause of the great catastrophe, Mr. Wilkinson, who never had children of his own, I believe due to health issues with his actual wife, grew increasingly besotted with Iris. Viewing her from afar became part of the reason he came so often to the Claremont. Over time, I believe, the main reason. Men like Mr. Wilkinson get tired of women like Sadie. Once tasted, once conquered, they are devalued. And Sadie, I suspect, was becoming an albatross to him. Mr. Wilkinson was by now a married man, after all, with a political career just taking off. At the same time, Sadie was becoming ever more needy and reckless, apparently on several occasions calling his home in New York. And beauty does fade. Perhaps this is a good place to add an important caveat. Everything I'm recounting I know only from what Sadie, strapped down and infused with phenobarbital, told me, possibly unwittingly, from her hospital bed in the first days after the tragedy, her words gushing out hysterically, almost incoherently, suggesting veracity, by the way, as she was decidedly not in a state to engage in deception. In any event, Iris became the apple of Mr. Wilkinson's eye. It was utterly out of character and rather mysterious, really. Perhaps it was middle age and a sense of mortality on the horizon. Or perhaps the success he had achieved and the thought of no one to pass it on to. Or perhaps he was bewitched. But he, the most fickle and roaming and non-committal of men, simply melted, lost his heart to Iris, with her dark eyes and slight limp and unruly night-black hair. He was a smitten father, if ever there was one, showering Iris with gifts that ostensibly came from Tilly. It pained him that Iris would never know who her real admirer was, but it also gave him joy to see her face light up. At the same time, his thirst for Sadie continued to wane, and on the day Iris died, Mr. Wilkinson tried to end their affair, telling Sadie this would be his last trip to the Claremont. He and Sadie had finished their love-making and, apparently, an entire bottle of champagne. Of course, he would have waited until after he indulged himself, when he delivered the blow and told her it was over. Sadie tried everything, weeping, remonstrating, threatening. As a last resort, out of sheer desperation, she fell to her knees and begged. "Come see our daughter," she pleaded, "the beautiful creature we made together. If you don't feel what I think you will, I'll let you go. I give you my word." It was a clever ploy. Mr. Wilkinson had held Iris on a few occasions as a toddler, and always spent as much time as he could watching her from afar whenever he visited the Claremont. But to keep their secret, he hadn't been in her presence since she turned 2. So he couldn't resist. They found Iris in a banquet room on the 2nd floor, looking for a place to hide. I don't know how they ended up in the tower. Perhaps it was for privacy, or perhaps Sadie wanted a romantic setting with a view of the hills, which would be like her. But once they were up there, Sadie announced to Iris that Mr. Wilkinson was her father, her real father, hoping this would change his mind. It didn't. On the contrary, it provoked anger on his part. I think he felt he was being manipulated. Precisely what happened next is unclear to me. In her hysterical state in the hospital, Sadie insisted that it was Mr. Wilkinson who, in a burst of inebriated, fury-induced carelessness, had sent Iris falling to her death. But I must say in all honesty that I am extremely dubious of this claim. On this point, I think Sadie was probably just being spiteful, or trying to deflect blame from herself. Mr. Wilkinson was simply too taken with the little girl, and I don't believe he would have been capable of doing such a thing, even inadvertently. Instead, I suspect that spirited little girl was playing while her parents argued, and that they, heedless and negligent, let her climb up on the chair, look into the laundry chute, and probably jump into it, thinking she had found another slide. And now, I can just imagine your impatience, Mr. Dugan, fuming at why the old bat is taking so long. I will finally tell you what happened the night of Walter Wilkinson's murder. For years after the tragedy, Sadie received all manner of psychiatric treatment. Insulin shock therapy, cardiazol shock therapy, electroconvulsive shock therapy, and more besides. I wouldn't be at all surprised if history marks the 1930s as the heyday of the hacks. And it is my opinion that psychiatry in general is 90% charlatanism. Is anyone ever actually cured? Does anyone ever even improve as a result of psychiatric interventions? In any event, nothing they did to Sadie worked, and she grew increasingly violent. After one particularly frightening incident, in which a member of the household staff was seriously injured, Roger decided that Sadie should undergo a procedure called a leucotomy, which was quite new at that time, pioneered by a surgeon from Yale named Freeman, and being carried out across the country, ostensibly with great success. I was extremely skeptical about this new miracle technique from the beginning. It was always men performing these operations, and almost always on women, housewives typically, who, conveniently, were unwell both before and after the procedure, and thus in no position to have their opinions taken seriously. But Roger insisted that she have the procedure. Whether he genuinely wished to help her, or was simply sick of her hysterics and wanted to exact a kind of subconscious retribution, I don't know. So, ice picks were inserted through Sadie's eye sockets into the frontal lobes of her brain, and parts of her cerebral cortex were transected, a procedure also known as a partial lobotomy. It didn't cure her, but it did change her. Arguably, there were beneficial results. Her violence and promiscuity largely subsided. But from that point on, she was also mentally compromised. She lost her sense of reality. She'd sometimes think she was 17 or 21. Lucidity and derangement became strangely mixed in her. For example, although she had no sense of the war raging all over the world, nor even much sense of what year it was, when Walter Wilkinson ran for president in 1940, Sadie was suddenly acutely aware of every detail. His burgeoning prominence and popularity infuriated her. While she was murky and disoriented about almost everything else, when it came to him, her mind was like a trap. A mere mention of his name on the radio would trigger an explosion of vitriol. The worst was when a picture of him and his wife appeared in Life magazine, which sent her on a rampage. And then there were the nighttime disappearances. Every now and again, there are nights. Sometimes a year goes by without such a night, sometimes they come in batches, when Sadie leaves the house and is nowhere to be found, staying out until daylight. When she returns, she is dressed invariably in glamorous garb and high heels, with lipstick and rouge and mascara. She never says where she's been, but it's clear she sometimes strays far from home. Once she was brought back by policemen who found her on a seaside boardwalk at Playland and believed her to be a lady of the night. And now for the finale, Mr. Dugan, the moment you've been waiting for. The night Walter Wilkinson was killed. My doorbell rang. It was a highly unusual hour for a caller. Nearly 1 a.m. It's odd how one knows when something is terribly wrong. The moment I heard my doorbell, I knew it, just as I had when the phone rang at my house 14 years ago. I realize it is quite impossible, but I'm telling you, I could hear it in the very ring of the doorbell that Friday night, just as I had been able to hear it in the ring of the phone the awful day poor Iris died. I was just getting ready for bed, so I came down in a robe and opened the door. It was Sadie. She had evidently been out on one of her night-walking escapades. How she got to Berkeley from the city, I don't know, but she had turned up in places even farther away before. She was wearing a long hooded cloak. Beneath it, the paint on her face and red lipstick made her look almost youthful again. But her eyes were mad. There's no other word for it. She sauntered in as if it were a perfectly normal hour and a perfectly normal occurrence, when in fact Sadie hadn't been to my house even once since the leucotomy. She tossed her cloak and purse right onto the floor of my foyer, as if she thought a maid would come running to take care of her things, and tottered unsteadily into my living room. She had on an utterly inappropriate cocktail dress, and she dropped herself on a sofa, reclining and crossing her long legs, which are still quite fine, flipping off her heels as she did. "Fix me a drink, Mother," she said. "I need a nightcap, desperately." "Sadie, my dear, what are you doing here?" "I just had the loveliest dinner with Walter at the Claremont," she said dreamily, like a girl describing her honeymoon. "We had blue points and champagne and lobster Newburg, such a divine meal, and Walter looked so dashing. He had put on his best dinner suit for me, but then he told me over dessert, over chocolate souffle, can you imagine? That it had to be our last meal together. And so it was. It was our last supper." At this point, her tone abruptly changed. Her body hardened. The damaged lines of her face became suddenly apparent. In a chillingly calm voice, she said, and I believe these are her exact words, "God spoke to me, Mother. He told me to do it." "Do what, Sadie?" "It's finally over. I've taken care of it, and I'm ecstatic. I was so pleased God spoke to me, because my whole life I've very rarely reached out to him. Neglected him, really. And thank goodness, Walter was a danger, Mother. A danger to many, many people. He's heartless, He's a murderer. The world is a far safer place now that he's gone." You can imagine how worried I was. But my worry was for Sadie's health and her lost sanity, not for Walter Wilkinson. The news of Mr. Wilkinson's murder would only come out the next morning. None of us knew that anything had happened to him, and it never occurred to me that there could be any reality to my daughter's ravings. So I called Sadie a taxi, gave the driver the Nob Hill address, and made sure that he would see her safely inside. The next morning, when I saw the headlines, I finally understood that a ghastly truth was mixed into Sadie's delusions. I told no one what had happened, and perhaps by keeping silent, I committed a crime? I don't know. That's your department, Mr. Dugan, but the murder was done. Nothing could now undo it. Then you came along, Mr. Dugan, hungry for reasons best known to yourself, to convict one of my granddaughters of the crime. You are wrong. As I've told you all along, you are aiming at the wrong target. Or perhaps you knew the true target all along. I wouldn't put it past you. Perhaps you knew that by threatening my granddaughters, you could induce me to give away my own daughter. A sin for which I will surely burn for all eternity.
Chapter 26, 1944. Monday, March 20th. 1. "God damn it," said Dugan. "That cunning bitch." He was in his office chair, a cup of coffee in one hand and Mrs. Bainbridge's testimonial in the other. As soon as I'd finished reading it yesterday, I'd called Dugan and briefed him. He'd reluctantly agreed to postpone arresting Isabella until he had a chance to read the testimonial himself. "Sir?" I asked. "Ever hear of People v. Schmidt?" he asked. "It's a case decided by none other than Justice Benjamin Cardozo. And it specifically says that if a woman has a delusion that God spoke to her and ordered her to kill someone, she's not guilty by reason of insanity. The old lady's playing us. Did you notice the exact words she used? That Sadie said, 'God told me to do it.' The old bat knows exactly what she's doing. She's giving me the one person in the family I can't convict. And I'll tell you why. Because she knows Isabella did it. The whole story's bullshit. There's no way Sadie could have done it. She's out of her mind. You told me so yourself." "Not exactly," I said. "She's half in, half out. And we know she goes out in the streets at night. I think she might be capable." "Oh, please," said Dugan. "You're saying a crazy woman got herself from San Francisco to Berkeley, snuck into the Claremont, shot Wilkinson, and got out again, all without anyone noticing her." "I'm just saying there's more to Sadie Stafford than people think. She's no invalid, at least not all the time." "It's a load of crap," said Dugan. "That note card you found from Wilkinson to Isabella, that's the smoking gun. It puts her at his hotel room at the exact time he was killed, for God's sake. That card got us the search warrant for the Stafford house in Nob Hill, which came through early this morning, by the way. Get over there now, Sullivan. I want you to supervise. See if you can find me a murder weapon, and please tell me it has Isabella Stafford's fingerprints on it." 2. At the Stafford house in Nob Hill, Isabella had been put under guard. 5 city cops were turning the house upside down, while a 6th was standing next to Isabella at the foot of the stairs, holding her by the arm.
"Thank goodness you're here," she said when she saw me. "Can you please tell me what's going on? Am I under arrest? No one will tell me anything."
I spoke to the cop, not to her, and asked him where Sadie was. He responded that she'd taken a whopping dose of Nembutal and was up in her room completely knocked out. Then I asked whether they were finished with the kitchen yet. He said they were, and I turned to Isabella. "Follow me, Miss Stafford." The kitchen was a wreckage. All the cabinets and drawers were open, their contents strewn helter-skelter onto the counters and floor. I posted the cop outside the kitchen door so nobody else would come in, and made Isabella sit down at a long wood table that was piled with pots and pans, boxes and jars, and so on. I sat down opposite her and pushed out of the way everything that was between us. "You're in serious trouble, miss." I tossed Wilkinson's card on the table in front of her. "Recognize this?" She glanced down, and I saw her flinch. "The night Walter Wilkinson was killed," I continued, "you went to his room at midnight. You had an appointment with him, and it was you the hotel maid saw in the hallway coming out of his room. Isn't that right?" There was a silence. Then she said,
Yes. But he was already dead when I got there, I swear to you.
I didn't respond. I just looked at her.
You have to believe me, Detective.
"No, I don't, Miss Stafford. I really don't."
I could never have killed him. Never.
"And why's that, miss?"
Because he was my father.
That statement hung in the air.
Not just Iris's,
she said.
but mine too.
I didn't say so, but I'd been wondering about the same thing ever since Pounds told me how long Wilkinson and Sadie had been carrying on. Wilkinson being Isabella's father would also explain Roger's hostility to her. And I'd never bought the idea that Isabella was having an affair with Wilkinson. Although maybe I just didn't want that to be true. Aloud, I said, "That doesn't prove you didn't kill him. If you've got a story you want to tell me, miss, you'd better get to it." Isabella looked away for a moment. Then she said,
All right. I'll tell you everything.
"I'm listening."
I first met Walter Wilkinson about 3 months ago at Madame Chang's Christmas party, where he kept staring at me. Finally, he came up and told me he'd known my mother long ago, and that he couldn't get over how much I looked like her. I've heard that many times, so I didn't find our conversation especially remarkable. We exchanged a few more words. Then I left the party with my grandmother and Nicole, and I forgot all about him. About a month later, though, I received a long letter from him. It was quite a letter. He told me that he met my mother in 1921 at the opening gala for the Palace of Legion of Honor, and that they'd fallen in love and spent the night together. He said he was Iris's real father, and that he and my mother had continued their affair, even after they were both married to other people, always meeting at Claremont. That was the first time I realized the real purpose of the special Sundays Iris and I used to spend at the Claremont with our mother. He told me that he was actually at the Claremont with my mother the day Iris had her accident. And he told me that he was my father, too. He said that he'd suffered years of guilt because he'd abandoned me, and that he wanted to make amends and get to know me because I was his only living child. I wrote back intemperately. I don't know why, but his letter terrified and infuriated me, and I didn't want to believe it. In fact, I wrote him that I didn't believe him and that I never wanted to hear from him again. He then wrote me another letter saying that he was coming to the Bay Area in March, and that he had something to show me, to give me, as proof. I didn't reply. But after he arrived in town, he sent me a card. The one you found. Right up to the last minute, I wasn't sure whether I was going to meet him or not. But in the end, I decided to go. I drove there alone. I entered through a side door, I know that hotel inside out, and took the service stairs up to the 6th floor. I went to room 602 and found the door ajar. So I walked in, and that's when I saw him, lying there, dead. His pants pulled down in a humiliating way, his mouth stuffed with strange things. It was horrible. The most horrible thing I've ever seen. I grabbed a sheet of newspaper and covered him. It was indecent the way he was exposed. I was about to leave when I saw a small black velvet box on the dresser, even though there didn't seem to be any other belongings of his in the room. I thought it might be the proof he said he had for me. And it was. Inside the box was a child's silver necklace with a cross pendant. It was tarnished. It looked like it had been sitting there for years, untouched. The thing is, Iris had a necklace almost just like it. In fact, she was wearing it the day she died, but it went missing. We'd always been told it was a gift from Mrs. Von Urban, but I realized now it was from him. He must have bought me a matching one, except mine had tiny emeralds instead of diamonds on it. I think he'd meant to give it to me long ago, but never got a chance. I don't know why. You won't understand. I don't understand, but I was overcome. All this time, my whole life, I'd had a father out there. A father who loved me as his own. And now, the moment I'd found him, he was dead. I barely remember leaving the room. I took the necklace, I have it if you want to see it, and ran out and left the hotel the way I came. I drove away. I didn't even know where I was going, and finally I returned home. That's the truth, Detective, I swear to you.
Neither of us spoke for quite a while. "If all that's true, miss," I said, "why didn't you tell anyone? Why'd you come to me with that cock and bull story about Madame Chang?"
Because I knew it was my mother. I know you've read my grandmother's testimonial. She told me. So you know the truth as well. The moment I saw him, I knew she'd killed him.
I didn't answer.
When I came to your room the next day,
She went on.
I was just trying to see what you knew and throw you off the track. I thought there would be no harm. No one would ever dare go after Madame Chang. I was just trying to protect my mother.
Why would you do that, miss? I was thinking of how viciously Sadie had treated her the last time I was in the house, even throwing glass at her.
My mother hates me. But ever since I can remember, I adored her. I can't help it.
Isabella's eyes had filled with tears, which she wiped away.
All I ever wanted was for her to love me, even just a little.
I'd been a cop for 10 years. I didn't often get a gut feeling of absolute certainty that a suspect was coming clean. But when I did, I'd never been wrong. I had that feeling now. Even knowing how many times she'd lied to me, I believed her. There was a knock at the kitchen door, and one of the men came in and told me they'd been through the whole house and hadn't found anything of interest. I told him to keep looking. I thought about what we knew. Sadie definitely wasn't the helpless convalescent people thought she was, and there were glimmers of acuteness, even canniness, breaking through whatever fog her brain might otherwise be in. I could believe she was capable of violence. She'd seemed oddly gleeful, too, when I'd mentioned Wilkinson's murder to her. "Any idea where the murder weapon might be?" I asked Isabella. Isabella shook her head.
Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. Why would I help you convict my mother?
You wouldn't be doing her any harm, miss. Dugan says your mom can't be held criminally responsible, even if she did kill Wilkinson.
I don't understand.
If what your grandmother says in her testimonial is true, your mom's not guilty by reason of insanity. She can't be convicted.
Are you telling me the truth? Nothing will happen to her?
I'm telling you what Dugan told me, miss, and he's the DA. And I can tell you something else. Your mother should not have a firearm. It's dangerous for everyone, including herself. If she has a gun in this house, you should help us find it. Isabella thought it over.
I can think of one place she might have put it,
she said at last.
Can I take you there?
She led me up 3 flights of stairs to a room in the attic. The very room I'd seen Sadie leave the house from. Isabella went to the window and opened it.
This is how my mother sneaks out when she has one of her night walking episodes,
said Isabella.
There's a balcony outside this window and a ladder that goes down to the garden.
I didn't mention that I already knew all that. We went outside onto the narrow balcony with its stone parapet. Isabella walked a few paces, then stopped.
This is her hiding spot,
she said.
I've found very strange things here before.
She reached her hand into a nook hidden from view. Don't touch anything, miss, I said quickly. But I was too late. Isabella pulled her hand back out, holding a revolver. Give that to me, I said, drawing a handkerchief out of my pocket. 3. I told the boys who were still searching the house that I was taking Miss Stafford to headquarters back in Alameda County. I also told them to go to the neighbors and find out if anyone happened to see Sadie outside on the night of the 10th. I put Isabella in the backseat of my car and headed over the Bay Bridge. We didn't do much talking. By rights, I should have taken her to the courthouse in Oakland, where Dugan's offices were. But instead, I brought her to Berkeley so I could use the crime lab at our station. It was a little after noon, and I was hoping Jim Archambault would be out for lunch. He was. I took Isabella down to the lab with me and made her sit in a chair while I worked. First, I threw powder. We used aluminum all over the revolver to see if any latent prints popped up. You wouldn't know it from True Detective magazines, but firearms are lousy for pulling fingerprints. 9 times out of 10, you don't get a thing. On this gun, though, there was one good set of prints on the grip. So I took out the transparent tape, lifted them off, and fixed them onto a lifting cart. Next, I checked the revolver to see if it was still loaded. It was. And I fired a bullet into our recovery tank of water, fished it out, and put it under the comparison microscope. Then, from Archie's file cabinet, I took the bullet from Wilkinson's hotel room headboard and placed it under the microscope next to the revolver's bullet.
What are you finding?
Isabella asked. This is the gun that killed Walter Wilkinson. It's the murder weapon, no doubt about it. Now I need you to give me a set of your fingerprints, miss.
Oh, of course,
she said. I took her prints and under a magnifying glass compared them with the ones I'd just lifted from the revolver. I already knew what I was going to find, and I did. Your fingerprints are on the gun, miss, I said. Nobody else's. Just yours.
It must be from when I handed it to you.
I nodded, wondering whether Isabella could possibly have done the whole thing on purpose. I looked at her, looking at me. Artlessness in her eyes. And wondered, could she have led me to that nook on the balcony and picked up the gun deliberately, all to create an explanation of why I would find her fingerprints on it? No. That made no sense. If she was the killer and that clever, she would have wiped the gun clean in the first place. Or just not led me to it. The problem was, Dugan wouldn't see it that way. All he was going to see was a murder weapon with Isabella's prints on it, and that was my fault because I let her stick her hand in that cubbyhole and hand me the gun. Of course, there would be a simple solution to that problem if I were the kind of cop who tampered with evidence. I could just tear up the lifting card, the one with her prints on it, and wipe down the gun. Which I would never do, because destroying evidence was one of those lines you never cross. It separates the good cops from the bad. If you destroy evidence, you're not a cop at all anymore. You're just another criminal. But manufacturing evidence, that was just as bad, wasn't it? And in a way, this evidence had been manufactured. By me. I had created it out of my own stupidity when I let Isabella stick her hand in that cubbyhole and hand me the gun. If you've manufactured evidence, You have a duty to get rid of it. Even I didn't buy that. I was rationalizing, and I knew it. I was thinking about taking a step I could never take back, becoming something I could never unbecome. And there was only one reason why. Because it was Isabella whose prints were on that gun. What was it Sadie had said? She's bewitched you. She's from a line of sirens, Roger had said. If it had been anyone other than Isabella, anyone at all, none of this would have crossed my mind.
Detective?
She asked. I looked at her. Then, before I could stop myself, I tore up the prints, burned the pieces to ash, and wiped the gun clean.
Did you just destroy evidence?
Isabella asked me.
To help me?
I didn't answer that question. Then I drove her to the Alameda courthouse to have a conversation I wasn't looking forward to with District Attorney Dugan. 4. Dugan and I were standing outside the door of a brightly lit interrogation room on the 6th floor of the courthouse. Through a small glass pane in the middle of the door, we could see Isabella inside, alone, sitting at a table. I'd put her there. It was up to Dugan to decide whether to book her. I'd filled him in on everything Isabella had told me, about Wilkinson being her father, and about him being already dead when she got to his room. I also told him we'd found the murder weapon in the Stafford house, tucked away in a rooftop nook that Isabella had led me to. A nook where Sadie had hidden things in the past, and where I myself had seen her walking at night about a week ago. "What about prints?" asked Dugan. "Any prints on the gun?" "Nothing," I answered evenly. I dusted it myself. He stared at Isabella through the glass pane, her hands folded on the table in front of her. She couldn't see us. The glass was mirrored on the other side. "I still don't like it," said Dugan. "I knew you wouldn't. She took you straight to the hidden gun? It sounds to me like she knew it was there." "Maybe," I answered. "But if she killed him, why take me to the gun? And Sadie Bainbridge, sir, I've had a few encounters with her, and the more I think about it, there's something really troubling about her. She's got a real vicious streak, and she could be psychopathic. If I had to put money on it, sir, I'd say I believe Miss Stafford." Dugan showed me a rueful smile. "Well, I don't," he said. "But it's not who you believe in this game, Sullivan. It's who you can convict. And I don't think I can convict her." He fell silent, drumming his fingers against each other. We both kept looking through the glass at Isabella. I wondered if, like Ileana, she knew she was being watched. "If we prosecute Isabella," Dugan said at last, "the grandmother will take the stand and say Sadie did it. She'll tell the whole elaborate story she spun in that testimonial, and the jury will be riveted. The physical evidence is inconclusive. The gun could point to either one of them. The case has reasonable doubt written all over it. And look at her sitting there. Every man on that jury will want to be her knight in shining armor." At that moment, an assistant DA came into the room. "We just got a report from San Francisco, Mr. Dugan," he said. "Police officers spoke to the Stafford's neighbors. One of them saw Sadie Stafford out on the street walking away from her house at about 10:30 or 11 o'clock on the night of the 10th. Dugan thanked him, and the assistant left us alone in the dimly lit anteroom. "Well, that's it then," said Dugan. "They've got us, Sullivan. I thought this case was going to make my career. Now I've got to make sure I survive it." He smiled again. "But here's what we're going to do. Declare victory. We'll make the story about the debauchery and moral bankruptcy of the upper class. We found the killer, and on top of that, we uncovered the true story behind the death of Iris Stafford back in 1930. The newspapers will eat it up. And we'll be the ones who broke the case wide open. You and me, Sullivan." I nodded. "And the girl?" I asked. "Let her go," said Dugan. "The murderess is free to leave." Chapter 27. 1944. Tuesday, March 21st. 1. Dapper, I said, starting on the D words.
Elegantly dressed.
Miriam answered.
Like you.
No, not like me. Debacle.
Total disaster.
Miriam replied.
I've been meaning to ask. How's your case going?
Good.
Did you solve it?
Yeah, I think we did.
What happened to the pretty woman? The nice one who came here?
Nothing. Deleterious.
Harmful. So she's innocent?
Yeah. Deluded.
Deceived by false beliefs.
Good. Okay. Go get your knapsack. You don't want to miss the bus. You apologized yesterday to your teacher, right? Like I told you? Told her your mom got sick? Which was not exactly true, but close enough.
Yeah, I did.
Miriam looked dubious.
But, Al, she just doesn't like me, my teacher. Always looks at me funny.
You still have to go to school, Miriam.
Al?
What?
I think we need to talk. Man to man. I want to pay back the money I borrowed, and I just don't think school's for me, Al. I can do vocab cards on my own. I don't need to be in a stupid classroom. I'm better at the hustle. There are lots of ways I can make money. My friend, Icehouse, works at Call Me Joe on Shattuck, and he says he can get me a shift. Plus, I might be able to get something in the Claremont kitchen.
The Claremont kitchen? What's wrong with you, Miriam? You need to be figuring out how to have people serving you at the Claremont in 10 years. And can I remind you again that you're only 11?
12 next month. And Icehouse is only 13. Plus, I'm worried about what they'll do if I don't get the money.
Miriam, you just need to get to school now, I said in exasperation. I want you to stop thinking about Mickey and the money. Everything's going to be all right. I wasn't actually sure about that. I'd shown the document Mickey had Miriam signed to a lawyer pal of mine, the same guy doing the closing for my new house, hoping he'd say I could just tear it up. Instead, he told me that whoever drew it up knew what he was doing. Apparently, in California, contracts with kids were enforceable if the kid's parents had abandoned them and the other party was providing the kid with necessities, which is exactly what Mickey's contract said. On top of that, Miriam confessed in the contract to shoplifting, which Mickey would be able to hold over her. The lawyer said she basically had 3 choices. Work off the 3 years, take the juvie shoplifting charge, or pay the $3,000. I couldn't believe it. What the hell was wrong with the law if it protected a sleaze like Mickey instead of a good kid like Miriam? And what the hell was wrong with Miriam not wanting to swing for the fences? Something had gone wrong with Miriam. How had she gotten so off track? And since when had she gotten so friendly with Icehouse, whom I vaguely recalled as a gangly, shaggy-haired kid from the neighborhood named Harry? Goddamn Rosemary. I'd called Sacramento PD to see if they could help me find her, but they had nothing. I had a bad feeling that Rosemary might not come back this time. At least, not anytime soon. She probably thought she could outrun her gambling debt by disappearing into Sacramento. But who frigging does that? Ditch their own kid? And what was supposed to happen to Miriam now? I'd been racking my brain and could see exactly 0 options. 2. When I heard the knock on my door, I knew exactly who it was.
I'm sorry,
said Isabella with a pretty smile. Actually, pretty doesn't come close.
I know you don't like me coming to your house, but I had to thank you. And this was the only place I could because I don't plan ever to set foot in a police station again if I can help it. Aren't you going to let me in?
I don't think I am, Miss Stafford.
For heaven's sake, I've seen your house before. Please. I have nowhere else to go.
Nowhere to go? Your family has more houses than I have rooms.
I brought a present for your niece. Is she home?
She's at school, miss.
I'll leave it with you then.
From her purse, she withdrew a little stack of 3 or 4 books, tied up in brown paper and blue and white string.
These are my favorite books from when I was her age. I think she'll love Anne of Green Gables.
She handed the books to me, but didn't let them go. We stood there, joined at the hands by the gift.
If you don't let me in, I'll feel terrible. And so will you.
She was right about that. You're too much for me, Miss Stafford. Please, come in. Coffee?
Yes, thank you.
I made her a cup of coffee, creating space at the table by pushing some hanging laundry to the end of the clothesline. Right behind her chair, on a low bookshelf, was the box with her old drawings and poetry in it. But she had no reason to know they were in my house. Instead, she looked around the room like it interested her, taking in my poverty for a second time. I imagined her seeing instead the little place I was going to buy at the top of the Berkeley Hills, then realized she'd probably barely be able to tell the difference between my dream house and the dump I was in.
So Miriam's still staying here?
She said, smiling at the cot, which I hadn't folded up yet, and which was scattered with scraps of fabric that Miriam had been cutting up for her pocket squares. Yeah, I said grimly. For now. The kid's mom is gone.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. Still thinking.
There's a school near Los Angeles, Sacred Heart. Have you heard of it? It's a boarding school for girls. My family helped fund it years ago. It's run by Dominican sisters and has a beautiful campus. The headmistress is an old friend of mine. I could make some inquiries.
This sounded like a complete fantasy, and I wasn't even sure she was sincere. I decided to change the subject. How are your cousins doing?
Nicole is angry. She was scared before, but now she's just angry. She feels doubly betrayed by a man she thought she loved and a woman she thought was her best friend. As for Cassie, she's in agony because of Yuko.
Did they send her to a camp?
No, Yuko's free. My grandmother found out about something called the Japanese-American Student Relocation Council that Eleanor Roosevelt helped start. It turns out Japanese are allowed out of internment if they've been accepted by a university not on the West Coast. My grandmother got Yuko into a master's program at Cornell. I don't know how she did it so fast. It must have cost her a sizable donation. She's the most extraordinary person I know, my grandmother. But Yuko is refusing to go. Her father is old and failing. He and the others are still in hiding, and Yuko won't leave him. That's why Cassie's so upset. She's afraid her parents will discover where they are and turn them in.
She paused, stirring her coffee. Then she looked at me intently and asked,
Is that what you would do? Turn them in?
I'd be breaking 3 or 4 laws if I didn't, miss.
You broke the law when you wiped my fingerprints off the gun, didn't you?
I looked at Isabella for a moment, then stood up, shaking my head. You're always after something, aren't you, miss? Have you ever done anything without an ulterior motive?
They're just teachers and shopkeepers.
She shot back, standing up as well.
Who've never harmed anyone. You know it's wrong, Detective, in your heart. I know you know it, because of what happened to your father and brothers. And now you have a chance to do the right thing.
She came so close to me, our bodies were almost touching.
Help me save them,
she continued.
It would be so easy for you. There's a farm in Paradise Valley, Nevada, owned by a Japanese man named Bill Tomiyasu. The Japanese aren't under an internment order in Nevada. Yuko's been in touch with him, and he's agreed to take in her father and the rest of them as workers. We just have to get them through the roadblocks and across the state line. You could do that, Detective. You could drive them in a police van, and the officers at the roadblocks would wave you straight through because you're one of them. They wouldn't even question you. And even if they did, you could say you were transporting prisoners to a camp.
She thought of everything, plotted the whole thing out, including my role in it, playing me like a fiddle, assuming she could get me to do just what she wanted, even though I was a cop and would be risking my neck and exploiting the trust of my fellow officers. She had some nerve. She must have been used to having men lapping out of her hand. And I was going to be one of those men. I already knew it. After Berkeley's internment order came down in late April 1942, the military made us, the Berkeley PD, do the dirty work. We were the ones who had to tell our Japanese neighbors they had a week to pack up all their possessions, but could only take a single suitcase each. We were the ones who ordered them to leave their pets behind. I remember a little girl sobbing uncontrollably as we pulled her away from her collie. We were the ones who gave them numbers like cattle, packing them onto buses headed for the camps. And I was the one, as luck would have it, who, with my own 2 hands, personally shoved Mrs. Obate onto the bus. The kindly old woman with the flower shop on Shattuck, who'd cared for my mom when she was dying, coming to the house every day when I couldn't, and comforted me after she passed. I'd told myself every line I could think of about why I should help lock up the Japanese. I was protecting the country. I was protecting the Japanese themselves from being attacked. The camps were comfortable, they were temporary, they were voluntary. Because all a Jap had to do was leave the West Coast. And if they hadn't, well, that was their choice. Besides, it was my job. It was the law. FDR himself signed the executive order. Earl Warren supported it. All the generals said it was necessary because of the threat of sabotage. A Japanese guy named Fred Korematsu, whom they caught in San Leandro, had taken it to federal court and lost. He'd lost in the lower court, he'd lost in the appeals court, and everyone said he was going to lose in the Supreme Court too. On top of all that, I was just one person, and not an important one. Even if I refused to go along, what difference would that make? I'd have blown my career for nothing. At least, that's what I told myself. But I didn't believe it anymore. "All right," I said to Isabella.
All right?
I nodded. What appeared to be genuine surprise and delight came over her.
Thank you. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. You're a good man. I knew it.
Not so good, miss. I'll help you on one condition.
Anything.
You have dinner with me when I get back. 3. The great redwoods of Northern California are not only the tallest trees in the world, they're the tallest living things in the world. And at over 3,000 years in age, among the oldest, already ancient when Plato wrote his dialogues. I first saw them when I was 13. It was my first experience of awe. Before airplanes, no human had seen the crowns of the most gigantic of the sequoias. The trees were simply too tall, the growth too dense. No one knew that the canopy of each of these colossuses was a forest in itself. A sequoia sheds innumerable needles every year, thousands of which are caught by its thick horizontal branches, there to decompose, turning over the centuries into rich layers of soil. And from this soil, hundreds of feet above the forest floor, grows a host of epiphytic life. Not only moss and fern, not only fruit-bearing elderberry and huckleberry bushes, but whole trees, hemlock, spruce, and Douglas firs. Countless animals, from salamanders to bats, bald eagles to blue herons, crawl or nest in this forest above the forest, many never seeing or touching the world below. The sheer immensity of the sequoias made news all over the globe when Europeans first discovered them. But not everyone regarded the sequoias as wonders of the world. It was also possible to see them as what they were: wood. Sturdy, durable, marketable timber yielding more board feet per acre than calculators could sum. The companies seizing these acres had no idea how prized, how versatile their products would prove to be. Whole towns would soon be built of redwood because it was stronger and more resistant to fire than other wood. Railway cars were made of redwood, and so were the countless ties of the railroad tracks. Redwood doors were shipped to Central America because they were impervious to the white ant. The sawdust of redwood was so fine, yet so insulating, that the choicest grapes were packed in it. 2 million acres of redwood forest lined the California coastline when gold was discovered at Sutter's Mill in 1848. Serious logging began 2 years later. In the blink of an eye, only 4% of those old-growth sequoias were still standing. I'd barely said a word to Yuko Sasaki for almost 3 hours. We were driving through giant redwood country on our way to Nevada, and I'd run out of sequoia facts to distract myself with. I was driving, and she was in the passenger seat. The others, including her father, were in the back of the van. They were all in old, worn-out clothing, dressed to look like I was transferring them from one relocation camp to another. It was dark and raining. The windshield wiper kept missing the same spot over and over, so I was flying half-blind. At first, I was just too nervous to talk, too worried about getting stopped with a van load of California's most wanted fugitives, which would have been pretty much the end of my life as I knew it. But even after we'd made it through 2 roadblocks, the cops saw the police insignia on my van and just waved me through, exactly as Isabella had predicted. There was complete silence. It was awkward, but I couldn't think of anything non-stupid to say. I'd never felt more different from another human being in my life. I just assumed that any views I had, she'd hate, that anything I found funny, she wouldn't, that she'd despise the thoughts in my head if she knew them. I don't know why I assumed all that. I had no basis given that I didn't know her from Adam. Maybe it was guilt. "I guess you know, miss," I said out of nowhere, "that I led the police raid on the Japanese hiding at St. Andrews back in '42.
No,
She said.
I didn't know that.
We drove in silence again. Then, unexpectedly, she said,
I remember when I first saw the internment order. Everything before that had been going so perfectly. Dawn was just breaking, and Cassie and I were at the top of Telegraph Hill where it was all misty. And suddenly the fog rolled away, and the Golden Gate Bridge appeared out of nowhere. And even though there was a curfew, and Dad and I had been forced to register, and we'd heard about Japanese fishermen being rounded up in Santa Monica, my spirits soared. Then I saw it. The order, nailed to a telephone pole like Jesus on the cross, saying that everyone of Japanese ancestry was going to be evacuated from San Francisco. I remember thinking, Germany and Italy are enemies in the war too. Why aren't German Americans and Italian Americans being rounded up and sent to camps too? Why only Japanese Americans? And it hit me. It's because we aren't white. And only whites can be true Americans.
I started to say something about it being the same for Mexicans in the U.S., but checked myself. How would I know? Another silence passed. Someone coughed in the back. Then I heard some quiet murmuring.
Before the internment,
Yuko went on,
there was a headline in the Chronicle. It said, Japanese, a menace to American women. Oh, so I'm a menace to Cassie? Well, maybe she's a menace to me.
To be honest, I still had a little trouble getting used to the idea of a woman being with a woman.
I know that's not right,
she said.
But it's how all this race hate talk makes you think. It's no better in Japan. My mother grew up in Tokyo, and she told me all her teachers believed that the Japanese were a racially superior people destined to rule all of Asia. She'd also get upset with me whenever I sat out in the sun. Did you know that Japanese women carry umbrellas around even when it's not raining? That's because white skin is prized fanatically there. White is the color of the gods, symbolizing spiritual and physical purity. When Cassie first took me to the Claremont, I thought it was the most beautiful place I'd ever seen. It was all white, magnificent white. But now I think, wait, is white actually beautiful? I can tell you this. The Claremont sure doesn't look like a white palace down in the basement laundry rooms.
We drove on in the slashing rain. "How'd you all end up in the Claremont?" I said, "if you don't mind my asking."
That was my idea. My dad has diabetes, and I was afraid he wouldn't be able to get insulin in a camp. That was before we even knew how bad the camps really were.
Yuko told me what she had heard about the camps. Guards in watchtowers with machine guns, freezing temperatures and sweltering heat, open latrines with no barriers and no privacy at all. People being shot when they tried to escape. And how it wasn't just the police searching for them. The FBI and the Army were too, and so were ordinary people. People with cute dogs and toddlers they'd always thought were nice. She told me they thought about fleeing California, but then read about the governor of Wyoming saying, "If you bring Japanese into my state, I promise you they will be hanging from every tree." On the East Coast, too, the Japanese were being harassed and spat on. They couldn't book hotel rooms or get served in restaurants, let alone get a job, even in Chicago or Boston or New York City.
What I was really afraid of,
she said,
was that if my dad went to a camp, he wouldn't take his insulin even if they had any. All I could think of was Mr. Murata. After finding out about the internment order, he went to a hotel and shot himself in the head, clutching an award he'd received for his gallant service to America in the Great War. That could easily have been my dad. He served too. That's when I thought of the Claremont, of working there. It actually came to me when I saw a horrible cartoon called How to Spot a Jap. It said a Chinese person was about the size of the average American, but the Jap is shorter and looks as if his legs are joined directly to his chest. It also said that unlike Chinese people, Japs had buck teeth and shuffled when they walk. I remember being outraged and thinking, I don't look anything like that. My father doesn't either. For that matter, I didn't know any Japanese who looked like that. Then it occurred to me, why not just pretend we were Chinese? Americans couldn't tell the difference anyway.
So Cassie got them jobs under Chinese names at the Claremont, with her grandmother's help. After that, Yuko and I talked about lighter things. She told me about a pet deer that she and Cassie had raised, which I'd met, and it turns out she and I both liked doing crossword puzzles. About a half hour before the Nevada line, she said out of the blue,
Hope is the thing with feathers that perches in the soul and sings the tune without the words and never stops at all. Do you know that poem by Emily Dickinson?
No, miss. I don't know much poetry. I've never felt I had time for it, to be honest.
To live is so startling, it leaves little time for anything else. That's Emily Dickinson, too.
Chapter 28, 1944. Wednesday, March 22nd. 1. I rolled into the DA's office in the Alameda courthouse the next day without any sleep at all, shaved in the men's room, and started pouring coffee down my throat. Yuko and I had gotten back at 6:30 in the morning. I wondered if anyone was going to ask me where I'd been yesterday, but no one did. No one even noticed that I'd borrowed a police van. A note on my desk said to call Sergeant Vern Callahan of the SFPD's Chinatown squad. So I did, and Vern told me they'd caught Jane Chow's killer. Apparently, the squad had busted some low-life Chinese bookie who was bilking the cops out of their rightful cut, and by total chance, they'd found a bloody axe in his room and bloody clothes to boot. The bookie swore none of it was his, belonging instead to a guy named Ping who'd been staying with him but was now down at the port about to board a ship for Hong Kong. Which turned out to be true. Vern's boys found Ping at the port and arrested him. He had Chinese identity papers and didn't seem to speak a word of English. Vern then put the screws on Eddie Gong, and Eddie gave the guy up, saying that Ping had killed Jane Chow, but that he wasn't part of Eddie's tong and wasn't from Chinatown at all. Eddie said if we wanted to know who he was, we'd have to ask Madam Chang. Vern asked me if I wanted Ping transferred to our custody, and I said yes. I reported all this to Dugan, then spent the day writing reports and packing up. The Wilkinson case was closing, meaning I was headed back to the Berkeley PD. Dugan had set up a whole press campaign in which he denounced Sadie as Wilkinson's killer while doing his best to tar the rest of the Bainbridge family in the process. Somehow, all the coverage of Dugan so far had been favorable, and he was on his way. 2. At around 3:30, my buzzer rang. I was told a young woman was here to see me. "Send her in," I said. It was Isabella, in a cap-sleeved black dress with a scooped neck. She smelled like lilac and pear. After closing the door, Isabella said,
I wanted to thank you personally, Detective, for what you did last night. I know what a risk it was for you, and I wanted to let you know how much I, and Cassie and Yuko, appreciate it.
She said this warmly, but she seemed dispirited. "You don't owe me any thanks, miss. Is everything all right?"
Yes, fine.
She paused.
Actually, since you're kind enough to ask, I just came from trying to visit my mother and she refused to see me again. I suppose she's punishing me. I'll keep trying, though. Anyway, I know you have work to do and I'll be out of your hair in 1 minute, but the reason I'm here is that I heard back from Sacred Heart Academy, the school down in Los Angeles I told you about. I spoke to the headmistress, and they have a spot for Miriam. They're willing to take her immediately if she's accepted. It's a beautiful campus on 40 acres near the San Gabriel Mountains. They have a swimming pool.
Sounds like a country club.
No, they have an excellent curriculum, and a music conservatory, and a first-rate arts program. The sisters are tough, by the way.
I appreciate all the trouble you've gone to, miss. I really do, I said, and I meant it. I hadn't expected her to do anything, actually. But that's a pipe dream for us. We can't afford a private school like that.
Oh, but I haven't told you the best part. They'd offer Miriam a full scholarship, covering tuition and room and board. She'd even have a spending allowance.
Why would they do all that, Miss Stafford?
Well, I may have put in a good word for Miriam, emphasizing her intelligence and deservingness. I told you, my family, my grandmother really, gave Sacred Heart its founding donation. But Miriam will have to apply. She has to get in on her own merit like any other girl.
It was dawning on me for the first time that this was a real possibility. So, what would we have to do?
Miriam will have to take a test, but if you want, I could help her prepare. Besides, I know she's a whiz at vocabulary,
she added, smiling. Then her expression changed.
But are you sure the best solution isn't for Miriam to stay with you? The two of you seem...
I broke in. I'm sure, miss. I can't be her father. That would be a disaster. For her and for me. Isabella was about to say something else, but I didn't let her. No one in my family has ever been able to raise a kid. We have rotten moms and dads going back generations. We can't escape our legacy, none of us. And I don't want a kid in my house, period. How long do we have before we have to get back to the school? Isabella frowned. Then she said,
Soon. A few days at most. Otherwise, they'll give the spot to someone else. There's a wait list.
All right. Let me think about it and talk to Miriam. I really am grateful, miss.
It's nothing. Especially after everything you've done for my family.
She went to the door, then turned back.
I'm looking forward to dinner tomorrow night,
she said.
May I ask one last favor, though? Can you bring Miriam along? I love girls that age, and I can tell her about Sacred Heart.
My first reaction was one of panic. I guess I just didn't see how Miriam could fit in, either at a fancy restaurant or with Isabella. Plus, the last thing I wanted was for Miriam to be the object of anyone's pity. Then I thought about it and decided it wasn't such a bad idea. There was nothing about Miriam to be ashamed of, and Isabella genuinely seemed to like her. Besides, Isabella was cultivated and literate and believed in education. With the new red flags I was seeing, Miriam could use spending a little time with someone like that. I'll bring her along, miss. And thank you again. 3. I dropped by the Five and Dime to settle things with Mickey once and for all. I was going to tell him he could work things out with me right now, or else there'd be hell to pay. But there was a new guy behind the counter. He was in his 30s, wearing a flashy pinstriped suit. "Where's Mickey?" I asked. "Mickey's gone." "What do you mean, gone?" "Mickey don't work here no more." "This is Mickey's store." "Not no more, it ain't. It's Tony's now." He looked at me cheekily. I knew who Tony had to be. Tony Lima, the San Francisco mobster. "You must be that dick Mickey told us about before he..." He went on, not finishing his sentence. "You're Sullivan, right?" "That's me." "Tony's got a message for you. Everything Mickey owned is Tony's now, including the girl, the brown-faced one. What's with her? Is she colored? Anyway, she needs to get back to work. It'll be good for her, Tony says. You want her to be safe, don't you?" I leaned over the counter and grabbed him by the sharp lapels of his striped jacket. "Is that a threat, punk?" "What are you going to do? Arrest me?" He grinned at me. "Go ahead." I let him go. "Work is the safest thing for her, Tony says," the goon went on, straightening and smoothing out his jacket. "Tony says anything can happen to a girl out on the street these days. Like the one they found washed up on Ocean Beach. That was a shame. A real shame. The girl needs to get back to work, Tony says. Or pay what she owes." 4. When I finally got home, the radio was playing Bing Crosby, and Miriam was sitting at the kitchen table doing homework. Well, that was good at least, I thought. But when I glanced at the math worksheet she was doing, I saw she'd gotten all the problems wrong. She had no idea how to do fractions. "Miriam, 1/4 plus 1/4 is not 1/8. How can that make sense?" I said in exasperation. "I give you a quarter of an apple pie, and then another quarter of it. How much of the pie do you have?"
I have half the pie.
"Yes, Miriam, half. Not an eighth, which would be less than you started with, which would make no sense."
I didn't know 1/4 meant a quarter.
"What did you think it meant?"
1/4.
I shut off the radio, then grabbed a chair and sat at the table across from her. "I have to talk to you, Miriam. I have some good news." Miriam's face brightened.
You found Mom?
"No. Better. I managed to get you a spot at a top-notch boarding school."
What's a boarding school?
"It's a school you live at. This one's called Sacred Heart Academy. They'll give you a really good education, nothing like the crap you've been getting. It's got a swimming pool."
What?
Miriam was shaking her head in disbelief, horror-struck.
What do you mean I'm going to live at school? No, I don't want to.
"Listen to me, Miriam. This is an opportunity. It's one of the best all-girl schools in the country, and..."
All girls? They'll hate me.
"Stop being a baby, Miriam. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance."
No, I won't go.
Miriam said, stomping her feet.
You can't make me. And I don't want to be at some stupid old school with snooty girls. I won't belong there, Alan, you know it. If you don't want me here, I'll go live with Icehouse.
"Miriam," I thundered. "Do you know how much trouble you've caused? What a mess you've made? You're one step away from juvie, or worse. Look at your mom. Do you want to end up like that? this is just how it started with her, too. Cutting school, failing at math, lying right and left. You're acting just like Rosemary, right before she decided to be a fuck-up for life. I was so angry I was shaking. Miriam was quivering. She looked so skinny, a sack of bones. A big tear rolled down her cheek, which just made me madder. I don't have time for you and your antics, I said. This Sacred Heart School is run by nuns, and that's exactly what you need. Now, there's a test you have to take, and you're going to take it. You're going to study nonstop, and you're not going to screw this up. Do you hear me? I could hear her choking down a sob. Do you hear me? I repeated.
Okay, Al. I hear you. I'll take the test.
Chapter 29, 1944. Thursday, March 23rd. 1. I'd asked Isabella to pick a restaurant, and she'd chosen the prime rib room at the Claremont. The choice puzzled me because the Claremont wasn't exactly a repository of happy memories for her. But my own attitude was never run from anything you fear. Run straight at it instead. So I figured maybe it was something like that. The moment Miriam and I stepped into the Claremont's jaw-dropping lobby with its cathedral ceilings and grand chandeliers, Miriam went moon-eyed. She'd never been anywhere a tenth as fancy.
So this is what a hotel looks like,
she said. Not all hotels, I answered. There was no sign of Isabella, so we decided to wait in the lobby. Once again, Miriam had bounced back. Her natural inclination was to be happy, which I envied and admired. I'd never met a more resilient kid, or adult for that matter. The restaurant had a dress code, which at first had seemed to present an insurmountable problem, but Miriam managed to dig up an old spring dress from Rosemary's closet. I told her she looked like a movie star, but it didn't actually fit her at all. It was way too big, and faded too. I just hoped she didn't notice the way people were looking at her. Isabella showed up almost 20 minutes late in an off-the-shoulder white satin dress that was dangerously attractive, but she seemed even more disheartened than the day before. Despite myself, I felt a pang of disappointment. I suppose I wanted her to be more excited, but Isabella brightened when she saw Miriam, and she paid Miriam's dress a big compliment, which I appreciated. We made our way to the oak-beamed prime rib room, where Julie, the maitre d', led us to a white linen table in a corner. Isabella and I ordered cocktails, and Miriam asked if she could go explore. If you're back in 20 minutes, I said.
Make sure you go to the north wing, Isabella said. It's a little scary, but it's full of secret hiding places. There's a passageway behind a grandfather clock and a fake door that leads nowhere. And a cubbyhole under the center staircase that's perfect for hiding.
20 minutes, I repeated.
Got it,
said Miriam, heading off. Isabella took a sip of her drink, something called a French 75, which had gin and champagne, and was apparently what people in New York were drinking.
I finally saw my mother today,
she said. How'd that go?
Smashingly.
She smiled wistfully.
I never learn. Somehow I always imagine that if my mother could just get the right treatment, everything would be different. But it's never different.
She took another sip of her French 75.
Oh my goodness, what am I doing? Let's talk about something else.
And we did. She told me about the sudden wildfire blooms in the Berkeley Hills, which I'd never seen despite all my years there, about a poet named Robert Lowell she liked, and about a painter named Frida Kahlo she loved. We talked about Gibbon, and she was surprised I knew so much about Rome. She had a piece coming out in the Tribune about the war shutting down the toy industry, and she was embarrassed at how frivolous it was. For a while, I completely forgot about Walter Wilkinson and Miriam's death, and the fact that people were being blown apart on battlefields. I had a glimpse of what it was like to live in the leisure class. I wonder where Miriam is. I said after about 20 minutes.
Oh, I have some guesses, Isabella said. This place is magical for children, and Miriam, she has so much imagination and spirit.
Suddenly, an odd expression came over her.
Would you excuse me, Detective? I need to go to the powder room. I feel a little lightheaded.
The minute she left, I felt someone approaching me from behind.
Detective Sullivan,
said a woman's voice from behind me, which I recognized even before I turned around. 2. Madam Chang, I said, standing up. She was wearing a black silk Chinese dress with a red chrysanthemum pattern and coral earrings. She had 2 of her strongmen behind her, one on either side. She made a big display of greeting me as if we were old friends, which we weren't, by warmly smiling and shaking my hand, declaring how nice it was to see me again. Then lowered her voice almost to a whisper so that no one could overhear.
I have something to tell you,
she said,
before your dinner companion returns. It concerns her directly. I've read in the papers that Walter Wilkinson was her father. It isn't true.
A wave of dread passed over me. What makes you say that, ma'am?
First, we need to come to an understanding about a countryman of mine you have in custody. His name is Zhou Yuan Ping, but you may know him as Ping. I'd like him to be released immediately.
I'm afraid that's not going to happen, ma'am. Ping is charged with murder. The murder of Jane Chow. He's not going to be released on your request, especially given that he may have been sent here by your husband to do the job. Things don't work that way in this country.
They do, if one is offering valuable enough information. And the truth about who really killed Walter seems rather valuable to me.
A tornado was coming. I could feel it. I'm listening.
The day he was murdered, Walter and I met at 3 at the Fairmont.
I nodded. You had tea, I said, remembering the entry in his calendar.
Walter was utterly distraught. I'd never seen him like that. I've never seen anyone in that much anguish. And it was because he'd received this.
Madam Chang handed me a letter. I recognized the feminine handwriting immediately. The letter was from Isabella, and it was addressed to Wilkinson.
Read it,
said Madam Chang.
But I'm afraid my men will insist on your giving it back to me, unless we come to an understanding about Mr. Ping.
So I started reading, and with every word, I felt like I was sinking into an abyss, my stomach twisting, even as I was waking from a dream.
Dear Mr. Wilkinson, I've received your card inviting me to your hotel room at midnight. You sicken me. You're my sister's father, and you dare, again, to make an advance on me? Men like you are an infection, a curse on humanity. You take what you want with impunity and sully everything you touch. You're syphilis in a tuxedo. You took advantage of my mother and created a monster. Whoever killed Iris, you're to blame. You destroyed my family, and in your arrogance, you don't feel a shred of remorse. You should be dragged naked through the streets. You don't want to enrage me, because when I am angry, I am more than one person. I warn you, leave this city. Never return, because if you don't, I will find you, and I will blow your brains out. I swear it. Isabella Stafford. I'm not well acquainted with Miss Stafford, said Madam Chang when I'd finished the letter. But Walter told me that a kind of insanity runs in the women in her family. It manifests itself only episodically, so they appear deceptively normal most of the time. I'm sorry, Detective, if this is not what you wanted to hear.
It's just business, ma'am. How do you come to be in possession of this letter, if you don't mind my asking?
Fortuity. Walter was so distraught he left it behind.
Somehow, I doubted it was fortuity. I could imagine Madame Chang conveniently distracting him or finding some other way to make sure she ended up with the letter. And why are you showing it to me only now? She smiled.
Because information is power, she replied. And timing is everything.
I'm going to need to keep this letter, ma'am.
I assume I have your word then? About releasing Mr. Ping?
I nodded.
Good. The rest is up to you.
She took her leave, smiling serenely again for the sake of whoever might be watching, and I went to the restaurant's ladies' room and knocked at the door, calling out Isabella's name. The door opened, and a woman came out, but it wasn't Isabella, and she said there was no one else inside. I went in, calling out again, but she was right. The bathroom was empty. Suddenly I thought of Miriam, and my heart began to pound. I started off for the north wing. After a few steps, I burst into a full-out run, ignoring the strange looks I got from the hotel guests. I didn't find them on the ground floor. I don't know why, but I was suddenly sure they were upstairs in the tower. No one was on the second or third floor. I started taking the stairs 3 at a time. On the 6th floor, I began to hear above me in the stairwell the murmuring of a woman's soft voice, quiet, earnest, caring. I still heard it, a little louder, when I got to the 7th floor. The next flight up was a narrow spiral stairway, and there, on the 8th floor landing, I finally found them. With their backs to me, they were standing side by side in front of the laundry chute, which was open. Isabella speaking in a low, soothing voice, her hand making its way down Miriam's spine. And Miriam's head was in the throat of the laundry chute. She was leaning in and peering down inside. I leapt across the landing, calling out Miriam's name, and grabbed her, putting her behind me for safety. Isabella turned, staring at me. She didn't look like herself. Her eyes were open wide and vacant. But there was a cruel curl to her lip, and for an irrational split second, she looked like both herself and Sadie at the same time. Then the double image passed, and it was just Isabella again, but seemingly confused, disoriented.
What are you doing here?
She asked. It's over, miss, I said, reaching into a back pocket for my cuffs. Chapter 30. April, 1944. 1. 2 weeks after my dinner with Isabella Stafford at the Claremont, I sat on a grassy slope near the top of Wildcat Peak, high in the Berkeley Hills, surrounded by purple morning glories, buttercups, and wild roses. A stream was burbling somewhere nearby, and next to me was a big brown grasshopper foolish enough to think it was camouflaged. As always, the place was abuzz with hummingbirds hovering and darting from blossom to blossom, their iridescent green and gold feathers shimmering in the sun. They were my favorite birds, hummingbirds. They reminded me of Miriam. They were the smallest birds in the world, but had the biggest brains. There was one piece of semi-good news. I called in a favor from Chick U-Halt, who pulled some strings for me and got Juanita undemoted. She was back upstairs making beds again, which was what she preferred, and which paid a little better. I didn't kid myself. It wouldn't make her life good or anything, but it beat ironing laundry in a hot basement. Downslope from me stood the old broken-down stable that I'd spent countless hours fixing up in my head. Every room was going to have a view, a spectacular panoramic view, the kind only rich people have. Today was the closing. I had 10 years of savings, $3,000 in an envelope in my jacket pocket, and I wanted to look at the place one last time. I got back in my car and drove down to my lawyer's office on Shattuck Avenue. The seller was there already, and the closing documents were stacked on a conference table, all set to be signed. When I told him it wasn't going to happen, there was a moment of confusion. Then the seller broke out into expletives and said he was keeping the deposit, which I'd assumed he would, since it was his by rights. After the jilted seller left, I apologized to my lawyer and told him he had to do something else for me instead. 2.
What is this place?
asked Miriam a few hours later. What do you think?
It's a palace, Al.
That it was not. We were standing in a small one-story house in the same low-rent West Berkeley neighborhood as my old rat hole place. It had yellow siding and no character because I couldn't afford it. But it did have a big, bright everything room with lots of windows. This would be yours, I said, pointing to a bare but good-sized bedroom looking out on a scrappy maple tree and the neighbor's trash cans. Miriam blinked, uncomprehending.
What are you talking about, Al? I thought you said I had to go to Sacred Heart and live with the nuns.
Changed my mind. I handed her a document. I want you to read these, Miriam, carefully. They're adoption papers. I won't file them unless you say yes. But if I do, you'd be my daughter. It took her a few seconds to answer.
But what about Mom?
I found her in Sacramento and spoke with her. She's still your mom and always will be. But she's going through a rough... I never finished that sentence because I was practically knocked over by Miriam, who came charging at me and jumped up on me piggyback style, arms around my neck, hooting and hollering. But no more cutting school, you hear me? I said when she calmed down. Not a single day.
Okay, Al. But what about what I owe Mickey?
You're done with that. My lawyer took care of it. It's all settled. 3. I got a call from Dugan the morning of April 13th. She wants to see you, he said. She wouldn't say why. The guard damn near fell out of his chair. Isabella hadn't said a word since the day I brought her in from the Claremont 3 weeks ago. Not a single word, not to anyone, not even family. I'd received commendations and a lot of favorable press for cracking the case, although in fact, Madam Chang had handed it to me on a platter. But we decided for obvious reasons that I shouldn't be the one to interrogate Isabella. Everyone who did try to take her statement, however, reported the same thing. She wouldn't speak. I remembered from her grandmother's testimonial that something similar had happened when she was a child, back in 1930, after Iris died. She'd gone mute then, too, for weeks. I had no idea if it was the same phenomenon now, or if the whole thing was just another ruse. Either way, she'd refused to see any visitors, including the family lawyer, Burns. But today was the day she was being transferred from the Oakland jail to the women's prison down south in Tehachapi. Apparently, the cat ungot her tongue. Half of me wanted to say no and forget about her, but that wasn't really an option. Forgetting about her, that is. Despite myself, I'd been thinking about her every night, although mostly the thought in my head was what a fool I'd been. Inviting her to dinner, imagining that she might actually like me. The girl had played me over and over, and I'd made it easy for her every time. Rolled onto my back and stuck my paws in the air. I'd falsified evidence for her, for Christ's sake. I honestly didn't know how crazy she was, or what she was doing up in the tower with Miriam at the Claremont. I'm no psychiatrist, but who knows? Maybe Isabella was reenacting the day Iris died, with herself in the role of Sadie and Miriam as Iris, and Isabella was really going to pitch Miriam down the chute. Or maybe Isabella was going to try to throw herself down the chute. Or maybe she'd pre-planned all of it, including luring Miriam to the tower and even telling me the cruel line Sadie had supposedly said to her that day to make me feel sorry for her. Maybe it was all a big lie, making her crazy in a different way. In the eyes of the law, none of it mattered. All that counted was whether Isabella knew what she was doing when she killed Wilkinson, and the letter she wrote to him, threatening to go to his hotel room and blow his brains out, made it crystal clear that she did. For the first 10 days after the arrest, Genevieve Bainbridge kept coming into the DA's office, along with Burns, insisting that the letter was a forgery and demanding to see Isabella, claiming that we were keeping her in isolation. But Isabella refused, point blank, and you can't force a prisoner to see anyone. I think in my heart, I actually harbored a faint hope that the letter was a forgery. But Dugan hired an expert graphologist, and the second he looked at the letter and compared it to some samples of Isabella's known writing, he said there was no doubt the letter was Isabella's. And now, she wanted to see me. You want me to do it? I asked Dugan. I wouldn't be calling you if I didn't. 4. Isabella was wearing beige prison garb. She was obviously going through hell, but somehow she still managed to look good. I took a seat across the table from her. How can I help you, miss? There was a silence. Then she said without expression,
Mr. Dugan's going to ask for the death penalty, isn't he?
I nodded. Already has.
I wanted you to know,
she went on,
that I've asked to speak to Mr. Burns. Not about my case, but to make a will. I'm going to leave a substantial sum to Miriam, as well as all my books.
My instinctive reaction was rejection. I wasn't going to saddle Miriam with a murderer's legacy or let myself be insulted by her offering to help. But then I thought about it and realized I'd be playing the fool as much by saying no as I would by saying yes. Isabella was going to death row anyway, and Miriam's prospects were more important than any foolish pride on my part. So all I said was that was very kind of her. Some time passed without either of us speaking. Is that all, miss?
No,
she said.
It's not. These last few weeks in here by myself, I've remembered a lot of things from my childhood. Things I'd forgotten, or maybe didn't want to remember.
I waited for her to go on, but she didn't. Another silence passed. Let me ask you something, I said. Isabella gave a small smile.
Curiosity killed the cat.
What happened the day Iris died? What really happened to your sister? Isabella looked suddenly tired.
I was so young,
she said. 6.
Yes, I was 6. That morning, Iris had pulled the head off my doll. I was angry at her, very angry.
And?
I don't remember. I get confused.
What happened, miss?
Someone was watching her. Someone followed her to the laundry chute.
Who? Isabella didn't answer, lost in memory. Was it you, miss? I asked. Was it you who followed Iris? Almost a minute passed. Then she asked,
Did I frighten her?
Who?
Miriam.
Miriam insists that you weren't going to hurt her. So no, miss, you didn't frighten her.
I'm glad of that. You won't believe me, but I have no memory of walking to the laundry chute or opening the door. It's as if someone else did it, not me. I've wondered if I could have killed my father in the same state.
Mr. Wilkinson wasn't your father, miss. Your letter makes that very clear.
My letter.
She smiled, looking off so far in the distance, I didn't know where she was. Suddenly she frowned.
It was someone in a hood. The person following Iris.
Was it you, Isabella? I asked. Was it you in the hood? Did you kill your sister? She buried her face in her hands, shaking her head.
No, no, no,
she said in anguish. And then she finally told me everything. 5. I knocked on the door of 2907 Avalon. I could smell citrus, sage, and eucalyptus, the good, clean air of the Berkeley Hills at its freshest. Mrs. Genevieve Bainbridge let me in and offered me coffee, which I accepted. When we were seated in the living room, a small plate of shortbread cookies on the table between us, I said, I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, ma'am, but I know you've been waiting to hear. The graphologist's final report came in, confirming that Isabella wrote the letter to Walter Wilkinson.
That's impossible. I know Isabella. She would never have written a note like that. It's a mistake.
I'm afraid not, Mrs. Bainbridge. The report's conclusive.
I will appeal that immediately.
You can't appeal an expert opinion, ma'am, I said. There was a short silence. I could see her mind working. She never gave up, that woman. I admired that.
But it still doesn't prove she did it,
said Mrs. Bainbridge. We also found some folks who saw your daughter Sadie on the night of the murder. She went to Golden Gate Park, it turns out, and made a bit of a spectacle of herself. It was a good try, ma'am. But we know Isabella killed Wilkinson, and she's going to have to pay for it.
Surely Isabella has told you she didn't write that letter, and that she didn't kill Mr. Wilkinson.
No, ma'am. She hasn't said either of those things. But it wouldn't matter if she had. A longer silence passed.
Isabella and I are so much alike. People rarely see that.
She smiled sadly.
I don't know how everything went so wrong. I've tried so hard to keep this family together. It's the only thing that matters to me. But it's gone. And I'm responsible.
We're not to blame for what other people do, ma'am. She drew herself up and smiled graciously.
No, of course. Would you excuse me a moment?
She left, and I heard her walking slowly upstairs. I sat by myself, wondering about Mrs. Bainbridge and realizing how alone she was. Some time passed, at least 5 minutes. At last I went to the foot of the stairs and called up to her. There was no answer. I went up. Mrs. Bainbridge? I called out again. There was no response, so I walked to the end of the hall where I found the master bedroom. She was lying on her bed face up, her face sheet white, beads of sweat on her brow, struggling for breath, suddenly looking old and frail. In a clenched hand was a clump of leaves. I rushed to her and started gathering her into my arms. We need to get you to a hospital, ma'am.
Let me go,
she said quietly.
It's pointless. A single leaf of Nerium oleander is enough to kill. I've had 6. Let me lie down, detective.
I did. Her eyes were clear, but her gaze was not on me. She was looking somewhere far away.
Read what's on my night table,
she said.
It's the last chapter.
Next to her bed, on an end table, lay a stack of papers. On top was draped a little silver necklace with a jeweled cross pendant.
You're right,
she whispered to me.
We're not to blame for what others do.
Mrs. Bainbridge's testimonial, prepared for District Attorney Dugan, in connection with her deposition taken on the 15th of March, 1944.
I married Lionel when I was 22. He was my first beau, and my first lover, although applying that term to Lionel is a bit comical. I loved Lionel dearly, but conjugal bliss was not an important part of our marriage. Our union was built on something much deeper, stronger, more dignified. I've never been a very physical person, which is why those von Urbans, with all their open talk of eroticism, revolted me. But I always performed my marital duties as a wife, never once refusing, even if it meant clenching my teeth, and together we produced 2 beautiful children, Sadie and John. When Lionel died in the Great War in 1918, from the influenza, not combat, I was 37. All the other widows I knew threw themselves with libidinous determination into the task of remarrying. But I never hankered after that kind of satisfaction, the basest kind. So after Lionel passed, I resigned myself to widowhood and assumed that aspect of my life, the bedroom aspect, was forever behind me. It was a bit of a relief, actually. Then, one afternoon, 3 years later, I was at the Cliff House, having lunch with my old friends, Susanna and David Lowell, when by chance an old friend of David's came to our table. He was about my age, around 40, and dashing, almost obscenely masculine. He said hello to the Lowells and introduced himself to me. I learned that he was a businessman, originally from Indiana, but now from Ohio, who was in San Francisco for a few weeks of meetings. He had an odd, half-smiling way of looking at me, with his head slightly cocked, that I experienced as indecent, almost as if he could see through my clothes. For the first time in my life, truly the first, I experienced carnal longing. I'd never encountered anything like it, and didn't even recognize what I was feeling. How to describe it? I suddenly felt lazy and warm and reckless at the same time, as well as a little cheap. I assumed I would never see him again. I had learned long ago that men like him don't remember women like me. But I was wrong. The very next day, he called to invite me to dinner. This was unexpected and confusing. What did he want from me? Surely he couldn't be interested in me in an amorous way. I decided that he was probably after my money, so I declined his invitation. But he persisted and tried again. Everyone I asked had said he was doing well, very well financially, but still I declined. I'd never trusted men in his category, men who knew their effect on women, and I had my guard up. And perhaps I was afraid. But when he asked me a third time, I finally said yes. He took me to the Tadich Grill, where we dined by candlelight and drank champagne, and I couldn't believe it. It was unmistakable. He was propositioning me, romantically propositioning me. Nothing like this had ever happened to me. No one had ever even flirted with me before. My introduction to Lionel had been long in the planning, carefully calculated, and arranged by our two families. Our courtship had been sweet, proper, and antiseptic. I ended up in his hotel room. He was only my second lover, or, depending on how you define lover, my first. Certainly he was the first and only to bring me to the heights of pleasure, the most undignified heights. I lost control of my mind and body. I gave myself over to him completely. I was putty in his hands, putty and a harlot and a dog in heat. I was loathsome, a gaping, beatific smile on my face, as if I'd discovered some immense, all-encompassing truth. The next morning, back in my own house in Pacific Heights, I woke up feeling like a different person. I felt like throwing caution to the winds and allowed my mind to wander irresponsibly. Could I move to the Midwest? Give up everything? Start anew? A bouquet of roses arrived that morning with a card from him on which he'd drawn a heart pierced by an arrow, and I said to myself, I could. As it happened, that night was the opening of the new Museum of the Legion of Honor, a grand neoclassical edifice overlooking the Pacific Ocean, built by the sugar magnate and racehorse breeder Adolf Spreckels as a gift to the city. I was still on a cloud, giddy as a teenager when I arrived, accompanied by Sadie, who in her Grecian-style gown was turning every man's head, as always. Sadie and I were marveling at one of the museum's centerpieces, The Thinker by Rodin, when who should come up to us but he, dressed in black tie, even handsomer than the night before. He was attentive and amusing, and he never left our side the entire evening, except to procure us more cocktails. I was sure that he would pay a visit the next day. I dressed so carefully that morning, or at the very least phone. But he didn't, nor did I hear from him the next day, or the next. A week passed, and still nothing. I couldn't understand why. I grew frantic. There had to be a problem, a misunderstanding, an accident. I was unable to think, or eat, or sleep. Finally, when I couldn't stand it any longer, I went to his hotel. It was the Palace Hotel, where just the year before, the philandering President Warren Harding had died suddenly and mysteriously in his sleep. I inquired at the front desk and was told he was out for lunch. I found an unobtrusive spot in a corner of the lobby and lurked there, spider-like, spinster-like. Nearly 40 minutes passed. Then I saw him. He walked in through the double doors, head thrown back, laughing. On his arm was a dazzlingly beautiful young woman, also laughing. It was Sadie, my 17-year-old daughter. I saw him playfully grab a white rose from a floral arrangement and present it with a mock bow to Sadie, who took it, stuck it coquettishly in her hair, and laughed again. Irresistible. They got in an elevator. After it closed, I made my way to an elevator as well. I knew what room he was in, because I'd been there myself a week earlier. When I got out, I saw them at the end of the hall, standing in front of the same room I'd been in. He was kissing her, passionately, hungrily, while his right hand unzipped her dress. He pulled the dress down from her shoulders, and I saw Sadie's lovely bare back before he spun her into the room and shut the door behind them. I made myself go to his room and stood outside it. And I listened for a long time. The louder the sounds of their lovemaking, the more clarity descended on me. He loved pleasuring himself. He loved women the way some people love filet mignon or lobster thermidor or a glass of Chateau Lafite. He was a sybarite, a man of prodigious sensual appetite who rapaciously indulged his every selfish sense. It was disgusting. I remember the way he ate the fine chocolates in his hotel room, the ones left on the pillows. He'd take a discriminating bite, then savor it, allowing the flavors to melt and swirl in his mouth. Then he'd writhe a little and make sounds of guttural ecstasy. It was pornographic. After that, and after other pleasures, he'd light the proverbial cigarette, feeling warm and spent, satisfied. My next interaction with him was direct and professional. It was at the same Palace Hotel, but not up in his room, God forbid. Rather, I chose the Pied Piper bar. But now I had the upper hand, and I wielded it. Facing him across a small marble table, I told him that if he didn't leave town immediately, I would have him prosecuted for statutory rape. I'm a great frequenter of the law library, and I knew that in California it was rape to have sexual intercourse with a girl under 18. His response was sheer depravity. He feigned ignorance, then tried to flirt with me, daring to touch my arm. He lied amateurishly to my face, tried to soften me with his manliness, and I could tell he found me both pitiful and repellent. He'd had so many women, rich and poor, young and old, thin and fat, perhaps skeletal, pockmarked, decaying and subhuman. He'd tried it all, and I was lower than any of them. I eventually triumphed, as I knew I would. Men like him always have weakness at their core. He left, tail between his oh-so-powerful legs, without a word of explanation or even a farewell to Sadie, one of my conditions. And, of course, I didn't breathe a word of any of this to Sadie, either. She was just about to come out, and I wanted her to be fully present at her debutante ball and to focus on appropriate suitors, as opposed to a libertine twice her age. But how cruel is fate. The lecher left Sadie with child. Poor star-crossed Iris. Her striking, raven-haired resemblance to that malignancy had always provoked an involuntary antipathy in me, and I often found myself grabbing her arm so roughly I left a bruise. I'd have to remind myself constantly she wasn't to blame. But I never imagined I would be a witness to her death. It was a Sunday afternoon, 9 years after I'd expelled that man from Berkeley, and I happened to be descending the hills after visiting St. Andrew's Abbey. The abbot had presented me with a gift, an honorary cassock, in thanks for all the support I'd given them over the years. The path down from St. Andrew's affords a view of the Claremont, and to my amazement, I saw him. Walter Wilkinson. It was unmistakably he, striding into the hotel, moving well, as he always did, wielding his natural grace like a sword. I was paralyzed. I don't think I moved for a full 2 minutes. And then, who should follow his footsteps into the hotel but Sadie, in her attractive tennis whites? The truth flooded over me. All at once I understood everything. All those tennis outings with Tilly were just a pretext. It had been going on the whole time, without my knowledge. For years. My paralysis broke, and I made my way home, fighting blinding rage. The utter disrespect and disregard he had for me. I tried to occupy myself for some hours. Then it hit me that I might be rushing to conclusions. The tennis outings might be real. It could have been a coincidence. I called the hotel at once, asking if a Mr. and Mrs. Wilkinson had checked in, but was told that no one by that name was staying at the hotel. Then, in a flash of insight, I asked for Dr. von Urban. They told me he was a guest, and I obtained his room number. I had to go there. I couldn't let them see me, but I had to see them. I drove to the hotel and parked in the rear, dressed now in the cassock, with the hood over my head. I entered through the basement service entrance, just as one of the St. Andrew's monks often did. If I ask myself what on earth I was doing, I'm not sure what answer to give. It was absurd and reckless, but I couldn't bear it. I had to be certain. I took the stairs and made my way unseen to room 422, the room number I'd been given. And there I stood, excruciatingly, for a second time in my life, outside a hotel room where my one-time lover was making love to my own daughter. But they weren't making love. They were quarreling, fighting. He was breaking it off. She was insisting that he say goodbye to Iris. They came out of the room. I was by then around a corner. I followed them. Sadie was so inebriated she could barely walk. They found Iris in one of the banquet rooms and led her to the north wing and up the tower stairs. From a half-flight down, I watched them through the banisters as they continued their row on the 8th-floor landing. Just like them, I, too, paid no attention to Iris as the poor, doomed, disobedient creature pulled a chair up to the laundry chute and climbed up. I was as guilty as they. When they heard Iris's frightful scream, it was too late. They ran to the chute, but she was gone. Sadie passed out on the spot, probably as much from alcohol as shock. Walter ran down the stairs. He passed within a foot of me, but never saw me, heading, I assume, to the laundry facilities in the basement in hopes of finding his daughter. I ran to the door of the laundry chute and called out Iris's name. Perhaps, mercifully, she was stuck in the chute. Perhaps she could hear me. Perhaps we could save her. But there was no answer. Then, a foot or so down the dark chute, I saw a glint. I reached for it, and my hand closed over a thin chain. It was her necklace. It had caught on a nail. Walter must have fled when he found Iris dead in the basement, the scoundrel. I expect he grieved, but his inner corruption, self-interest, and venality trumped. He had his reputation to consider, his marriage, his leadership in the business world, his growing fortune, his possible political career. So he fled. But I did, too, returning to my house, pretending I'd never been there. I didn't see him again until 1943, at Madame Chang's Christmas party. By now he was a famous man, a presidential candidate. Did he feel no shame, no mortification at returning to Berkeley, the scene of his crime? It seemed not. He looked as though he felt invulnerable. The moment I saw him with Madame Chang, I knew he'd had her. I was sick at the sight of them both. But I have never felt anything like the inner twisting, the wrenching, as if my lungs and innards had been tied in knots, that I experienced when I saw him flirting with Isabella. I didn't think she took to him at all. She didn't despise him for his politics the way Nicole did, but she seemed indifferent, and I didn't see her following him with her eyes, like so many other women at that party did, drawn to his power. 2 months later, though, the newspapers reported that he was returning to Berkeley yet again. I felt a formless, nameless terror, as if I knew what was coming. And it did come. The day he arrived in town, Isabella came to my house in Berkeley. She let me know that she was planning to return to Berkeley tomorrow evening to see a friend, and I knew at once there was more to it. While she was in the kitchen, I stole a look in her purse, and sure enough found a card, a note card, in Walter's own hand, inviting her to the Claremont the next day at midnight. The horror that ran through my veins. They had obviously been in contact since Madame Chang's party, and she had plainly come to Berkeley because she was accepting his invitation, his midnight rendezvous. The old lecher was intent on having Isabella, too. What a coup! 3 generations. Seriatim. Why not? A family affair. Or perhaps he'd already had her. unimaginable, unallowable. Immediately, I put pen to paper. 20 years ago, when I'd discovered him with Sadie, I'd run the man out of town with well-crafted, knife-like threats, and I would do it again. But to be most effective, the threat had to come not from me, but Isabella herself. So I wrote a letter mimicking Isabella's hand. Graphology is a pastime of mine, and I had many letters of Isabella's from which to copy. My Isabella was revolted by his advances, as the real Isabella should have been, and I had her warn him to leave Berkeley immediately, once and for all, in the most hostile possible tone. That evening I slipped the letter under the door of his room at the Claremont. But he didn't leave. I called the hotel the next afternoon asking for him, hoping to be told that Mr. Wilkinson had checked out. But on the contrary, I learned not only that he was still a guest at the hotel, but that he was planning to be in residence for 3 more nights. Which meant, to my horror, that his liaison with Isabella was still on. And I had to stop it, at any cost. As I had so many years ago, I slipped in that night through a back door of the Claremont Hotel in my monk's cassock. It was 11:30. The gun was from the family's collection at our country house. I'd planned to knock on his door. I imagined that he'd open it, thinking I was Isabella. I'd pictured the shock on his face, although I wondered if he'd even recognize me. But to my surprise, the door was already open, the room dark and empty. It looked as if he'd moved out. I was wondering what to do next when I heard his footsteps approaching in the hallway. I knew those steps. I knew his smooth, easy gait. I sat down in a chair. Calmness under pressure is one of my native strengths. The room was still dark. He came in and turned on a light, looking at his watch. "Hello, Walter," I said. He spun around. He did recognize me. I believe he'd even recognized my voice. I rose and walked toward him, gun pointed straight at his forehead. He was going to say something, but I didn't wish to hear a single word from his mouth, his pleasure-seeking mouth, which had perhaps already been on Isabella. So I shot him. Right between the eyes, as they say, or a little above. He fell onto the bed. I'm not sure exactly why, but I pulled his pants down. It just felt right, that he should die exposed. Then I placed on his tongue an official jade seal I'd taken from Madame Chang's, to suggest that she or one of her people had done the deed. I would have left at that point, but I happened to see 2 chocolates lying on the White Hotel pillows. It was fate. They, too, I knew, had to go in his mouth. And when that was done, and his lips were parted, I felt the urge to fill his mouth with even more, until it was bursting. Which I did, with everything there was at hand, including the proverbial cigarette. There was only one problem: the letter I'd written in Isabella's hand. Walter, I hoped and assumed, would have destroyed it, so that no one else would ever see it. But if he hadn't, I'd intended to find it among his belongings. His belongings, however, weren't there. The room was empty of any luggage, clothing, briefcase. Why? Here was a circumstance I hadn't foreseen, and I had no answer for it. But I'd run out of time. I had to be gone before Isabella arrived. I left the way I'd come in and returned home. No one had seen me. At home that night, I lay awake in my bed, evaluating. I'd left a clue for the police, implicating Madame Chang in the murder. But if that gambit failed, and if, worse yet, the police discovered Walter's connection to my family, and, worst of all, they found the letter seemingly from Isabella, a contingency plan was imperative. In that event, the only way to save Isabella would be if someone else in the family was implicated instead. At last I saw the way out. If Sadie were thought to be the murderess, she could never be convicted of the crime, not in her mental state. The worst that could happen was another commitment to the asylum. So, a day later, I drove in the middle of the night to our house on Nob Hill. I let myself in. No one was awake. I crept upstairs and secreted the gun in an old hiding place of Sadie's. It was all just precautionary. I was laying the groundwork in case of need. And for the first week or so, I believed we were safe. The police clearly hadn't found the letter. Walter, I thought, had indeed destroyed it. In short, in the end, all had gone according to plan, which didn't surprise me. In moments of singular consequence, when others lose their heads, I never lose mine. Rather, I am crystalline. I become a much larger version of myself, and I can sing and paint and compose and waltz beautifully and do the trapeze. I'm a matador, and a young lass, and a terribly old and wise philosopher. I can do things that are not ordinary and not ordinarily acceptable because I'm on a different spatial and moral plane. This is why, in moments of crisis, I've always been able to make the most exquisitely perfect decisions.
Epilogue.
It's so sad, all of it,
said Miriam.
Poor Walter Wilkinson. To be dead. Poor Mrs. Bainbridge. And poor Isabella.
I'd picked Miriam up after school, and we were at Edie's Ice Cream Parlor on Grand Avenue. I'd meant for it to be a celebration because the adoption papers had come through. Miriam was one sweet kid, no doubt about it. She had more compassion than everyone else I knew put together. I hoped that was a good thing, and not something that would cause her pain down the road.
What's Isabella going to do now that she's out of jail?
She asked. I don't know. But she said she wanted to change her life. Miriam was eating a big cone of Rocky Road. I'd ordered a sundae, but hadn't touched it.
What's the matter, Al? Why aren't you eating anything?
I didn't say so to Miriam, but I was thinking about the lie I told Mrs. Bainbridge, that our graphologist had said the writing in the letter was Isabella's. The guy had said the opposite. In his final report, he said that his first impression was wrong, and that upon closer inspection, the letter actually was a forgery, just a really good one. By then, I was pretty sure Mrs. Bainbridge was the killer. But we didn't have any proof. We didn't have anything on her, including no motive. My only chance was to get her to confess, and I didn't think she'd let Isabella hang for a crime she'd committed herself. So I told her the graphologist had confirmed that Isabella wrote that letter, which meant Isabella was done for. I hadn't planned on her killing herself as a result. I stuck my spoon into the sundae, but just left it there, poking out. Miriam, what really happened to you and Isabella that night in the tower? Miriam frowned.
It was so strange, Al. We were having fun. She was telling me secrets about the Claremont and how she and Iris once stole some strawberries off the top of a cake on a fancy cart. And then she just stopped. I asked her what was wrong, but she didn't answer. It was like she didn't hear me. Then she walked real slow over to the laundry door and opened it. I thought maybe she wanted to show me something, so I went over too and looked in. But there was nothing to see, and that's when you came running in. I didn't understand what was happening. I still don't.
I didn't totally understand it either. Isabella told me that she really did go looking for Miriam just to bring her back down to dinner. Only when she saw the laundry chute did it hit her that they were standing in the very same place where Iris had fallen to her death all those years ago. At that point, she apparently fell into one of her sleepwalking states, the kind she used to suffer as a child and would later have no memory of. I shuddered to imagine what she might have done if I hadn't shown up. But I did show up, because Madame Chang had given me that letter, and I was dead certain Isabella was the killer. When I showed her the letter, she knew instantly her grandmother had written it, but what she couldn't understand was why. She even started wondering whether she herself might have been the one who killed Wilkinson during a similar sleepwalking episode. She didn't believe Mrs. Bainbridge would ever do anything to hurt her. But when I sat with her in prison and pressed her about the day Iris died, a memory surfaced. The shape of a hooded figure following Iris up to the tower. And it was then that she realized, or allowed herself to realize, that the person in the hood was her grandmother.
That's what Iris was trying to tell me all those years,
Isabella had said to me that day at the prison.
That's why she kept coming to me. I think that's what she's been trying to tell everyone at the Claremont.
I'm not a believer myself, not in ghosts, not in anything supernatural. But I couldn't help remembering my dream of Iris, wearing the same dress she died in the night I stayed in room 422. Isabella also explained the mystery of the old doll, Iris's doll, in Wilkinson's closet. Iris had been odd about that doll. She'd melted its foot to match her own polio-damaged foot and made bruises on its arms whenever she got a bruise. The morning of Iris's death, the girls got in a fight, and Iris pulled the head off Isabella's doll. As punishment, Sadie confiscated Iris's doll and stuffed it in her tennis bag, which Wilkinson ended up with in his rush to clear out his hotel room after the accident. All these years later, desperate to prove to Isabella that he was the girl's real father, he'd brought that doll back with him, along with the necklace he'd bought as a present for Isabella. The irony was that Mrs. Bainbridge never knew Wilkinson was Isabella's father. She didn't know that Wilkinson and Sadie had had a second tryst some months after Iris was born. She thought they'd only resumed their affair years later after Isabella was already a toddler. So when Mrs. Bainbridge saw Wilkinson's note begging Isabella to meet him in his hotel room, she could only imagine he was trying to seduce her. And that was the final straw. The last piece of the puzzle came from Eddie Gong, who got it from Ping, the Chinese guy we'd arrested down at the port. Ping turned out to be one of Chiang Kai-shek's secret police, and he'd been sent to kill Jane Chow, who was Mao's agent, but had been working for Madame Chang. Jane was the one who took the first shot at Wilkinson in the Claremont the night he died, and she meant to miss. She was delivering a message. Support Mao, not Chang, or else. But Chiang Kai-shek's man, Ping, tracked her down at Codornice's village, tortured a confession out of her, and then murdered her, using an axe to make it look like a Tong had done it. I told Dugan all this, but he didn't want any part of it. So in the end, Isabella had been right. There was a Chinese angle to the Wilkinson case. Turns out she told me the truth about most everything. Once she stopped lying to me. Miriam was done with her ice cream. I tossed my uneaten sundae in the trash. "Come on, Miriam," I said. "We should get home. We've got a lot of work to do." We were having a guest over for dinner. Our first ever.
Jeez, that smells good, Al. What are you making, pancakes?
I was cooking, but making a hash of it. Tortillas, Miriam. My dad used to make them. You got to flip them with your bare hands. Only weaklings use a spatula, he always said. I demonstrated and burned half my fingertips off. And this here's the salsa, but my dad's was way better. The table was set for 3, fancier than it had ever been before. We'd put real plates out, and I'd bought matching real glasses. Full cutlery, too, as in a knife, spoon, and fork. I had to teach Miriam which side of the plate they went on. She'd also made cloth napkins out of her fabric scraps, folding and ironing them to look just like she'd seen at the Claremont. There was a knock. Miriam jumped up in excitement. "I'll get it," I said, going to the door and opening it. Our guest was holding a small bouquet of daisies. "Hello, Harry," I said.
"Oh, hello, Mr. Sullivan,"
said Icehouse.
Hi everyone, I'm Amy Chua, the author of The Golden Gate, and I'm with Rob Morera, the narrator. I'm a Yale Law professor and the author of several nonfiction books, but The Golden Gate is my first work of fiction, so I am super excited to be here and so impressed by Rob and the whole audiobook cast for doing such an incredible job bringing the characters to life.
Awesome. Thank you. And as Amy introed, I am Rob Moreira. I've been a voice actor now for almost a decade, actually, but I've been an actor for slightly longer. I've been doing audiobooks mostly lately, and this was a fantastic book to actually jump into and really sink my teeth into. Something I've been wanting to do for a while was a book of this type. So I'm very excited to have had the opportunity. With that being said, I think probably the biggest question that I think anybody that has read and listened to this would have on their mind was, especially because you're such a prolific nonfiction author, is when and how did you first get the idea for The Golden Gate?
You know, I have, believe it or not, always loved novels and mystery books. I read all the Encyclopedia Brown books and then all the Nancy Drew books and the Parker, Parker Boys, as I called, and then the, Agatha Christie. But I never managed to come up with a plot. So about 3 years ago, I was in my parents' house in the Bay Area where, this book is set. And this plot idea just came to me. That is a grandmother who is told right at the beginning that one of her 3 granddaughters is a murderer, but they don't know which one. So that kind of came up, sort of right out of the blue. And then COVID hit. And suddenly I had all this time. So that's partly the answer that I suddenly thought, wow, I could try this. I can't leave my house. But the other part of the answer is a really interesting total coincidence. So as I mentioned, I grew up in the Bay Area. I actually, went to school in El Cerrito, which is a very modest town, which is where I also had Sullivan growing up. But after I went to college, my parents, I guess living the American dream, moved to a much nicer house in the Berkeley Hills near the Claremont Hotel. And it just turns out that the house they moved into was Madame Chiang Kai-shek's former house. Wow. And it's a crazy coincidence. She lived there from 1943 to 1944. And to this day, Rob, nobody knows why the First Lady of China was living in Berkeley, California, of all places, in the middle of the Second World War, all by herself. And as I did some research, there were rumors. Was she having an affair? Was she being a spy? But anyway, I decided to spin a whole story out of those mysterious facts. So that's kind of how it all started.
Wow, that is so wild. I love that. That's so great. Do you think that the pandemic happening actually helped in that regard, that you were able to kind of just be able to kind of laser focus on this kind of idea?
I do. I mean, I'm a kind of a type A person anyway. And, and a lot of my friends, they did really amazing things, like learn how to bake bread. And I just didn't have any talent for that. So I thought, you know what, I'm just going to try this. When I was in my 20s, I'd actually tried to write a novel before, and I just couldn't make it work. So, 30 years later, I thought, let me give it another shot. And it was really fun. I think the historical angle, the fact that I grew up in this very same context, kind of made it a little bit more accessible. But how about you, Rob? Like, what drew you to the Golden Gate, and made you want to work on this? I mean, you've done so many different things.
Yeah, it was very interesting because I got the audition for it. Like as any actor would, you get the auditions kind of come into my inbox, and you, for the most part, you kind of sift through everything that you get, and that's kind of like the first pass. What do I want to actually audition for before I really nail down the ones that I want to work on? So when an audiobook audition comes in, you're usually getting a couple of pages of the manuscript to kind of give you an idea of, for the most part, what you're kind of getting yourself into. So you will get a brief synopsis, and then you'll get a piece of the manuscript. So in reading the synopsis, I was already hooked. I didn't even like jump into the manuscript yet. And mainly because I'm a really big kind of noir detective, hard boiled, no nonsense. Like, I like that kind of stuff. Like, I'm a huge LA Confidential fan. I think that was like one of my favorite movies.
Same.
Right. And it was, I just love that style of story. And there's something about that time frame that is really interesting as well. The detectives well dressed in their fedoras, and like there's just something about that culture that is very alluring. So I was already hooked on the synopsis. And then when I read a piece of the manuscript that was obviously the book is predominantly from Al's perspective. In reading it, I was hooked to Al. I thought he was such a cool character, and that's a character that I've never really gotten a chance to give life to. So when I read it, one of the things I tell a lot of actors is when you jump into audition, try not to fall in love with it, because you may not get the role, and you don't want to be disappointed. You don't want to set yourself up for that kind of disappointment and rejection. And I absolutely secretly fell in love with Al. So I was just like, oh man, don't get too hooked on this. It may not pan out. You never know. And then when I was advised that you and your team had selected me, I was like, no way. I remember I told my wife, I was like, you remember that LA Confidential book I was telling you about? I got it. And she was just like, I don't know what you're talking about, but that's great. So that's kind of how that panned out.
I love that. Yeah. That makes so much sense, because you just fit the character so perfectly, and it's the backstory makes it. I mean, it's like, wow, it all fits. That's awesome.
Yeah. So I was absolutely excited, very excited from jump to try and do this audiobook. Like, this was one that I really wanted to get. But more importantly, I also love the fact that because this was also your first into fiction, I was just like, oh man, so this is like my first time doing this kind of character, which means a lot for me. This is her, first fiction book. So that's going to mean a lot to her. Like, if I do this, I really I gotta knock this one out of the park. So I felt like the stakes were a little higher. So I really wanted to do right, not just by the reader so that they have an entertaining story, but by you as well, to really bring that vision that you had, that you put, pen to paper to life in an audio style. So I'm glad to have been a part of that.
I love that.
Yeah. Now, one question that I think is really great, especially because, as you were talking about how tied to the story just your life was, there's a lot of historical details throughout the story that are very easy to Google, and you can see that they all actually happened. And it really brings the setting to life, which I think helps with, bringing the listener and the reader in. What sort of research did you have to do for this book? Because there's just so much. There's so much.
Thank you. Well, actually, a lot of research. And I got to say, it was super fun. I've always liked history. And one of the things I realized is you can live in a place for a long time and be so completely ignorant about the history. like, I mean, I grew up in this place and I would see signs, naval shipyard, but like, I didn't care. I just like, and so as a lawyer, I'm actually used to doing legal research. We're trained that way. But with legal research, you're very constrained. It's like you're looking for certain cases and facts that will support your argument or help your client. And doing this historical research for this novel, I gotta say, it was so much less constrained and just so much more fun because I didn't have an agenda, right? I was just like reading and reading everything I could to try to learn more about the place that I grew up. And I would be like, wait, no way, this person lived down the street, or that's what that sign always meant.
Wow.
And, the more I started digging, the more almost embarrassed I was that I just didn't know anything. And I have to say, there are incredible history books that I would recommend to anybody. There's a military historian named Ian Toll, and he wrote this magisterial 3-volume trilogy on the Pacific War. And in one of those volumes, there are just chapters and chapters all about the San Francisco Bay Area in 1943 and 44. And there was so much amazing background. You get quotations from people literally working during that time. I read tons of books on the building of the Golden Gate Bridge, including these oral histories. And these were so exciting. I mean, these are like workers, construction workers. They are literally hanging on, hanging off a span because they're using this new technology. They've never built a bridge like this. They're wondering if they're going to die. I read, great accounts of Madame Chiang Kai-shek, a fascinating historical figure. I mean, honestly, more interesting than I could make up. She had a Southern accent. Her dad was a Methodist preacher. Then she became the First Lady of China. She was the first woman ever to address both houses of Congress. And just a lot of figures like that. So the research, I think, was definitely part of the fun of writing this book. It also gave me an excuse because sometimes I get writer's block, like, oh my gosh, I got to write a paragraph. And this way I could feel like, okay, I'm educating myself. I'm getting background, but it was also incredibly, it was just fun.
Interesting.
And related, so I've always wondered this as the absolute least talented actor. So I'm at the opposite end of the spectrum. How did you go about deciding what voices and personalities to give these characters? Because I know some of it's on the page, but a lot of it comes from, I think, just like your inspiration, your own background, maybe.
That's actually a very good question. I mean, what the beautiful thing about audiobooks is that thankfully the author has done a lot of the heavy lifting, which I appreciate you. Thank you, Amy, for writing them so well, because that is extremely helpful for the actor. The most important part as an audiobook narrator is that you have to read the entire manuscript prior to recording. So nothing is being read cold. So you very much know the story, you know where it's going to go. So that helps with how you kind of create who they are. In terms of the voices and how they sound, there are kind of baseline voices that actors typically have already in their toolbox. So as an actor, you already have what a grizzled guy is going to sound like, or what a young boy is going to sound like, or what a female may sound like in my specific chamber, what an older female, so on and so forth. And then from there, with those baseline kind of voices in hand, when you start to read the manuscript, that's when you kind of start figuring out, okay, so Al is going to be my middle-aged grizzled man. So not too far from me, a little lower in my chamber. Thankfully, I'd say he and I are roughly around the same age. So I pitch my voice a little lower because as a personality, I'm a little bit brighter than Al. So what would I sound like if I am this homicide detective? I'm dealing with these difficult cases, and I'm also kind of numb to these things. This is work. How does that guy kind of sound? And then that voice becomes a little bit more serious. Obviously, he doesn't joke too much. He might be a little sarcastic. And as you can hear, as I speak, my voice kind of starts to pitch down a little bit. Also, there may be a certain staccato to the way they might speak, or they might give off that general no nonsense kind of vibe to them. And I think very important, especially for somebody like Al, was a mention that Miriam made that was huge for the character, that when I read it, in my head, I'm already kind of piecing together how they're going to sound, how they're saying these things. Because as I'm reading the manuscript, I'm kind of reading it in their voices. But when she said, "Did you notice that you speak to them different than when you speak to me?"
Yeah.
And that was a huge,
amazing,
huge moment for me as an actor, because then that completely changed now how he spoke to Miriam. So I had to make that distinction, like, oh, okay. So she noticeably, somebody who's close to him, can see that he speaks differently. Anybody else wouldn't notice that, but she does, because she knows how he speaks. So when he speaks to her, I had to now remember, okay, she is a child. She's close to me, not my daughter. We're close. There's going to be a slight delicateness to his no nonsense. So now I had to impart that when I interacted with the Miriam character. And when I spoke to characters like Dickie or the other cops, then, especially somebody like Dickie, I had to be kind of exasperated. Okay, Dickie messed up again. Okay, what is it, Dickie? You know what I mean? While speaking to the others that he knew he can absolutely count on, I had to now make that kind of colored how I spoke with them. Now with characters like the cousins, right? The three ladies, the Bainbridges. That one was interesting because it was the same base template, and then their personalities that you had outlined is what dictated how they were going to speak. So Izzy had a playful deviousness to her, while Cassie kind of had a more leadership-ish kind of quality to her. She was, she was no nonsense. She, when she spoke, she meant what she meant. There was no hiding what she was going to say. While Nicole had kind of like a pride to her. She had whether it was right or wrong, did it matter? What she knew is what was right. And she was going to fight that tooth and nail. So she had a pride to her, a youthful kind of ignorance is bliss kind of vibe to her. So that dictated how those three spoke, even though they were all kind of in the same baseline, kind of the same age, but that's what dictated how they spoke. So that's kind of like how I approach that, reading through it and develop and seeing their personalities develop really dictates how their tone is going to be. Not to mention, in reading the entire thing, what the character's arc is. So in knowing their arc, they may start in one place, but they may end somewhere else, which was really mostly important for Al and Isabella. They were probably the two main ones that started in one place and ended their personality in a different place. For Al, was really accepting his role as caretaker for Miriam, and as a parent, that kind of feeling of putting someone above you and what their future is going to be. I think that was a very big moment for Al to kind of accept and, in a sense, grow up for himself. And I thought that was really big. And you kind of hear that towards the end of that story.
I'm so impressed, and I'm actually, I never knew any of this, and the kind of honor that the level of care and perceptivity, like you just notice all these things, and that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and it's really and it's really important because, like, when you read the book, it's easy to get that because you're reading it. So when it becomes the audiobook, for me at least, speaking as myself as a narrator, I think it's truly important that ride that you get when reading is equally as good in the audio format, because you need to be able to feel it, because it's easy to check out. When you're reading, you're invested, so you're going to stay in it. But when it's an audiobook, you don't know where this is being listened to. Is it while somebody's cooking? Is it while somebody's driving? Whatever the case may be, or while they're working out, and you want the person to stay engaged. So what is that going to sound like? So I think it's absolutely important that a narrator takes care in these characters, because you did when you created them.
these are your children that you've created and that you've put into this world. So I need to treat them the same way because I'm giving your creations a voice now,
It's very cool.
So yeah, I think there should be a lot of care there. And I absolutely take a lot of care in the characters that I give voice to. Now going back to the research, because because I think it's so fascinating, just imagining how much you had to consume on your end just to be able to lay all this out so well. What was the most surprising thing you learned in all this research that you did for the book?
Great question. I would say this goes back to the being embarrassed about my ignorance. I had no idea that after Pearl Harbor, that the whole San Francisco Bay Area became the largest shipbuilding center in the world, in fact, in the history of the world. It's really amazing. So my parents actually, they're Chinese, but they grew up in the Philippines. And as children, they lived through the Second World War and Japanese occupation of the Philippines. So I, actually have a kind of a personal connection to this. I actually didn't really realize, stupidly, that what happened during Pearl Harbor is that the Japanese essentially thought they took out all of our entire fleet, that we had no ships left. And it's incredibly impressive. After that happened, the U.S. Navy decided, you know what, we are going to start building ships. And they did so at a rate that no one thought was humanly possible. And all of this happened in the San Francisco Bay Area because it had a natural port. And also it was a lot closer to the Pacific. So suddenly, right in the place that I grew up, it turns out that there are these huge shipyards, like Kaiser shipyards, the Richmond shipyards, and they're basically churning out like a ship every week. And these are gargantuan ships. And so what this meant is that there were jobs. They needed people to build these ships. So I didn't know this. I didn't know that San Francisco was way smaller. There were barely any African Americans before this time. But suddenly, almost overnight, everything transformed because there were so many jobs. People, 500,000 people came pouring in from all over the country, from the Dust Bowl, Oklahoma, but also a lot of African Americans for the first time in San Francisco history came from the South, took the train. And that, I think that was just for me to piece it all together backwards and realize, oh, this is how the San Francisco Bay Area got to look like the way it was when I was a kid. It had happened all relatively recently, kind of during the Second World War.
That is so interesting. I love that you threw that into the book as well. Just the rate of how the ships were built. I remember reading that and just going, wow, I never would have imagined how quickly they were piecing these just gigantic ships together. I mean, at the rate that's just incredible.
I know. And they patterned it after, Ford had just figured out how to make cars on the assembly line. So this too, we could do it like a factory. Yep. But it's so funny, Rob. I think we're interested in the opposite of what we know, because I'm still fascinated by the acting part. And can I ask you, this is almost like the equivalent of the legal research on my part, but how about preparation? Like, how do you prepare for a role before you start narrating? Do you stand in front of the mirror and try out your voices? Or do you have any, pre-narration rituals that you do?
I wear a fedora when I record. No, I'm not kidding.
I can imagine you have to be in character.
Yeah. I mean, there are there were mannerisms actually that I incorporated for a couple of the characters to be able to slip back into it, especially if they're kind of shifting back and forth. Thankfully for Al, it was easy because he is the majority of it. So that one was simple. But the way I sat, I normally sit when I record, but the way I sat for Al is different than how I would normally sit. Well, I normally would sit like this. When I was Al, I usually kind of prop my arms on my lap. And that's this kind of like almost power stance. It was how Al
was.
Yes.
While Isabella, whenever I did her, I usually had kind of like, I would have one arm kind of crossed over the other, kind of like she's holding a cigarette at all times.
Yes, there is a scene like that.
So when she spoke, she always kind of spoke like, this is how I would deliver my lines, was her hand kind of, kind of gesturing towards whoever she was speaking to. And if she wanted to throw something away, if I wanted her to say it that way, then I would kind of do a wave of my hand to make it sound like she was throwing it away. So every character had their mannerisms. Madame Chiang Kai-shek, I was very stiff and kind of had my hands on my lap. So I try to stay kind of like a stiff and kind of prop my head and my neck up. So I kind of spoke upwards to kind of give her a sort of regalness when she spoke. So every character kind of had their thing. So I had to find those physicalities for each character so that I can give them the proper life. And so it was easy to go back to, as opposed to saying, oh man, what did they sound like again? So creating the physicality brought me back to the voice that I had chosen. As for pre-narration rituals, the one that I have is old home remedy before I even start recording, which is a tablespoon of honey, a little bit of salt, and a spritz of lime before I jump into the booth. And then I bring in a very large mug of tea with me, or my trusty mug that I kind of keep in here, which says, my agent thinks I have a perfect face for voiceovers, which I think is hilarious. So I'll have my tea in there. And I'll drink that throughout the session, because after recording for a couple of hours, the voice will noticeably start to sound a little tired. So when you drink the tea, that actually keeps everything lubricated and warmed up so that you don't end up straining yourself, which is absolutely important, especially if you're recording for a couple of days. So that's kind of the pre-narration ritual. Yeah.
Learning so much.
Yeah, you never, it's like you never really think about that. But I mean, it would be the same for you, if you're doing like some kind of speech or a seminar or something, you kind of have to get yourself prepped to speak for 45 minutes or an hour straight, and you already know what that would feel like, how vocally taxing would be. Now imagine doing that same speech for 8 hours. That's kind of what reading a book would be like, and then doing that day to day. Now I want to go back to Al, just because he's the dude and I love Al. Al's father is Mexican and his mother was an Okie from the Dust Bowl. And his background specifically sets him apart from some, if not all, the characters in the story. Was there a specific reason why you chose that specific background for him?
Really interesting question. So, as you can probably imagine, I'm an immigrant kid, and I've always, been a little bit of an outsider, but not in a bad way. I just so that's kind of what I felt comfortable with. I wanted my protagonist to be an outsider in some way. But I also had to be historically accurate. And as I was doing this research, oh my gosh, Rob, this is just the sad truth. In 1944, there were practically no women or any minorities on the Berkeley police force or any police force, right? This is a time when the Japanese were being interned. Chinese people could only live in certain places. There were a lot of neighborhoods where it's like no African Americans, no Hispanic Americans, only white people. So the historical facts constrain me. Like I couldn't just have like an Asian American police detective. So I finally realized, okay, something that I can relate to that would also be historically accurate is a person of mixed race. So not only is he part Mexican, but on the Mexican side, he's part Jewish, which is something I know from my nonfiction research, that there were actually a lot of immigrants, Jewish immigrants to Mexico. So this is actually quite a realistic profile. And so I kind of got comfortable with this idea of a character who feels a lot like an outsider himself internally, but he can pass as white. So that can be positive in a sense, but it could also be a little bit negative because he has to struggle with I don't know if it's like the guilt or his feelings about sometimes hiding aspects of his true identity. And I'm obviously not his exact profile, but I've experienced a lot of the same things as somebody who, like I know what it's like to sometimes think, okay, I'm just going to highlight this side of myself and not bring out this side of myself just
Yeah,
in order to fit
absolutely.
in,
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, I'm right there with you. It's the same, being an American born Latino, it's you kind of go through the same things. And it's almost like it's always so interesting when people are surprised. They're like, "Oh, you're Hispanic." And it's like,
Oh
what
yeah.
changed? Like
I,
what, you know what I mean? Like what changed in your mind in discovering that? Because something, blossomed. I want to know what that was.
I
And
know.
yeah, it's really wild.
Yeah, and so do you record at home, or do you go to a studio,
Great
and,
question.
and do you have a preference for working individually or with the theater, or do you just kind of like trying anything?
Oh, well, I do record. I record both. I record at home and I record it in a studio. Golden Gate was recorded actually exactly in the place that you see behind me. So it is in my own booth, in my
Wow.
home office.
You have a booth in your home?
Yeah, I have it in like a home studio here.
Very
So
cool.
yeah. So it's sequestered off to the back of the house, thankfully. So it's away from all the noise, as best as possible, of course. And then I have my booth inside my office. So once I close the door, it gets pretty quiet in here. I do like working with a director. I think it depends. It depends on the book. Um, Specifically speaking about audiobooks, it depends because there's some books that I don't think necessarily require it. I do a lot of business audiobooks. Those don't need a director because those are very informational. So they tend to be one note, while something like Golden Gate or just, any kind of fiction, I think it's more I think it makes sense to have a director on hand, mainly because no narrator is perfect, no actor is perfect. And when you're recording for several hours, there is the possibility where you may lose the thread of the character as you kind of move along. So it's important to have a director on hand or just another set of ears to hear what you're doing and be able to kind of course correct you when they feel like you start to veer off from where you initially started with the character.
I didn't even, so there was a director for this
I
production?
did have a director on
I
hand,
didn't
yes,
even
and
know
she
that.
listened to me. Yeah, so she
Amazing.
so she sat by Kimberly Wetherell, a fantastic audiobook narrator herself as well, and she listened to me read the whole thing. Got to we can say she's the first person to hear the book.
Right.
Technically, you know what I mean. She's technically the first person who heard it. She heard it live in action, and she course corrected me whenever she heard that maybe something would kind of deviate in the sound or the tone of the character, and it's needed. You need that sometimes because it's what keeps the authenticity of the characters intact throughout the entire book. You don't want to read it and say, "Whoa, Al sounds really different in those last 6 chapters. I wonder what happened." I think he got older. I don't know what's going on there. So it's very important for a book like this to keep another set of ears and a director nearby. So I thought that was absolutely important. With that being said, how did you go about planning the mystery? Because I've been wondering this myself. Did you know what the ending was? Like, did you work backwards from the reveal, or did you literally start from the beginning and then the mystery kind of panned itself out as you were writing? Like, how did that work?
So I guess more I had the ending. It just came to me. I was in my parents' house like 3 years ago, and this idea, so the central plot idea, that is a grandmother that is told at the beginning that one of her three granddaughters is a murderer, but they don't know which one.
Mm.
And she also turns out to be an unreliable narrator. So I
Right.
had a whole final twist planned in that main plot line. However, that was the only thing I had planned, right? So then I had to so it was kind of both. Then I had to okay, now we need some plot twists and, like we need stuff to happen.
Right.
And there I would say it was more organic and
Mm.
related to your other questions. I think in an interesting way, I let the history guide me. So as I was
Mm.
learning all this stuff simultaneously and figuring out the plot, okay, so this is the time of the Japanese internment, one of the most terrible things in American history, where US citizens are being locked up. And it was right there in these neighborhoods. People from Berkeley, California were being rounded up. And so I thought, wait a minute, I should work that into the plot. It's going to make sense that there's a lot of anti-Japanese scapegoating. This was the reality. So let's have, in the case of the Cassie plot line, I kind of loved my idea of the almost like an underground railroad for Japanese internment, like ways to escape that. That was a creative thing I came up with. But then having this, let's a plot line where they're scapegoating the Japanese, which, oh my gosh, you just look at our society today and, there are overtones. And similarly with Nicole's plot line, in 1930s and 1940s California, it was a lot like today. There were enormous class differences, of course, racial differences, but a lot of inequality. So I was excited to do that. Ileana has a lot of resentment against Nicole. I mean, she's a darker skinned Greek immigrant whose family has not been treated well. And she sees this Nicole as this privileged, blue-blooded. It's almost like, oh, she's so woke.
Right.
It's like, come on, you're spoiled. So
doesn't know the struggle.
I had a lot of fun with that.
Interesting. Yeah, I liked that. I liked Ileana's character so much because she was so outspoken with how she felt, and I thought it was really important having that kind of character.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted her to be strong, but also angry.
Yes.
Yeah,
absolutely. I think that was really important for sure.
You have actually. I mean, you're a super successful guy. You've also voiced several characters from TV shows. I read that you also do video games.
Yes.
Is there any difference in your approach for, when you do characters from those kinds of mediums as opposed to an audiobook?
Oh, that's a good one. There is. For something like a video game or let's say like a TV show or anime of some sort. So if this is a long running show that already has, let's say, a season or two under its belt, when going into a character like that, you do have to kind of do some research on how the current cast sounds, because that's going to dictate how you will more than likely sound. Because if this is, let's say, not necessarily a very cartoony style kind of anime, you're going to want to refrain from doing a very larger than life kind of bombastic style type of voice, because ensemble wise, it won't sound right. So that will kind of dictate what your sound is prior to what the personality is. So it's almost kind of like the voice, and the voice comes before the personality when it comes to something like that. With video games, it's a hair different because video games tend to work with archetypes. So usually if it's some kind of soldier, they're probably going to sound a certain way. Because if it's a soldier, it's not going to be a romance game. Let's just, let's call the spade a spade here. If it's a soldier character, chances are there's going to be some kind of first-person shooter game. It's going to be in a warlike environment. And those all have a certain grizzled, in the middle of war kind of sound. They don't necessarily have a backstory because you're not going to see it. That's not what the point of the game actually is. The point of the game is whatever the battle is. That's actually what the type of game is. So they tend to be one note. So you're going for a specific archetype. While something like audiobooks is different because these are probably, I would say, the closest to creating a film character, I would say, because these characters have a beginning and a conflict and an end. They have a character arc. They do start in one place and grow to be something else by the end of it. So I would say that audiobook characters are probably the most specific on what you're supposed to do to create them as living, feeling people, as opposed to something like a kind of animation or potentially a video game. I think they are all kind of different in the approach and how you do it. So while it would be voice first, character last for a TV show, or strictly one type of archetype for a video game, it would be character will dictate voice for an audiobook. So they are, at least
Really?
that's my process. Of course.
Makes sense.
Yeah, so I think it's definitely different. The process is absolutely different depending on the medium, for sure. But yeah, that's a really great question. With that being said, I personally want to know, what was your involvement in choosing your narrator for this book?
Oh gosh, Robbie, I'm not making this up. You're going to love this answer. You're going to love it. And
Oh, I'm waiting for it.
so the way it works, I had no idea, but my publisher sent me like these audition clips, I guess, from like maybe 8 of you. And they also, because my agents, Teresa Park, and it's a team, all literary agents are different. Mine are really involved and really hands-on. With my previous agent, I just did everything myself, but here they have like this team. And so not only did these audition clips get listened to by somebody in my publisher's camp, but like 5 different people in my agency also listened to it. And we were not allowed to tell each other what our preferences were. So we wanted, yeah. So I listened and I was like, oh, clearly this guy Rob, clearly, right? And so it was kind of like when you unveil it, it was perfect. That guess what? I'm not making this up. Everyone picked you.
No way.
Yes, everyone. I'm sure that doesn't always happen, but yeah, because when we kind of unveiled our preferences, we had all picked the same person. And I heard that that's actually often not the case, where half the people will have preference for one and others will see it this way, and then they'll have to make a compromise.
Oh,
but this
man.
was like done.
Wow, you just made my day with that one. I'm taking that one to the bank. That's awesome. Oh, that's
so
really
actually, what do you think is your greatest strength as a narrator? So that's kind of a tough question, but is it flexibility or getting into the character? I don't know. What do you think?
You know what? I think that would be one of the things. Now this is something that, especially from your end, especially because you were only hearing my audition clap, you may not necessarily know the pedigree of the actors that are coming in, because you're just trying to see like, who is Al, right?
Right.
Like that,
we don't know anything. Yeah.
Right. So I think that's really interesting. But me personally, I've been acting since I was about 12 years old. I'm 40. So I've been acting for a while.
Yeah.
It's been a bit, but I started very young. And then I went to a conservatory school here in New York. I went to the LaGuardia High School Performing Arts, which people know as the Fame School.
So famous, yeah.
So I went there, and then I went to the American Academy of Dramatic Arts after that, which is another conservatory program. So I was in conservatory acting training from 14 till about 23.
Wow.
So I had a very strong theater background. And while predominantly acting in English, I was also acting in Spanish as well, because I am bilingual.
Yeah.
So I think that absolutely helped. Not to mention, once I got out of conservatory while I was there, and then for, about 7 or 8 years after that, I did a lot of theater work. And that's just before I started doing voiceover. So I didn't start doing voiceover until about 10 years ago. And all of that training and all of that theater experience on how I created characters and creating this toolbox of voices and toolbox of characters and my own specific process of creating these characters, I bring all that in when I'm doing the work that I do for, like a book like this. So I would say that's probably my greatest strength, is the ability to bring all that training and experience into a work like this, which is something you may not necessarily think about, but it is important because it only adds to the strength of the product at the end of the day.
Yeah, we don't realize any of that, but it makes so much sense.
Yeah. It's and it's really important. It's kind of like the idea. Do you want a plumber who's been working for a year, or a plumber that's been doing it for 20 years to fix your leak, right? And that's ultimately what it kind of comes down to. So I think that's probably my greatest strength, is that training, because that's not something, unless you've lived my life, that you can't necessarily replicate. You can't copy that.
Right.
So I think that's my greatest strength, is absolutely my experience in general. And
living as a minority in the United States and growing up as one. I think that's extremely important, especially for this book.
Yes.
Now, did you have any concerns about your book becoming an audiobook? Because you have complete control when you're writing the story out. Did you ever worry about a loss of control at having to give your work over to someone else to transform and kind of breathe a different life into it? I mean, obviously, thankfully, you were happy with the audition, so so I know you were probably confident. But as a creator myself, did you feel like, was there any kind of anxiety over potentially losing control? At that
I never thought about it, but now that you bring it up, yes, I think, to be honest, at first I'm like, what's this going to be like?
Yeah.
And after, it was an interesting process. After listening to some of your clips, because we got to listen to samples and some of the other characters too, you're right that when I wrote the book, I had imagined all the characters a certain way, right? Like their voices in my head. And sometimes some of the interpretations that you and your team did were different than my own interpretations. And I did think about that, but this is, I guess, when it really works. Like, this is a happy story. I mean, I can imagine an author saying, no, that's not the way. But in my case, I felt like, wow, I actually like this interpretation. Like, this is not exactly how I envisioned it, but it makes sense. And there's enough of the core way that I envisioned it that it sort of becomes like this, like a more creative process, because I mean, I am not a half Spanish, part Jewish and part Okie detective. And so it to me, I actually kind of liked getting this input from people, because in some ways you inhabit more of that character more naturally than I do. And, and I felt that way about some of the other characters too. So I didn't have like tremendous anxiety about it, but I was curious. I was like, how close is it going to be? And for me, the spirit of it was like, I felt like you just got the book, you got the character, you got the whole, and now I understand why, because you read it to the end. And I think also both of us are, well, we're both minorities in America, so we have different backgrounds, but we have some similarities. So,
absolutely.
Let's just say that any worries I had were quickly allayed. I just like, oh, this is awesome. Way better than I could have ever imagined.
Awesome. Oh, that's great to hear.
So I guess for me, like, is there kind of a last question for you? Looking to the future, because you've done so much, you talked about all your experience. Yeah. Is there a type of audiobook or character that you would still at this point love to narrate, but haven't had the opportunity to do so yet? Because I mean, you said that Al Sullivan, in a way, was your first noir detective who actually shares some of your background.
Yeah, for sure.
But any other, space alien?
That is so okay. So that's really wild that you just said that, because that is absolutely one of a character archetype that I've always had in my head, is that I've always dreamed about being like a space commander. I don't know why, like, I don't know what it is about the character, but there's just something about, being this commander of a ship in the middle of some kind of crisis, kind of like Aliens meets, I don't know what, Leviathan or something. I don't know. But I feel like a commander during a crisis in a sci-fi novel, I think sounds so cool to do, because that they'll probably have some kind of super tragic story, why they're there, and why they've been in service for the last 20 years. Something happened to his family or a friend, or the typical tragic hero in space. I think if I were to give it a specific title, I would love to voice the tragic hero in space.
You'd be great.
I think that would be so fun, and then, shoot aliens while you're there, right? Have some weird tentacled creature. I think that would be pretty awesome. I would say one. But Al was absolutely up there in one of those, because as a voice actor, and having done as much as I've done, when you first start, it's just like, oh, I just want to be in a commercial. I just want to read a book. It's very generalized what your goals are.
And then 10 years in, it becomes incredibly nuanced to what your goals are. So it's very different. So it stops being, I just want to read an audiobook. It's like, no, I want to read an audiobook and I want to be this guy specifically. You know?
Wow.
So it becomes much more focused the more you do it. So Al was definitely one of them as well. It's like, I want to be this detective guy that solves a mystery, you know, no nonsense. You ain't stopping this guy. So I thought it was really cool to be able to be him. Especially going back to, you know, to the writing and the research and, you know, all the character development that you did in building these characters. What is your overall writing process like? You kind of knew what the end was going to be, and then you kind of worked some semi backwards, and the research kind of drove you through. But did you plan all this out? Did you storyboard more or less? And like, did you kind of add to the storyboard as you were doing it? Were you planning it, or were you flying by the seat of your pantser kind of writer, and you just kind of like, I'm just going to put pen to paper and whatever comes out is what it is, and I'll go back and fix it later if it doesn't make sense?
You know, that's a great question. A little bit of both. I'm definitely by personality more of a planner. Like I just have outlines and outlines and outlines. Sometimes I just have to be like, Amy, this is just an excuse for not writing. Like, oh, I'm still making my outlines, you know. And I realized that's just fear. Like you got to just start. But I am a kind of a planner. I will say that I have changed a lot. You know, I wrote my first kind of not really academic book was this Tiger Mom memoir. And that was the fastest book I wrote because it was just kind of like talking to myself. And I now have this process where sometimes I'm running or walking my dogs where a scene will come to me, or words, a dialogue. And people will think I'm a crazy person, Rob, because I'll be running on the streets and I'll have to stop my dogs. And then I'll pull out my phone and I don't even know how to use the recording thing. So I'll like be typing in dialogue and all this stuff. Yeah. And so some of it is very spontaneous. And so that part is more like the seat of the pants thing. Because sometimes I'll love a scene. I'll be like, oh my God. Honestly, some of my scenes with Miriam just came to me like that. The dialogue, it just came to me. And sometimes I had to be disciplined. I'd be like, okay, this doesn't fit. You know? Like you can't put this in here. But most of it was used. For me, the best dialogue comes when it's actually a conversation in my head, because that's really how normal people talk.
Yes.
Opposed to at the other extreme when I have writer's block and I'm like staring at a computer trying to write dialogue.
Right.
So I think a little bit of both.
When you did the dialogue, would you like record yourself as the two characters, like just saying dialogue and let it flow?
I'm just I'm so bad at technology. I don't know how to record. So I would literally have it in my head and be typing it on my phone, you know, in shorthand. And I have all these like scribbles all over the place, like literally the proverbial napkins and all over the place.
I was about to ask that. If you had those napkin scribblings.
My favorite parts are things that you can find on these little pieces of paper all over my house.
Wow, that is so interesting. I feel like I would lose the thread if I try to write something like that down. Because like, you know how your thoughts are just moving at 100 miles an hour when you land on that idea and you're just like, oh, get it out before I lose it. Like, did you ever feel that?
Then you stick it. That's where the outline, it's like a little bit of both. Then you try to jam it into, like, this is going to come here in the outline.
Interesting. Now, would you say that the ability to do that, would you say that's one of your strengths as a writer? Like, what would you say is your greatest strength as a writer?
Geez, I focus more on all the weaknesses, but
the perfectionist in us, right?
I think it goes back to being a lawyer by training. Like, you might think that being a mystery novelist and a lawyer are, you know, have nothing to do with each other, but the skills are actually kind of similar. So to make a complicated plot work, it has to be really logical, right? You have to have plot twists, but everything has to fit. Like, you can't get to the end of this mystery novel and say, oh, that's a cheat. What? You know, they killed somebody we never met, you know.
Right.
And, you know, and I think that like the timeline has to work. Like I had a lot of charts, and so it's like a big puzzle. So I would say that I do like the dialogue part. I like that part. But I think a lot of it is also my training as a lawyer kind of taught me how to be very analytical and systematic. And I think that helped, like, you know, at the end when the editors were kind of just making sure the whole thing fit together, they would come up with mistakes. Like, wait a minute, how can this person be born on this date and then this be this year? That would make them 4 years old when they, so there's actually a lot of logic and kind of analytical rigor that needs to come into this in order to make a whole, complicated book like this hang together. So I think maybe that's a strength.
Interesting. No, that's really great to hear, kind of like how all that kind of pans out. It's so interesting because, especially as an audiobook narrator, to have the opportunity to speak to an author, let alone the author of a book that I narrated, I think it's so interesting to hear what your process was like, and how, there is a bit of mirroring in how we both kind of process our ends of the project. I think that's so interesting overall.
Totally agree.
But this was an awesome, awesome, awesome conversation. I absolutely am thrilled at the opportunity to have been able to read and narrate this book along with my colleagues as well. This was just a fantastic audiobook novel, and to be able to, see you, maybe not in person, but as in person as we can be, and be able to just have a chat with you. But above anything, Amy, thank you. Is there anything else that you would like to say to our wonderful listeners who got to hear this wild, twisty, incredibly historically accurate ride that you put them on?
Yeah, first of all, I just had so much fun with this conversation too, and it makes so much sense now. But I think it more than ever, I realize we're perfect for this. But really, I just want to say, as I mentioned, this is my first novel, so I'm excited, but a little bit nervous. So I'm very, very appreciative to you and the team for doing such an amazing job at helping me bring this to life. But I'm also wanted to say that I'm incredibly grateful to my new readers and also the folks who are still listening now who want to try the audiobook. I just want to say thank you to everybody for taking this journey with me, and thank you to you and your whole incredibly talented team, Rob. And maybe we'll get to do it again.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Maybe I'll write a space novel.
Yes. Oh, that would be everything just coming full circle, I tell you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. This is great.
Bye.
This is Rob Moreira. Thank you for listening to The Golden Gate, a Macmillan audio production from Minotaur Books. This program was produced by Katie Rubitsky and Christine M. Farrell. Directed by Kimberly M. Wetherell. Post-production by Tim Franklin. Text copyright 2023 by Amy Chua. Production copyright 2023 by Macmillan Audio. All rights reserved. For more information about Macmillan Audiobooks, please visit macmillanaudio.com.